Australian, and it's true. You'll be an Australian, you'll go to London, you'll think, I fancy going somewhere to get a beer. And you'll be served by someone Australian. And that's the moral of the story of the song. Too many Australians everywhere.
It's kind of like me with Brazilians. There's Brazilians everywhere. But then again, I moved to a place where naturally there would be a lot of Brazilians. I moved to Portugal, so naturally there would be a lot of Brazilians in here. It's kind of like me moving states nowadays, considering how many people there are in here.
Still wasn't drinking Guarana Antarctica.
Guarana. Get it right, Mr. David Haynes.
Right. I'm sure they'd still give me one if that's what I asked for as I ordered. This is 6th and 7th Marla Racing team ahead of Coanda Esports. So Ascari Rinner and Xander Reed, it's sort of leveled off a little bit in the battle between them. We saw where the tyre offset was advantaged Ascari Rinner to try to make the move. Now they're well and truly past half stint, and the fuel load is lightening off, and whoever's preserved their tyres better now finds themselves at an advantage. It seems like Xander Reed is holding on for Coanda Esports' best hopes in this race.
Yeah, I was having a talk with Tristan, and they seemed confident they were catching up to the Mala car. So hopefully they're probably going to be working, try to get closer to the Drago cars. Well, the Drago car, because the closest one is Manuel Troncoso, is at sitting in 5th place. So we'll see how that will go in the next few laps.
I've got my eyes glued to the thermometers, and I'll let you know once there's any movement in air or track temperature, but it remains exactly as it has been for the last hour or so. 20.6 in the air, 21.7 on the track. Minute by minute, the sky gets lighter. Sun not peeking through any of the trees or shining on the racetrack, but just giving a slight glow to the overcast horizon. Last lap between these two, Ascari Rinner actually extended it by 1/10 versus Xander Reed. Reed looks like he did well up Ratty on there, and he looks like he really closes it in on the Kemmel Straight. So then it becomes just all a matter of, are you looking at 15 minutes time when you make your pit stop, trying to jump them? Or do you think you can make a move in the next couple of minutes? If they retain the same offset, that could get interesting, because Ascari Rinner will be the first to cold tyres, but then have one lap more warmth, as they did earlier, if the Coanda Porsche pits the lap after.
And we got to think about each car reacting differently to cold tires, don't we, David? Maybe the BMW might be a little bit more understeery with cold tires, and then the Porsche, and the Porsche might be a little bit more oversteery, and you might have to counteract that whenever you set the anti-roll bar. So that thing, man, the race adjustments to try to ensure that it is properly competitive for everybody.
Final corner uphill through the bus stop chicane. The Porsche from Coanda Esports getting the nose just a little bit closer to those sausage curves at the apex. Marla Racing Team's BMW giving them a tiny bit more space. But as always with a slow corner like that, the earlier you can get to throttle, the faster you can get out of the corner, and the faster you'll then go down the next straight. 2:15.5 from both of these cars. 215.5 from Manuel Troncoso, 215.5 from the other two Drago racing cars, but 215.3 from those race leaders, the two BMW M Team Red Lines, 21 and 20. So that's how they are just continuously, stint after stint, just slowly increasing the split between them and the rest of the field.
I was gonna bring that up. It's just insane what Redline. I've mentioned this time and time again. It sounds like I'm beating on a dead horse. What the Redline team in general are doing with those BMWs running 15 mid lows throughout their whole stint, which is such a consistency that is scary to watch. And you only see that maybe a lap or so from other cars. So you see, for example, Jarno Koch in the 001 Grid and Go car, right? He did a 15.3, but then on the last lap he does a 15.7. This variety kills, the momentum whenever you're trying to build that up. And the fact that he has Julian Sonnen in the back of him as well, following closely, puts a little bit of a pressure as well. Even though I don't think he's truly feeling it, but the pace you're setting, those in the lead, normally would say 15.5, great lap on an average basis. But there's always someone faster than you on the racetrack that is somewhat demoralizing of sorts. Oh, nearly half spin for Rina.
Out of the box stop, losing a little bit of momentum, getting it back. 11 minutes from the halfway point of this race. Again, at the top of the hour, expecting more pit stops, particularly from everyone who pitted at the top of the hour last hour. That's sort of how a lot of them are trying to measure it. Can we get 60 minutes from the tank of fuel? And in that case, it's something around 25 laps. Again, super close at the top of the hill from Xander Reed, but choosing to just follow and sit behind Marla Racing Team and Ascari Rinner.
And by the way, David, I got a question from the chat, which people might be asking why we might be seeing some of the cars going, off track on the last corner, right? It might seem that way, right? Going truly off corner because they're not having two tires within the tarmac. But that's the track limits, unfortunately. Sometimes within that final corner, you can exploit, not gonna say exploit, but you can explore a little bit more and take advantage of putting all four tires off into or nearly close to the limit of what would be considered truly an off track.
Track limits are defined by the back edge of curbing. All four wheels beyond these points will be an off track. So one wheel just on the curbing counts as within, and apparently I'm thinking that green stuff counts as curbing there as well. So lap after lap, you've got to just use everything that's allowed, and that's what's allowed, and that's what they're doing lap after lap and consistently.
Yeah, that final corner, when you come out of the bus stop, you can actually use the green AstroTurf a little bit, but you cannot fully ride on it. That's why we're seeing some teams kind of explore that, because iRacing lets them explore that. It is what it is. Track limits. It's not us that are implementing. It's within the service. If they are allowed to use it, they're going to use it.
Couple couple of the early stoppers that aren't to the top of the hour have been coming in. So WSR Esports Black, number 6, have been through, and MAG Performance 150 you see on the lane right now, nearly done with their stop. And then we're 4 laps away from expecting a more significant flurry on pit lane, particularly of top 10 contending cars. Eyes on Xander Reed in 7th place, drops back a little bit through this middle sector, but always seems to get a good run up Radion and over the top of the hill to close back in again on that Marla Racing Team BMW just in front. Suddenly a bit more traffic for this group. Be the Coanda Esports 81 that are actually catching to lap there as well, as they're battling with the Coanda Esports 08. Many teams and organisations with multiple cars in this race. Obviously, Coanda with plenty, Drago Racing and Redline with plenty. WSR got a couple of cars on the go as well. Signify Esports, Alina Stern 13th and 14th in the race at the moment.
And we had also Williams with 4 cars, but unfortunately, again, turn 1, I'm not going to say, eventually that would be turn 1 and 2. Turn 1, lap 1 incidents actually caught all 4 Williams cars.
Looks like Coanda Esports 018's gone ahead of Grid and Go as well, so Yanokosh, Ferrari dropping back to 9th. That's good gains for Coanda. And again, top of Radion, just so much pace there.
Yeah.
Xander Reed doesn't seem to demonstrate it in other places. Doesn't seem keen on being the leading car of this duo, but in that particular part of the racetrack, it looks like an exciting car. Oh, and there goes the other Coanda out the way.
Don't want to be the wrench in the mix and anything like that. Just let them go by cleanly without having to sound the ludicrous song.
Expecting number 23 WSR Esports Red in shortly as well. Just looking at stint lengths for everyone at the moment and who we're going to get just before the top of the hour. Chick Hicks' team as well. We're going to look like they're not going to make the top of the hour. Manidi Racing green as well. So you'll start to see a lot more cars pitting, and then it's that top of the hour where we'll see BMW M Team Redline, their 2 cars come in, and everyone else who's on the same strategy and stint lengths as them that have been pretty well uninterrupted since the race start then, maybe getting 1 or 2 lap off cycle and then working their way back to it. Then comes the 23 WSR Esports Red, Lucas Lindqvist. He triggers the timing beacon, and as long as you got tyres on the green curb there, you're all okay coming out of the bus stop chicane. There goes the WSR BMW round the hairpin and into the second part of the lane. I've ridden on board with a handful of drivers, and it seems like for the most part you are not navigating that hairpin at 72 k's an hour. Got to back it off a little bit and then accelerate up to the pit lane speed limit again. Their pit stall is just around the bend in the second place, and they're going to get a driver change from Lucas Lindqvist to Martin Siratek.
Yep. By the way, David, are you a fan with the fact they removed the hard barrier at the exit of the source?
I kind of miss it. The fact that it was barrier and concrete, or as our American friends would say, Jersey barrier, the whole way away, splitting them. But, you know, whatever's realistic is realistic. And I think where the barrier is for that hairpin, it's difficult to accidentally leave the pit lane when you're supposed to be going the correct way the whole way around.
Yeah, I see where you're getting at. It's like complicated. I know some people didn't like it. Don't like it because you have a hard limit on how you can push the car, and of course we would, and some others would love it because, like, let's just say we could have shenanigans. I've seen once in an instance, I think, a car hitting that barrier and basically blockaded the entire pit lane. No cars could come around without making contact. It was good scenes, I'll tell you that much.
I think we're looking at still one more lap before the in-lap for our race-leading duo from BMW M Team Red Line, but always keeping an eye on the pit entry there where the drivers stay right, going through the bus stop chicane and exit up the hill. Always awkward if someone sort of runs a bit deep through the first part and then tries to cut across to that pit exit. Don't let someone get to the right-hand side of you and the inside of you when you know it's your in-lap. Defend the inside like it's your life. Don't track out wide and stay to the right. Otherwise, you can end up in a very awkward situation. It's happened a few times for a few different racing series and a few different categories. Many times here with where the way the pit entrance is at the moment for Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps, because it used to be a little bit different with the old bus stop chicane and then before the bus stop chicane, etc., etc. But the way things have been here for the last 20 years or so, you got to make sure you stay to the right. Don't let someone get between you and pit entrance if it's your turn and your time and you need it. So which situation would you rather be in here right now, Lorenzo, between Marla and Coanda? Because we saw Marla have one more lap of tyre temperature, close in and make the pass, but it's going to disadvantage them now if they're the first to pit, first to go to those cold tyres. There'll be one lap where it's their outlap on cold tyres and it's the in-lap on hot tyres for Coanda, who could potentially overcut them.
Good question. I would argue that I would rather be Coanda at the current moment. You are in the more comfortable spot to be in, and you can allow yourself to get more funny with your fuel setup and everything, and the car grips up okay-ish on cold tires when they come out of the pit lane. So you might do a potential overcut on your competition whenever you come out of the pit lane. So there's a good chance there could be a swap around when Mala comes in.
All to be answered soon. 45 seconds to the halfway point of iRacing Spa 24. Strategy still playing out. Sunrise going to be with us in the next hour. None of those thermometers have moved from when I talked about it 15 minutes ago, but surely soon. Ascari, Renner and Marla racing team are in, so it's beginning to play out. We look a tiny bit deeper in the field. Coanda Esports, that Porsche in front of us is Julian Sonnen, and we're on board with Jano Koch in the Grid and Go Esports Ferrari. These two have swapped in the last lap or so. We're expecting this is going to be the Coanda Porsche's in-lap in front of us. Grid and Go can go a bit longer, and yeah, they'll be looking for a bit of an overcut if they can get it. BMW M Team Red Line, I think they're going to be coming in this lap. They're just leaving Blanchemont now. So much elevation change heading up Radion from the bottom of the hill to the top of the hill, and the snap of your fingers at 250 k's an hour. It's like going from the bottom to the top of Mount Everest in a cable car. The two race leaders are in. Sam Coutert in the 21 leads Diogo Pinto in the 20 for BMW M Team Red Line's double-headed lead of this race, just past the halfway point. Now, we didn't see any driver changes out of those two cars last time, so keep an eye on some potential driver changes happening for them this time. When you qualify as strongly as they have, fourth and 10th, you are going to be very much to the pit exit end.
Yeah. It's a long run. I would say estimate about 40-something seconds in terms of run to get into the pit lane. And then start your pit stop.
So plenty of drivers standing by if they look to make a switch. Drago Racing are also going to come in this lap. And it will be a switch at both. Sam Coutert out for Gustavo Ariel. And Diogo Pinto out for Chris Lawham. A double team, double pit stop, double driver change going on for BMW M Team Redline. Gustavo Ariel and Chris Lawham get in. Now, has that number 20, following behind all stint, saved enough fuel that they could make a jump on the pit lane here? Could Chris Lawham leave pit lane as leader of the race? 3 Drago Racing cars are in the lane. Coanda Esports in from behind them, and the answer is almost, but they just roll the throttle, I think, to blend in behind their teammates. Gustavo Ariel leaves pit lane, the race leader, with Chris Lawham behind. His pit exit so treacherous on the cold tyres until they can get a bit of speed, a bit of heat, and then a bit of confidence into it.
Yeah, and you can see them already striving the car around to try to get some more heat into the tires pressure as well. And out goes the 2025 Gold Cup winner in the Spa-24, Chris Lawham.
He's working his tyres hard to get the pressures up quickly. Gustavo Ariel has been pretty quick so far on this outlap, though, putting a couple more car lengths between himself and Lawham. And where these two cars, the 21 and 20, came into the pit lane, now it's Ariel's time to weave one side to the other, put some lateral loading to get some temperature into the tyres, bit of braking, put a bit of temperature in there as well. And you just think when you spin them at above 200 k's an hour, that'll deform the tyre, and then it makes contact with the road and it gets bent there and generates temperature. If you've ever had like a piece of copper wire or something and you've bent it back and forth and back and forth and back and forth and then felt how much temperature that generates in the piece of metal, the tyres going around and deforming and all of that generates temperature as they spin around as well, even when you're not standing on the brakes big time or doing these big lateral weaves. Spinning them up to 200 k's an hour, heading down the Kemmel Straight, begin to put a bit of temperature into them. Now, expecting any Alexander Spets dramatics on his cold tyres this time?
Hopefully not. We've had enough saves, I think, for 1 year already with that save on ready on.
Yeah, so it looks like the Drago Racing Ferraris all exit pit lane in the same order that they came in. 169 with Alexander Spets from 069, Nicolas Rubela, and 269. I think Vlad Kimichev has gone into that one. A lot of other stops that we didn't get last lap, we're going to get this lap as well. So Apex Racing 99 soon. 081 from Coanda Chontero in now. Get Share Esports 15 in a minute, and when you face to the east with this sort of 80-90% cloud cover, overcast sky that we've got, it is a beautiful sunrise right now as we face that way. Gorgeous hues, gorgeous colors, is meaning it's taking a little bit longer to really brighten up a slightly dark morning. So it would have been probably bright 10 minutes ago if it was only partly cloudy skies, but we have to wait just a tiny bit more to get that sunlight. It's 5:15 in the morning in session into the second half of iRacing Spa-24 special event for 2025. You're looking at the race leaders, BMW M Team Redline 21 and 20.
Yeah. You know what would complete the sunrise, David?
Tequila?
Not only that, it's a good choice though. We can talk about tequila in a little bit. Playing the circle of life. while you're still seeing the sun rise up. But,
holding a tiny baby lion above your head at a dramatic cliff edge.
precisely. You could argue at the top of Source or the top of Radion if you want to.
Yeah, more fun baby animal facts. Last weekend, I was commentating the Tyre Super Series and the Bang Sen Grand Prix, super exciting street racing event, street circuit in Thailand. But where it is, it's just 20 minutes from the zoo where Mudeng lives. So a really, really exciting place to get to.
Was that the race with the trucks that drove around racetrack and they had a massive crash?
There were a few big crashes in Thailand Super Series Super Pickup, and also quite a few black flags for excessive black smoke from the diesel racing pickups, but lots of other great categories there. Our friend Arjuna Kankapati was commentating Porsche Carrera Cup Asia, and Formula 4 Southeast Asia was there, as well as Stefan Rattel, I'm pretty sure, was there, as this is the first year that they've had proper SRO BOP and accreditation and all the accoutrement for their GT3 and GT4 series.
Yeah, and knowing that our good friend Arjuna is now busy with IMSA this weekend, just letting you all know. That's why he's not commentating. I know he probably would have been commentating here, but he's doing IMSA at Canadian Tire today. Oh, he's already gone. But anyway, people catch my drift.
Not seeing a lot of aggressive or surprising or reactive wheel work for Chris Lullum. The tyres will still be cold on this BMW. The last lap, not full speed, full pace, but it looks pliable. I haven't seen any extra meatball flags or anything else come up, but there was a slowdown penalty for someone in the top 15, and it's gone away, and I can't remember who it was. It might have been PGZ P1 Docs.
Oh no.
Oh yeah, and their last lap was slow, so it probably was the 114.
What matters here is doing P12. That's what matters the most.
I mean, it's if you have a wiggle heading up Radion, for example, it's so much smarter to just go straight through the runoff and give up a 1.5 second slowdown than it is to spin or wreck. And we are going to get bump drafting nose to tail between our race leaders, Chris Lullum gaining on the Kemmel Straight, giving just a little bit of a shove to Gustavo Ariel, and then backing out of the throttle 50 metres before the braking zone into Lacombe. Noticing that everyone's racing line stays really tight to the left on the exit of Lacombe and maximises Malmedy. Sometimes you see different cars, different lines be a little bit more mid-track there, carrying more speed out of Lacombe. But everyone is maximising Malmedy, which makes sense in a way, but not exactly as I would have expected.
I think the fact that it is now tarmac at the exit of Lacombe's headed to Malmedy makes it easier for people to properly set out that corner, because back in the old days, you know this, David, as well as I do, it was grass, so setting up yourself for Malmedy without getting an off track was a little bit of a risk, because you would run into the grass, and back in the old days, grass was ice, and you could endanger your race just by putting your tires on the grass, and you wanted to try to maximize the exit in there. So I think now it makes it easier for everybody. And funnily enough, I was reading through a chart. Malmedy is the highest point of the racetrack, sitting at an altitude of 470 meters. And I thought the lowest point would be Eau Rouge, but it isn't. It's actually the Curve Pro Frère, sitting at 373 meters.
And what's the difference between those two elevations, Lorenzo?
At 97 meters.
Wow, that's a lot. That's a lot. Can you think of any racetrack anywhere else in the world that might have more than 97 meters of elevation change?
Bathurst.
Really? Wow, I should look that up. So I could know if it's true or not that Mount Panorama Circuit Bathurst has 104 metres of elevation change, giving it more elevation change than Circuit Spa-Francorchamps. Now, this is a spin for Ryan van der Grijp. We've seen this before, actually, out of the 79 with this driver behind the wheel as well, struggling for rear-end stability. Last time, I'm pretty sure it was through Jackie Ick's corner, but that's through Lacombe. The 98, Corentin Lassine, losing it with a bit too much curb on the cold tyres just as all the Drago cars were heading for pit lane, so that was about 12 minutes ago. And the 909, well, get a Passata and some extra Parmigiano Reggiano, because there is a meatball flag for the 909 effect simulations, because there are body panels going everywhere, a snap going into Pouon, a correction sending them high speed into the tyre barrier, probably 200 kilometers an hour, and massive damage done to effect simulation 909's Ferrari. Cold tyres are a real challenge for everyone. The racetrack remains very, very cold. You've just seen a small handful of the excitement of the last 15 minutes throughout the field.
Yeah, and unfortunately that situation with Frigerio, I'm not going to say you need a Parmigiano Reggiano. That is a Grana Padano moment right there. Because I want to say Parmigiano Reggiano is good and Grana Padano, even though it's good, it's not on the same level as the Parmigiano.
Dude, I love grated cheddar, so all cheese, good cheese, you know.
True.
The correct cheese for the correct occasion, right? So, you know, it doesn't even need to be too fancy, but if you're going to melt it, like on in a burger or on a pizza or something, then you're looking for something that keeps its sort of stringiness and its flavour when it's melted rather than just burning. So you're going away from cheddar there, looking for Colby or mozzarella or maybe a blend of the two.
Now let me bring up my cheese chart. Do you know I have a cheese chart within my bookmarks?
No, but I'm interested to hear. Do love brie. I love this sort of creamy, soft blue cheeses.
I haven't had a blue cheese in a
firm,
long.
crumbly ones are good too.
Yeah, to be fair, and now you bring that up. I haven't had blue cheese in a long time. Well, now, but actually, you gave me a good idea, because not long ago I was doing some burgers. I bought, like, you know, the raw meat, and I packed them up into small burgers, and I put up cheddar on top of it. I wonder how much of a difference would it be if I put grated cheddar on top and I actually grilled that, whether it's going to be on the fryer, on the air fryer, or on the normal fryer itself. How much of a taste that would change from having as a whole. Now you made me that curious. I'm going to do that experiment tomorrow.
Drago Racing's Alexander Spetz has a slowdown penalty, a furled black flag being waved at the 169 Drago Racing right now. Maybe he's taken my advice, and instead of spinning at the top of Radion, he's just gone and cut it. He's got his teammate just behind him as a number of other pit stops unfurl at the moment. Lorenzo Manfredotti in the Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports number 50. Andrew Caron in the 97 Adidas Racing by WSR. And a few others you can see on screen. Cars that have gone past the top of the hour and therefore might be able to do a tiny bit more pit stop time savings in the back half. They're just taking their service right now. And a black flag for the Apex Racing 98. So there's going to be a drive-through penalty for the number 98. I'm going to guess it's either... Well, they're on their outlap, so I reckon they probably cut part of the pit exit. The 98, plenty happening, even if the leaders gap, the two teammates from Team Red Lion have been extending their advantage over the rest. There's some battles elsewhere through the field, and there's no shortage of work for the marshals with meatball flags, black flags, furled black flags, and probably quite a lot of blue flags happening as well. Blue with the yellow stripe, though.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember. That was another flag that I've seen these days. I'm trying to remember. I know there's the yellow and red for the debris on the track, or marbles, or lots of debris. But there was one more that I'm trying to think about. But anyway, coming back, David, there's one more track that has lots of elevations. We forgot about Nürburgring, man.
No, we didn't. We didn't
Light.
forget. I know that it's got heaps and it's got the most.
Yeah.
Everyone
But,
seems to think
yeah.
that I deliberately left it out. But the comparison was Bathurst and Spa, where Bathurst is a shorter lap, but a greater elevation difference. Gregory Hoverson has brought the 98 back into the lane to serve the drive-through penalty that they got at their last pit stop, either speeding on pit lane or cutting the pit lane exit, or maybe they reached incident points doing something else on their outlap, struggling with the cold tyres. But here, a drive-through penalty on the endurance layout of Circuit Spa-Francorchamps. Incredibly costly penalty to get a drive-through penalty. Used to be even more so when the pit lane speed was 60 kilometers an hour. It's now 72 kilometers an hour, and so you only lose, inverted commas, about 50 seconds, the better part of a minute, with a drive-through penalty.
Yeah, in 10 seconds, depending on circumstances, can make a whole lot of difference, believe it or not. But it's funny they bring it up to 72, kind of like the same. It is the same speed as we see in the Daytona 24, right? Well, I'm not gonna complain. It makes the racing upstairs a little bit interesting and everything. Of course, the only thing we have to see in the future is the option for refueling and tires not at the same time like you would have it in. So take that off, and I think, or have the option to, for an event like this, you have like your normal pit stop, fuel and tires. I think you put the strategy talks on a different level for lots of drivers and teams.
We'll just give them limited tyre sets. Give everyone 22 tyre sets for a 24-hour race, and then you're in this question, do we try to double stint early, or do we, try to build a gap and then double stint our tyres later on? That would make things fun. 20 to 22. I'm not thinking give everyone 8 sets of tyres or 10 sets of tyres for this race, but just a number less than 24, I reckon, would be good. So with that wave...
Give him 16.
Yeah, okay, yeah, sure. With that wave of pit stops done, we look through the field at some of the battles that were playing out. Skadi Kakinen for PGZP1Docs.com. I think they lost a little bit of time with a slowdown penalty. I think that's what I saw for this 114. They certainly look quicker right now than Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports. It's still second lap on the new set of tyres for Lorenzo Manfredotti, so needing to be careful. The Porsche behind has got more grip and more pace, and even without this offset in the strategy, might have done so, just losing a little bit of time in a position to a slowdown penalty. So 11th and 12th, one to watch right now. The other battle in the field, Xander Reed is ahead of Lucas Herman for Marla Racing Team. So the 1 lap difference, the overcut's given Coanda Esports 08 7th place again. But now again, they need to defend it. So you've got drivers that are ahead for track position with colder tyres, maybe lacking the absolute tenth of grip, needing to judge how hard they push, how aggressively they defend, and how important they think track position is. Top of Radion, onto the Kemmel Straight, longest straight of the track, highest peak speeds, longest full throttle application, Oskari Kakkonen closing in the slipstream for 11th place, and then rolling out of the throttle and sitting in behind Lorenzo Manfredotti for the moment.
Because I would say because Manfredotti is a very good driver in the Ferrari. I've seen him getting quite adapted into the car, and unsurprisingly so. Within officials, that I think he can pick up some really good speed and kind of lead Oskari into into following mode and try to get closer to Veyron, even though the gap to the Frenchman is 30-something seconds between P10 and P11. But it's still a good lead that you can provide nevertheless. And for the Finn, he can still save fuel, which is always good considering he's on a offset comparison to some other teams.
Things are noticeably, getting brighter around the circuit as we continue through the morning. You can see now things to the side of the racetrack not illuminated by the car's headlights. You can see the campers, the fans, the hills, the foliage, and all of it with a simply beautiful overcast sunrise at Circuit Spa-Francorchamps. One thing you've got to give the iRacing spectators in a race like this is they are incredibly dedicated. The same number of fans in the grandstand right now at 5:30 a.m. as there was for the race start and as there will be for the checkered flag in 11 hours 37 minutes. They are still packed into the grandstand. They are still packed on the hill at the Kemmel Straight. They are dedicated. They will not miss a minute, and neither will Race Spot TV as we bring you uninterrupted coverage of special events this year, including the iRacing Spa 24 hours.
Yeah, absolutely. You gotta love the dedication, man. And the most important thing here, David, consider the fact none of the fans in there, they are sitting. They're all standing. 12 hours and a half of their time standing up. And they haven't stopped.
I'll say it, and I don't care if Lewis Hamilton comes for me. We've got the best fans here. You know, love you guys. Thanks for your support. Hashtag best fans. The iRacing Spa 24. Got a couple of good battles through the field for position, including this one here where Askari Kakkonen keeps closing the gap and then just sitting, waiting, biding his time. PGZ P1 Docs versus Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports. Other cars in close combat on the racetrack. Just 0.2 of a second between the teammates leading the race. 0.2 of a second between Drago Racing's top two cars. Nicholas Rubelar has gone ahead of Alexander Spetz in that group after Alexander Spetz picked up a slowdown penalty. Commander Esports 08 Xander Reed ahead of Lucas Herman and Marla Racing Team, though Marla Racing Team are beginning to close that down. 7th versus 8th, and then here in 11th and 12th, Ferrari Esports and PGZ. That's the race leaders just behind this group, looking to put them their first lap down. So still on the lead lap for the moment, 11th and 12th. They're the last cars on the lead lap with the brutal and blistering and unrelenting pace of the 21 and 20 BMW M Team Redline cars.
They're on their 10th lap and they just pulled it 15.3. Like I've been saying before, them running this pace, the closest thing I could think of in terms of pace was Apex back in Daytona. I don't know if it was the 24 hours of Daytona they pulled that. I think they pulled that at 24 hours of Daytona. And also at the IMSA Global Esports Championship one day did 1-2, and they were pushing everybody in like the two cars, the two Porsches were there pushing each other, or the two Mercedes. They were pushing each other from start to finish, and nobody could come closer.
Well, it's always darkest just before the dawn, and apparently it's always coldest just before the dawn. Track temperature has gone down to 21.1, so it's lost a tiny bit of temperature. We should be seeing just a tiny hint of the sun and begin to see a track temperature rise, but it hasn't happened yet, and it's actually dropped one notch just as the wind has changed direction to from the south and just before our full and proper and true sunrise. and eventually a bit more heat will go into the racetrack. The weather forecast for the rest of this top split, or at least for the next 4 to 5 hours, it just says 21 degrees Celsius, overcast, 0% rain, and 4 kilometers an hour of wind. The only change that's really happening is the angle of the sun in the sky and the wind direction, moving from southeast to south, heading towards southwest, and eventually will be from the west by about 9 a.m. in 3.5 to 4 hours time. In between the battling group goes our race leaders, first putting Lascari Kakinen a lap down, and soon to put Lorenzo Manfredotti a lap down.
Yeah, and open up a huge gap in between them. So now the question is how Manfredotti is going to do that. Because I'm not going to say Lorenzo. If I say Lorenzo, it's kind of like talking to myself. So I'm going to say Manfredotti. So I wonder how the Italian is going to cope with the being overlapped. As you can see, the blinking of the headlights coming from Ariel. And eventually they're going to have to concede position. The Italian is going to have to concede position to the Brazilian and Brit that are driving both red light cars.
Just looking if there's any interesting flags for any of our drivers out on track at the moment. And no, there's a league I commentate where there were 3 drivers who all selected South Georgia in the South Sandwich Islands. It was like, okay, well, it's, I think, the longest named flag that you can pick. I'm not sure any of them actually knew where that is or why it's named what it is, but it's got sandwich in the name, which is exciting.
Hold up. What is the name of the flag?
South Georgia in the South Sandwich Islands. It's very, very far south in the Atlantic Ocean. I think it is the southernmost claimed territory that isn't covered by the Antarctic Treaty. So basically the southernmost country and Earth that isn't covered by Antarctica.
Wow. Jesus, they are on the border of the Patagonia. Now I'm looking at and color me surprised. I didn't
Half
know
of the
about
places
this.
have Norwegian names, as for a while it was used for a Norwegian whaling base. It's claimed by a couple of countries, and I won't get too much into that. But not a whole lot happens there. Not a whole lot of anyone lives there. Just a little bit of research. Whaling not done from there anymore. Not much else in resources there to really worry about. There's a couple of interesting shipwrecks, some abandoned fishing vessels in the bay, and that's about it for South Georgia and the South Sandwich Islands. It's called the South Sandwich Islands because the British colonial name for Hawaii was originally the Sandwich Islands, and then they found some other islands that they also wanted to name after a guy called Sandwich, and they were like, well, these are further south, so these are going to be the South Sandwich Islands.
The Brits have very interesting definition of names.
Now
That's all I
imagine
have to
if
say.
you could get both sets of Sandwich Islands and put some meat, cheese, lettuce, salt, pepper, and olive oil between them.
Which cheese would you prefer to put in the middle of this sandwich?
Well, it depends if I'm having a toasted Sandwich Islands or not.
Grilled.
Yeah, it's going to be a blend then, like 1/3 cheddar, 1/3 Colby, 1/3 mozzarella. That's what I'm going to go with.
I was gonna rock the Parmesan with the maybe some bits of. I was gonna say pepper jack, just because I wanted to do something different. Back to conversation.
Yeah, good stuff. It'll be breakfast time for everyone around the track at Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. The sun is up. It certainly looks like morning, certainly looking like daytime now. The headlights are still on every car, but I think give it 20 minutes and you could switch off your high beams, and I reckon you'd be all good. The BMW M Team Redline 22 off strategy. They hit pit lane now. Cooper Webster after 25 laps. His teammates are doing 26, but the 22 was already off strategy, so I think they are by themselves just lapping as fast as they possibly can. It's going to move Nicholas Rubelar up some spots. Here's the Marla Racing Team versus Coanda Esports 7th versus 8th battle. They spent quite a lot of the last hour this close, but in the opposite order. Now Xander Reed in the Coanda 08, who is flying the flag of the United States, has a bit of lap traffic that he's got to get through here. Doesn't appear to be holding him up just yet, but I think he's got SDR Sim Racing just in front of him as his first obstacle. Enzo Benito gets in to replace Cooper Webster in the 22 that's currently in pit lane. You'll see the timing column shifting around as a couple of cars on the conventional strategy cycle go ahead.
Yeah, and if I remember correctly, he is one of your 3 favorite drivers, isn't he? In terms of names, of course.
Yes, because you could throw his name in the middle of Kokomo by the Beach Boys and it would make sense. Now, how about this? Side by side for the race leaders and the teammates. Gustavo Ariel was leading out of the pit lane. Chris Lawham's gotten close and then lets Gustavo Ariel back into the lead of the race. Might have had a little bit of troubles lapping the Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports 296 GT3, but Ariel will still lead this duo for the moment.
Really fast lap from Rubelar, by the way. I think that's the first time in a good time I've seen Drago being consistently fast. Of course, still long gap for them to catch. I would say for them to catch these red line cars, they would have to do what in average? 15 threes every single lap? 15 threes, 15 fours? And I mean low fours?
Yeah, and be able to keep up that kind of pace while hitting a 26 lap stint. Is what everyone's doing to make sure that they cover off a full hour in their stint. The 25 laps from the red line 22 has just been bringing them a little bit short of the hour, and is going to have them doing an extra pit stop, probably, compared to everyone else. So now with that traffic lapped and dispatched of, Gustavo Ariel, the race leader, has everyone up to 10th place a lap down.
And let's see what their lap will be. I thought it was going to get a little bit funny with them being close to one another, but not quite, as they will complete the lap. And they decided to do a 15.1. Just because. No, sorry, 15.1 was their best lap. I am seeing things. It's a 0.4 and 0.7 for each one of them specifically. You guys can see that on the tower. I don't know, I derped for a second right there. 2:50 to nearly 2:30 a.m. here in Portugal. It is what it is.
So this remains the order between Coanda and Marla. Again, last stint, it was Marla leading Coanda. Right now it's Coanda leading Marla, Porsche and BMW. So the slipstream gets you close here approaching Blanchimont. Should be perfectly grippy conditions, incredibly rubbered in racetrack after more than 12 hours of running. Ooh, thermometer's just gone up half a click as well to 21.7 degrees Celsius, picking up half a degree, but maybe it's the omen that we're going to begin to see a little bit of track temperature rise beginning to happen, but it remains cool in the air for high horsepower, cool on the track for high grip, and it's giving us very quick lap times and really allowing them to carry speed through those really fast corners that are characteristic of Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps, places like Blanchimont, Eau Rouge Radion we approach, Pouhon, another great example. And that change of direction there, then the track rising up massively. It's such a strong corner for Xander Reed. He pulls a couple of car lengths through there. When he was the trailing car, he'd pull a couple of car lengths up towards Lucas Herrmann. Now he pulls a couple of car lengths and leaves him behind. They've got a tiny bit of traffic to negotiate here as well that might now just begin to give Xander Reed a headache.
Yeah, is that thing we were talking before? Of course, setups moves. Basically, the performance of the cars are nearly equal to everybody, being a one-make series, only GT3s. Like I said before, it was never. Did you know that back in the old days, this was the 24 hours wasn't an exclusive GT racing. It had touring cars in the past, up until 2001. That touring cars. The last race with touring cars when a Peugeot 3061. Then it changed to the FIA GT World Championship, and it stayed there for a few years until 2009. And then after that, it switched to the Black Pond Endurance Series, which stayed somewhat of a GT-esque but multi-class field between everybody. It only became truly GT around 2016. If I remember correctly, yeah, when they made the switch to the Intercontinental GT Challenge.
Remember when the Peugeot 806 7-seater people mover did this race? Good times. And then a couple of years ago there was a Herbie type thing. It was a modified Manthey MR Porsche Cup car with the headlights, tail lights of a Volkswagen Beetle. Weird thing.
Mm-hmm.
So what Xander Reed got up his sleeve this time, what I think he's got is pretty good balance and poise in those high-speed sections, but maybe not the straight line speed he'd be hoping for. 262 kilometers an hour. His speed trap speed at the end of the Kemmel Straight, and still just sitting in behind. Doesn't seem to be costing him time really. Last lap 2:15.4 for Xander Reed. Same for the car we ride on board with, Lucas Herrmann in the Marla Racing Team BMW. So anything under a 2:15.5 is pretty quick at the moment.
I wonder if we're going to be seeing 214s again. I think the only car that did a 214 was Cooper Webster's in Enzo Bonito's number 22. I think that was Cooper who registered that lap. That was during night time. And after that, I don't think we have seen a car clock 214s as the best lap. I think the fact that we have now daylight around the racetrack and what would be your normal nitro markers you can see them more properly now. Maybe we can see some of these 214s pick up again. In a few occasions, we are seeing, for example, both the other red line cars flirt with that 214 and 80 point.
Lucas Herman really close to Xander Reed, approaching the bus stop chicane, not sure what to do. Just stays behind right now. But it's almost as if Xander Reed's trying to offer up that position to Lucas Herman, who is not biting just yet.
I wonder if who's that guy ahead is from. I just want to say from paints, it looks like to be the Green and Go Ferrari.
Well, it would be someone one lap offset to them, so it could be.
Because I cannot see the number in the plate of the car.
Is it altitude 3M?
Could be the one driven by Bomi.
They're also pretty quick at the moment. Otherwise, it would have to be someone multiple laps down.
Let me see if I can find that on our live timing. 2. Number 10, number 10, number 10.
Oh, here we go. Lucas Herman looking down the inside of the bus stop chicane, enough waiting behind Xander Reed. He's going to get through, move ahead, and go up into 6th position. Coanda Esports go back into 7th. Now, I thought Xander Reed was kind of offering up the position earlier on, but that seems to have caught him by surprise. A late dive to the inside and a great overtake by Lucas Herman.
Yeah. I think he just got tired of a round of waiting. I mean, or maybe a little bit of sopperoo for the fuel. We'll never know. And as you were mentioning about maybe the altitude car, it is Bomi that is actually driving that car. It is the Ferrari. So you were right on that, David. Right on cue.
I used my powers of deduction in my big noggin. Xander Reed gets really close behind Lucas Herman anytime they have to go through a medium or high speed corner, it seems. So strong through this part of the track, always strong through Radion. And just working out, there's only, a 1/10 of a second per lap pace difference between them and a car that's a tiny bit behind. So with that pace difference, you kind of sat there until they decide to move over and out of the way. And the lap time's still pretty good. Pretty competitive from Altitude 3M Esports and their Ferrari. Of course, they would be trying to catch WSR Esports Red, who they're only 6 seconds behind for position, and with a strategy advantage too as well, and then Fiercely Forward Yellow just a couple seconds out ahead of that. So plenty still for the number 2 car in 18th position to look to fight for. And with that extra fuel advantage, they'll also have a sort of tyre overcut advantage, seeing how challenging cold tyres are, how cautious you need to be with them, and how your outlap is normally not your fastest. is on board with the Porsche and the type of wheel that a Porsche GT3 has now. Not the round type that I like. Also, I don't really like those shift lights, the ones that come from either side. I prefer sort of 10 lights that progress left to right, but it is what it is. 6th gear up Radeon.
And that's quite surprising for him to take 6th gear. Sometimes I saw some of these Porsches take 5th gear at the entry of Eau Rouge going to Radeon. Of course, we say Radeon en Eau Rouge, right? That's the Belgian, the way they say it there in Belgium. But seeing that happen in 6th gear and not seeing the car understeer a little bit into the corners a little bit of a good thing to watch. But yeah, I've been seeing comments from our iRacing chat of, you know, the Central European time and the race time. Of course, in sim, I think it's 5:55 a.m. And of course, in Central Europe is 3:39. So it is not in properly sync with what would be currently on the Central European time, but it's supposed to match what would happen in real life, right? So if it starts, let's just say this event starts at 3 p.m., it would basically stay the same like in real life. If it starts 3 p.m. in there, it will try to start 3 p.m. in here, despite the time zone differences and all.
Sander Reed continuing to be pushed around. I wonder if the first half of this stint have burned a little bit more fuel than they wanted, and now they're in a sort of a conservation mode. Now behind Marla Racing Team and with the BMW pushing them along. Of SDR Sim Racing, Dino Filippo, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, confirming that, the number 4 is the BMW from SDR Sim Racing that Dino Filippo is racing. Up Radeon again we go, getting a fair bit of the curb in the Porsche, which you've seen can presenting to rev up a little bit. It sort of brought the shift lights active last time we were on board. But then nothing changes at the end of the Camel Straight. Still altitude free ahead of this lead lap battle for position, 6th and 7th Marla Racing Team and Coanda Esports, and then 2 laps down is SDR. So even if as SDR catch, they are not for position with the Ferrari out front. You've got 2 lead lap cars in the middle, car 1 lap down to them in front, a car 2 laps down to them, catching them from behind. So with 59 incredibly competitive teams, a little setback can put you some laps down, but not necessarily take away the pace that you still hold.
Yeah, I think with the fact that I would say this is I don't know how tightly associated it is with the fact that we had this inflation of iRating, right, David, from 2020 onwards. But it's like that. I think the pace level and the fact that we have now more people in the sim and everything, we're seeing these guys, you know, being faster because they're getting more time in the sim. They're putting more times in the car setup and everything, and with that, it's like that. I think the pace level for everybody, because you're putting from 5 to 60 hours in the sim into a setup, for race setup and quality setup, it just makes the preparation level so high that, let's just say, if you're not ready for this, if you don't come ready for this, and you have the slightest off pace situation, you get punished. Even though you're still fast, you're still gonna get punished by everybody. And like I mentioned before, we saw that with some of the drivers, you know, being 3-4 tenths slower per lap. They were getting punished heavily on their stints, and near contact between Reed and Harmon only comes.
Yeah, Marla, big fuel savings, and Reed almost caught out by it, but I think it's sort of led by the Ferrari in front as well. You ride on board with the pole-sitting 08 Porsche from Coanda Esports. Also in this car, Mitchell de Jong, Tristan Iglesias, and attached as a spotter, but not a driver, Mac Backham.
Anywhere in the world, you would say that's a star-studded lineup. Let's just say go to the Tag Warrior Porsche Sports Super Cup. Normally, you would see these guys fight for P1, whether it was going to be the sprint or the feature race, right? So it's awkward for them to see the Porsche being in P7, given the circumstances, and Sanders struggling with the grip a little bit. I don't know if that's marble related or not, or dirt on the tire related, or of the sort. Just pretty quickly, the Porsche did win in 2022, but that's the only win they have at the 24 Hours of Spa in iRacing.
Been the 991.2 generation GT3R. This is the 992, newest one now. It's, I think, even more in common with the Cup car than times gone past. The dash looks very similar between the two cars. The steering wheel looks very similar between the two. You know, GT3 used to be a little bit more advanced than the Cup car. I think the Cup car has caught up, rather than the GT3 spec machine has dropped back any. Martin Siratek, WSR Esports Red are in 6 minutes before the top of the hour.
If you think about it, basically all Cup S cars kind of like caught up to their GT3 counterparts, don't they? Because the Cup car is on average, I think, about a second or a second and a half slower, up to 2 seconds slower, depending on the track. But if you think about it, the GT3 Challenge is nearly, the 296 GT3 Challenge is just as fast as the Cup car would be for the Porsche. So it's something like that. I know the Artura GT car, it is trying to get within the same level as the Artura GT3 will be, I think, when the McLaren brings that out of the GT4 fray. So it's the same to think that the evolution of cars, especially for those who are more like customer racing related of sorts. Of course, the GT3 is customer related, but would be the mid-level entry related. It is, you can get a sense of how a GT3 car would drive nowadays.
So right behind Xander Reed, that SDR BMW is still going to be giving it some headache. You wonder at one point, do you let it through and see what it does, as it then would have to try to unlap Marla Racing Team and unlap themselves against Altitude Esports. Oh, that is contact, and that is a spin. 6th and 7th collide at La Source hairpin, turn 1, an unexpected lift and coast from Lucas Herman. He gets a hit behind from Xander Reed and gets spun around, smoke in the air at La Source.
Oi, 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 oi.
Wow, that's a big moment inside of the top 10. We'd seen we'd had so much of Xander Reed's perspective, and just seeing the car in front slow unexpectedly a couple of times, but has he just misjudged that? Sent Lucas Herman around. Herman then, with a little bit of damage, has missed Radion and got a slowdown penalty. So there's still a furled black flag on that number 10 in the live picture box bottom right. Replay again on the top left. And you saw it live from onboard. Porsche nose to BMW tail, costing the number 10 some time.
The danger of, having a car behind you and trying to, save fuel. And Mala paid the price quite dearly. I really want to see from Mala's perspective, from Herman's perspective, if there was something that he could have done differently, of course, besides doing the overlap.
Well, it's interesting because for a lot of these cars are just a couple laps away from their pit stop, really trying to make it 26 laps, but not leave too much fuel hanging around. You're trying to go quick as you can, and a few teams might be just finding themselves in a position towards the end of the stint where you need to make more savings. This is Xander Reed's perspective. Again. It's odd, right? Because it doesn't look like Xander Reed gets in too hot. He doesn't really overshoot the corner. But at the same time, it doesn't look like Marla and Lucas Herman braked particularly early. They've just had a slight difference in braking, and the two of them just kind of come together right at the turn-in point as well. If it was in the straight line braking and you copped a hit from behind there, you'd be okay. But it was just as Herman went to turn in, he gets a hit, sends him around.
I wonder if there's some maybe Xander missed like the braking zone by a few meters. But then again, it's four cars closely following each other, so it's that danger of one maybe causing a domino effect, and maybe that could have been the situation, and nothing that the car could have done to prevent such a thing. It is unfortunate, but it is what it is. The race on.
Yeah, not egregious, but also quite a bit annoying for Lucas Herman and Marla Racing Team. Moves Coanda Esports back up into 6th. Brings Marla Racing Team closer to Grid and Go, who have such a fuel advantage that it could actually be a little detrimental for them. Now, you might be only seeing one BMW M Team red line, but there's two there, and there it is. Ariel and Wilhelm will be beginning their in-laps now as we are a minute away from the top of the hour.
Absolutely. I'll be taking a short break. I'll be back in 4 hours. Again with you, Mr. David Haynes.
Oh yeah, that's true. Well, Lorenzo, I hope you enjoy it, and I'll see you again soon with Race Sport TV and Circuit Spa-Francorchamps.
Vielen Dank. It's been fun to commentate, and I'll be back in 4 hours for more talks about why waffles are the best breakfast for such an occasion.
Fantastic. Lorenzo Bonda leaves us, and Ron Morns joins us at a very exciting time, about to get the pit window open. We've just seen a bit of contact inside of the top 10. We'll see, again, with cold tyres going to a lot of cars, how they manage that.
Yeah, and really getting into crunch time are these drivers. We're now past the top of the hill. We are past the halfway mark of this race. Still a whole lot of racing action left to go, and that sun is still waiting to fully jump back above the horizon. When I left the show a matter of a couple hours ago, we were under the lights. Now we've got the pit stops coming. Here come the front two. Gustavo Ariel leading his teammate of Chris Lolum down into pit lane. This ever so lengthy pit lane here at Spa. It is a menace. And David, you brought up a good point a couple of days before this broadcast started that really has stuck out in my mind. The change in the pit lane. over the past couple hours. Have we seen a moment down into the other pit lane hairpin yet?
Well, you just seen a little bit of brake lights before negotiating the hairpin from Gustavo Ariel. Chris Lollam on board with him following. So it's a challenge. I've seen the speeds. They've sort of dropped from 72 k's an hour down about 55 to navigate it. So it just needs a little bit of respect, like Blanchimont or Radion does on old tyres in a hot track. Ariel and Lollam both just got back in last stop an hour ago, so I'm not expecting a driver change from Ariel or Lollam. Drago Racing, who are third and fourth, their Ferraris also hit the lane. Be a while before they negotiate around the hairpin in the pit lane and into their pit stalls. Lollam lost the race off the pit lane last time. Ariel came across and claimed it and led the whole way. So an eye on if a swap happens here. Past 30 seconds of service for Lollam. Pit stops between 40 and 42 seconds, depending on exactly how much fuel you need to take. If you saved a tiny bit, you'll get out a tiny bit quicker. And again, it's going to be close between the teammates, but with the 21 staying ahead of the 20, exiting pit lane. The 069 and 169 at Drago Racing are about to find their pit stalls, but this is the onboard of how you manage the cold tyres and how you heat them up.
And you know, I feel like the BMW has the slight upper hand when it comes to these outlaps for one very simple reason. That Ferrari on pit exit heading through that very bumpy access road on the inside of Eau Rouge and Radion is a terrifying experience to run in the Ferrari 296s that we've got here in the sim. So saw some drivers have moments through there a little bit earlier on coming out of the pits in those Ferraris. Haven't really seen any other manufacturers have that, at least from my time on the show up to this point here, today / tonight / whatever day it may be, whatever time it may be for all of you around the world. I know for myself here on the East Coast of the U.S., it's pushing around 10 o'clock at night, and I'll be on the show up until the wee hours of the morning. David, I know you're there down under. I think you came into the show right about after breakfast, if my memory serves me correctly. So what time are you looking at there at the moment?
Just approaching midday. I took the easy shifts for me this time. Just a little dose of David Haynes on your top split special event broadcast. With other pit stops coming through. So Drago Racing left the same drivers in Rubelar, Spets and Kimichev. PGZ P1 Docs taking their pit stop right now. Coanda Esports 018 done with their pit stop now. Simify Esports in the lane. Always action at the top of the hour around pit lane.
And the action certainly playing out once again here in front of our very eyes. These two BMWs now firmly out of the pits, making their way through the chicane, down that Grand Prix stretch, off into La Source's hairpin. Very tricky to nail down. We saw that moment heading down into there a couple of moments ago, David, that failed attempt at an overtake off into the turn. That would have been a bit better on the old scan here because he didn't have the gravel trap right there after the curb on corner exit. But now that you've got that gravel trap, it is super treacherous to have a moment like that down into the turn. You can get some overtakes done there. It's a good heavy braking zone for these drivers to maybe get a move done and go for a lunge in the brakes. But if it goes wrong through there, it can really affect both of the racers involved.
Well, Coanda Esports 08's ahead of Marla Racing Team 10, so I put to you maybe it wasn't an unsuccessful overtake. It was clumsy. It's not how you'd look to do it, but they did actually get ahead, which is something. Leaving pit lane now after a couple of stops. So Simify, the number 9, has Mark Perez. Coanda Esports 08 has the driver change, so Mitchell de Jong gets in for the first time I've seen him in a little while. Marla Racing Team keep Lucas Herman.
And I was looking through the other YouTube chat on the other iRacing channel, this show being broadcasted, of course, on RaceSpot TV and the iRacing Esports Network, and I ended up seeing some comparisons between Lucas Herman and Franz Herman, who we've been looking for all throughout this race, the mysterious man who looks like Max Verstappen if he wore some glasses and had a slightly bigger nose and a mustache as well. A very interesting looking fellow. Haven't seen Franz out here on the racetrack yet, though.
Lucas Herman would probably love a private jet and a yacht and a trip to Sardinia as well. So, yeah.
And probably a seat with Mercedes next year in Formula One.
Yep. All of that. In the case of mistaken identity, make sure you're mistaken for someone who has some nice things.
Truer words have never been spoken.
That's why I'm going to get mistaken for... which one's the Chris who's Thor?
Chris Hemsworth?
Yeah, I got to get mistaken for a Hemsworth. That's what I'm going to work on.
See, I'm trying to think of who I would end up being getting mixed up with, because I think I've had many people confuse me for Ron Weasley when I was a kid. So quick lesson to anybody out there tuning into this broadcast here: do not grow up being a slightly pudgy redhead right at the peak of Harry Potter's popularity, because you will get that comparison ad nauseum, or you'll get called Ronald McDonald all throughout your childhood as well. I still get that every now and then. Yeah, so that would maybe be what I would do. I guess do an impersonation of Rupert Grint.
No, you must be very thankful for the work that Ed Sheeran has done.
I feel like I would rather be a good musician than be able to be a wizard, at least in my books.
You'll never go to a wedding where Ed Sheeran doesn't earn some royalties, so it must be a decent life. This is the Drago Racing cars. They've got 3 inside of the top 10. They often have cycled their way to 3rd, 4th, and 5th as we get through the pit stops. This is the group that will end up ahead. They've ended up back in numerical order. So the 069 ahead of the 169, ahead of the 269. No driver changes from these two. Nicholas Rubelar, Alexander Spetz staying with, but they are going to need the conditions to change in a very Ferrari favourable kind of way to try to hunt down 50 seconds to the BMWs from BMW M Team Redline that lead this race with another pit cycle completed.
And actually looking at the YouTube chat and seeing some people send their sympathies my way for being a pudgy ginger as a kid. Thankfully, I have somewhat gone away with that. I'm just slightly large nowadays. I've gone from looking like an unemployed WWE wrestler to looking like a retired racing driver. So I guess we'll take the wins when we can get it. Also seeing as well in the YouTube chat, asking about the incident points. 100x is the limit until somebody picks up a drive-through penalty here in this race, and then you'd be looking at probably about 20x every single time after that to pick up a drive-through. So that's the incident point situation into this race. Not sure if we have seen any drivers hit that limit here in this event right now, but that is something that will certainly loom over the next 11-ish hours.
I get the feeling that every black flag I've seen has been either for pit lane speeding or for crossing the blend line on the pit exit. So cutting, not staying within the white lines on the pit exit, probably up the top towards Radion is where I think every black flag that I've seen has come from. So tyre warm-up underway. The race leader does a 2:15.7. Nicholas Rubelar does a 2:15.8, and it's those tenths of a second that just seem to add up an hour after hour, stint after stint, make things difficult for Drago Racing. The air temperature and track temperature have not budged, despite time moving on, things getting brighter around the racetrack. It's not going to be a particularly hot morning, but I would expect eventually track temperature to just nudge up a tiny bit. 13th place is Apex Racing Team 99 and Adidas Racing by WSR 97. Tom Reiher ahead of Andrew Caron but there is a significant strategy offset at play here. This is the second flying lap since a pit stop for the Apex Racing 99 Ferrari, while the 97 behind is 24 laps into a stint, so warmer tyres, less weight of fuel. I think if Tom Roja knows that, Apex Racing team will be telling him, if this guy really wants by, we let him by.
Yeah, you know, I gotta wonder with the track conditions here at the present moment at Spa with track temperatures.
Oh my goodness, this is Tom Roja's first lap in the race.
Oh, wow. That is wild.
Yeah, okay, because I just wanted to look when I said his Apex Racing teammates might be advising him. I was like, okay, let's look who he's got in his corner. So Guy Levesque and Leo Gariboli and Maxenko Godinho have all done about 100 laps each, and it is now 2 laps complete in this race, well past the halfway point of the 24-hour race for Tom Roja as he gets in the Apex Racing Team 99. So certainly, if you apply a bit of a blowtorch, he might just roll over.
Yeah, imagine all throughout this race just waiting to see your teammates and what they do in this race and get in that car just a tick under 11 hours left in the race, over 13 hours until you could get behind the wheel of that car. I mean, hey, I'm sure these teams definitely have their own strategies cooked up trying to figure out what will work best, but that is still rather wild, the fact that he was waiting around for that long to get behind the wheel of that race car. I mean, hey, it's still pretty awesome as far as I'm concerned that he got the opportunity to run in there, especially with the hecticness we've had thus far in this race. That big drama at the start shaved the field a little bit, and since then the drama and the difficulty here at Spa has certainly reared its head for many a racer up and down this grid. So the fact that team still running strong, still running in this race, and he was able to get finally behind the wheel of that car, you got to put a lot of trust in your teammates to run a strategy like that. As we follow these racers heading off.
Yeah, Andrew Caron now has a really strong opportunity to keep attacking Tom Roja. They've let the 24th place car unlap itself, not SDR Sim Racing. That might be Maniti Racing Green that they have let go. And now there's nothing in between the battle for 13th and 14th except for 0.18 of a second heading into the bus stop chicane. If you're heading into pit lane, then I guess that is the stint done. I told you there was a significant strategy offset. Well, it means it's time for Andrew Caron to pit in and for Tom Roja to take a deep breath or two.
And also seeing the number 98 of Gregory Hoveson. He's currently behind the wheel of that number 98 car, currently classed down in 29th. Nice to see some names that I recognize. I've covered some racing with him, currently behind the wheel of that Apex Racing Academy driver, running down in 29th as it stands presently. And we'll see what sort of pit stop he has. Augustine Bernier as well, also in the pits, along with Andrew Caron and Lorenzo Manfredotti. These pit stops will continue all throughout this race. You know, last time I was on this show, we compared from where I was a matter of about 10 hours ago at this point in this race when I first hopped onto the show. We had only a smattering of drivers on alternate strategies. Now we've got a decent chunk of the field running on varied strategies just based off how their evening has gone. As that's a moment for the 33 car. That's Jamie Christensen with a moment down into turn number 12 through the Fournier section. Unfortunate for him to have that moment. The Falken sim racing car with a moment down into the turn. Off into the gravel trap. And you know, I gotta say, David, and this is honest, I am shocked that we can still see the asphalt at certain points of this track with how much gravel has probably been strewed across it over the past, coming up now to nearly 14 hours of racing.
Well, this is the sort of the hourly highlights package. Cars on cold tyres. So fiercely forward yellow to 14 going around. 788 live sim racing Arnage, or is it live sim racing Arnage? Depends if you want to pay royalties to golfers. Yeah, so that's the sort of the hourly highlights package of exactly how treacherous cold tyres are around here. A few little incidents taking place, none of them massive. Fiercely Forward, I guess, is the one that surprises me because they went nose first into the wall, seem to have continued without any real mechanical damage. I mean, maybe the front clip's a little out of shape, but they haven't done the motor, the engine, the cooling, or any of the steering and suspension geometry. They are carrying on, still relatively well placed in 18th. Lost about 10 seconds, and that was last lap for Alexander Peregrina.
And I'm looking through right now in our live timing tower. Kevin Hargis in the SCK at number 24 car. Probably going to be the next to come down pit lane. Currently 24 laps into the stint is that team and driver, running down in 30th as it stands presently. So we still have that slow trickle of drivers making their entrance to come down pit lane. But I feel like after that, we will find ourselves in a little bit of reprieve. Won't have to worry about those cars heading their way through that hairpin on the infield, running that pit limiter and destroying their transmissions, trying to go up a gear, down a gear, up again, down a gear to try and bypass that pit lane speed limiter a little bit. We'll just be focused on the racing action at this slowly but surely lightening Spa. It is getting brighter here, slowly but surely. I wouldn't call this track completely enveloped in sunshine, but compared to how it was a couple hours ago, it is a huge difference.
I think the sun's up, but the problem we've got is how overcast it is. It's not really getting much hotter or much brighter. It slowly started getting brighter. Absolutely gorgeous sunrise, but now it's just a bit of a cloudy day. When you look to the east there, it's got just a little bit of yellow to it as well, but most of the sky is grey, scattered clouds, 80 to 90% cloud coverage. So yeah, it's not moving the track temperature particularly quickly. One of the off-cycle cars comes in, 001 Janukosh has been running extra long in the gridandgo.com esport Ferrari. Third right now, will eventually drop back as they take their service, but I don't mind how that's been going for them. And then Enzo Benito in a couple of laps will have to stop, and you'll see Drago Racing back up into third, fourth, and fifth. Just a couple of off-cycle cars sit between them and the duo from BMW M Team Redline.
And following these racers, still just one more thing to raise, talking about the rising sun and the overcast skies here at the moment at Spa here on iRacing. I think that may end up being a benefit to these drivers to a certain extent. They won't nearly have to worry about the glare as much as they would if it was completely open skies, as finally we see that the 001 and Grid and Go esports car make that call to come down pit lane. That'll be from now P6 in this race. Aaron Vasquez will make that call to pit in that machine. Currently off the back of a 26 lap long stint, and now he will trundle his way down pit lane in that machine, fall outside of the top 5 for sure. Let's see if he remains inside the top 10 as a result of this call to pit. These are the last of the major pitters. Probably the next coming up will be that number 22 Team Redline BMW, currently classed in third at the present moment. But yeah, I feel like the overcast skies may help these drivers out for the simple sake that they won't have a disgusting amount of glare that'll basically work as bootleg LASIK eye surgery to those who are unfortunate enough to have the brightness on their monitor turned up a little bit too high.
Yeah, not a problem at the moment. If anything, it's just a little dark generally and all around. Looking at 20th, Chick Hicks. He was in a three-way tie for the Piston Cup, and it went to a tie-break race, the Western Speedway that he won, in fact. But everyone was focused on the rookie and the legend. I think the legend should finish his last race, and he did. Dynaco, baby. Adidas Racing by WSR just ahead. The number 97, Lucas Prada, is 2 laps into his stint. Those tyres will still be cold. What Chick Hicks team, Paul Monet, have in their advantage is that they've already brought their tyres in. It's let them close 0.7 of a second on the last lap to give us a 20th versus 21st BMW battle.
Yeah, it's a very good battle we got going on all throughout this field. Some good racing going on despite the fact we're well over 13 hours into this 24-hour long race. Got some drivers still packed in like sardines up and down the pack. This battle for the final spot inside the top 20, I'm sure, may get intense. I'm going to look through to try and see what sort of strategies these racers are running as well. Looking through, they're about halfway through their stint at the present moment, so won't have to worry about pit stops, at least for now, for either of these cars, but there is a slight discrepancy, just one lap between them, one lap actually favoring the current chaser at the moment, Chick Hicks team, currently being driven by Paul Mune. He has a 1 lap advantage on the tires at the present moment. Not sure how much bearing that will have, because that's not the hugest difference in the world, but it is still some, and he's got that drift as well, so we may end up seeing that number 18 power past the 97 in the not too far off future.
And it's working overtime for the guys in the number 18 Chick Hicks team. Just a 2-driver lineup for a 24-hour race. Paul Munez has done 163 laps. His only co-driver, Pablo Espes, has done 183, and there's still a lot of work to go for those guys. But my overtime comes to an end because Ewan O'Leary will be joining you for RaceSport TV's uninterrupted coverage of the iRacing Spa 24-hour in 2025.
Thanks very much, David. Apologies for my lack of punctuality, but thanks for holding fort for the last 20 minutes and indeed the hours beforehand. We're hearing more from David Haynes in just a few hours' time when I go away and he returns. Good to be alongside you, Ron. It's the sun's up already, just under halfway into this race, or just under halfway, I should say, to go in this race. Just under 12 hours, 10 and a half now approaching on. It's one of the strange things about 24-hour racing these days. The sun seems to go up earlier and earlier in the day because we start later and later. But anyway, it's now that feels like, anyway, the run to the flag. But then you look up at the clock and you see we've still got more than a Petit Le Mans to go.
Yeah, that's the thing about this. It's a bit of mind trickery that's going on for these racers. You're thinking, okay, we've gone through the night. The sun is finally rising. It's not the brightest in the world and the headlights are still on, but I can finally start worrying about the end of this race. And then as soon as that happens, you look at the clock and realize, I have got 10 and a half hours left to go on the clock. And then your brain starts running through exactly how many things you could do instead of running in that race. And that's the point where those mistakes start to creep in. That I wouldn't say it's a sense of dread, but the other sense of, oh my God, this is going to last forever. If it sets into one of these drivers' minds, you can't really allow that to happen if you're a racer. But if it does, the ill effects will make themselves quite clear within the span of just a couple laps around a track as unforgiving as this. So these racers having to deal with the mental side of things, of the sun coming up, but the race to the finish still being a little far away.
Yeah, exactly. Time was in the past that you'd see the sun come up and you'd realise there's not very long to go, but that is in the past. Also, the fact that we run all of the 24 hours races these days much more closer to the summer, closer to the longest day of the year, which means that the art of nighttime driving is becoming a lesser and lesser factor, although it does still make up around a third of these races. It does make it less of a feature of the 24 hours of Spa and the 24 hours of the Nürburgring as well, which wasn't too long ago either, you may remember, although a very, very different race to this one with no multi-class traffic out there. We just had a run through of the standings, so I won't go through it again, but as you can see, this battle is for 20th. Couple of BMWs out there on the circuit. Adidas Racing by WSR and the Chick Hicks team saving fuel up towards Les Combes. That has been the standard procedure for the nearly 14 hours we've been running.
And these drivers trying to play the strategy game at this point in the race. And ever since I got my first stint on this show, a matter of little over 10 hours ago at this point, I have seen so many other teams opt to run some different strategies, whether it be a conscious decision or whether or not their hand gets forced in that regard as a result of some drama out there on the racetrack. We have more drivers now than ever before that are running on a different strategy than the front two. Even take take their team car. You got the 21 and the 20, the Team Redline BMWs, who have been running P1 and P2 throughout a vast majority of this race. They're running on their own strategy. The 22 team, Enzo Benito, behind the wheel of that race car. He is 23 laps into his stint at the present moment, probably going to be eyeballing a run down pit lane in about 3 to 4 laps time. So even though they're part of the same team, you can have those split strategies still, which I find to be fascinating about a race that has played out the way this one has.
It's been such a tactical race so far. I think Redline's hand has been forced a little bit up front by that crash at Blanchimont just over 2 hours into this race in the late afternoon yesterday. But for their other two cars, number 21 and number 20, it has been dominance so far. Number 20 won last year in 2024, so it's worth remembering that they entered as car number 98. Don't know why, whether somebody stole number 20 first, but number 21 was second behind that, because Max Verstappen was driving the winning car last year, just under 14 seconds, the winning margin for the BMW M4 that has had a great record round here actually at the Spa 24 Hours down the years. Won the race in its first ever year on iRacing in 2021, dominated that race in fact, and has won a couple of times in between then as well. But it certainly seems to be the car to have this year as well. They are currently leading 1, 2 and 3 with a number of other teams selecting the BMW as well as the car to choose this year at Spa.
Yeah, you know, looking at the BOP heading into this race, the real beneficiaries when it comes to the balance of performance for this running of the event seem to be that BMW and the Ferrari. That's part of the reason why they are the most popular cars by quite a significant margin. I've seen some Porsches running in this race. They're the only car that didn't have any alterations made to the fuel percentage, which around a track like this, at a race like this, where the strategy has been uber important, that could be part of the reason why it was opted that some of those teams said, you know what, we're going to do this. Really, I think on the mark overall, the Porsche probably had the least severe BOP out of any other car. They had the lowest weight penalty at just 5 kilograms. They had the lowest power adjustment at just 0.25%, and their fuel didn't get touched at all. Compare that to the Acura, who had 3 times more of a weight penalty at 15 kilograms, a power adjustment of 1.5%, and the fuel being dropped down to 97 of total capacity. That you can really tell the difference as to why some teams have opted to run for that Porsche, while I think others have opted to run away from the Acura.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to have been particularly roundly selected this time around, although I don't see very many Acuras, to be honest, in and around iRacing, which is a bit of a shame. As we come towards the end of another lap, though, we've got 10.5 hours to go. Let's get you on board with one of these BMWs and let you listen into the sights of sounds of Spa in the morning. Well, there it is, a lap on board with Paul Mounet, the Chick Hicks team, in that BMW number 18, just trailing one of their fellow BMWs in the battle for 20th place out there in the iRacing Spa 24 hours. Myself, Ewan O'Leary, Ron Mouse, taking you through the next couple of hours, taking you up to the 1/3 to go mark in this race, actually. Well, we were just aside for a second. Enzo Benito's been into pit lane in number 22. We briefly had a back with Elliot Veyron, actually, in the Coanda Esports 018, but Coanda on the warm tyres went straight through on their long-time rivals, and Benito back down to 10th. So it's an interesting strategy down there for the third of our red line teams, because really depends which way this race flops about, doesn't it, really? Whether it's going to be the part of the race where they're running third quite comfortably, or the part of the race where they're barely in the top 10.
Yeah, and you know, the reason why they've had to go down this route was because of a moment a little bit earlier on in this race. Got pitched into a spin in the earlier section, and ever since then, we've seen that number 22 team be on the back foot. So they've decided to throw caution to the wind, say, hey, you know what? Let's do this strategy. The worst thing that'll happen to us is we finish a little bit farther in the back, but we will finish there anyways if we didn't throw this at the wall to see if it finally sticks onto it. So I can respect, I admire that call from Team Redline. Let's see if that number 22 team will be able to get it done. I will say, though, overall for Team Redline, whether it be this 22 car currently being driven by Enzo Benito or your top runners for a vast majority of this race, Gustavo Ariel and Chris Loam behind the wheel of the number 21 and 20 Team Redline cars respectively in P1 and P2, they have had a they've had a grip on this race that really needs to be studied. It has been fantastic to see what they've done up to this point, holding on to a 49-second lead they are between themselves and Nicholas Rubel back behind the wheel of the 069 Drago Racing Ferrari. But those two BMWs, the Team Redline BMWs, have been, I've called shake and bake, I've called them itchy and scratchy. They've been inseparable, and as much as Drago Racing has been able to run solidly up towards the front of this pack and up towards the front of this field, they just haven't been able to form enough of a movement together to really work together and divide and conquer, so to speak, when it comes to those Redline cars. I saw earlier on when it was one of these machines, I believe it was the 169 earlier on in this race, that had to battle with the 21 and the 20, and just didn't work out. Don't have that strength in numbers, does that team. So as a result, the two cars working together as teammates, they were just able to mount a charge and really shake everybody off like a bad case of the fleas.
Our producer Hugo Luis complaining about the amount of times he's heard the words Team Redline this week. Since we were at the Esports World Cup that they were able to retain this week. Think about me, the amount of times I've said it. Those two words have come out of my mouth more than any others, I think, in the last 7 days. That's for sure. And they will do again in the next 10.5 hours, that's for sure. Just to stay on that subject for a second, Chris Lillam, one of our drivers, I'm sure we've already covered here in the last 14 hours, but in case you haven't been with us earlier or weren't aware, last weekend, or was it last weekend? The weekend before, Chris Lillam was at the real life Spa 24 hours competing in the Gold Cup category and ended up taking the class victory. 9th place overall, finished a lap down overall, which is not bad, by the way, in a 24-hour race. If you're used to Formula 1 races or whatever, you take a lap down, it's a long way, but not really. But the most important thing, the class victory, which they were able to achieve. Alongside a driver I used to sim race with about 8 years ago. Never mind. How different paths we've taken on in our lives. Anyway, congratulations to him.
Sure about that.
Yeah, and yeah, it must be weird to be back now for Chris to be back in the sim ring again, having been here in a different machine in real life only 2 weeks ago, as it was the real life Spa 24.
Oh, here's a good little story of people from back in the day realizing that they went down a completely different path than me in the world of racing. My first ever kart that I ended up purchasing back in 2013, it was owned by David Green, the old NASCAR racer, and his son Austin, who now runs in NASCAR racing, and I think he runs in Trans Am as well. They ended up selling that kart to my dad and I back in 2013. We then sold it in 2017 to this kid who lived in West Virginia and raced around the Washington, D.C. area. Didn't really remember him too much. I remembered his name, but we didn't really hear too much from him after about 2017 when they gave that kart a first shakedown in the region that they were racing around, and didn't really hear too much for them. Then I looked it up, looked up that driver's name because I was curious. I wanted to see how he was doing because it had been a long time since I had really heard anything about him. As it turns out, it was Morgan Burkhardt, who is currently a Grand Sport Porsche racer in the IMSA Michelin Pilot Series. He took that kart, took racing, and went to way farther heights than I think I ever would if you gave me a spare $25 million and about 25 years to get the job done. He's a talented racer. I find it funny that of the 3 people who have owned that kart, 2 of them went on to be professional racing drivers, and I went on to be a professional chatterbox.
You can't blame the machinery in that case.
Yeah. Fair point.
I know what you karting drivers are like. Blaming them, blaming the tools.
In my defense, I can say that I got the most championships out of anybody in that kart. I got 2 regional championships. Morgan got 1. Austin, I think, raced about 5 times altogether.
There you go. That's something to take away from it.
I'll take the wins when I could get them.
Yeah, exactly. You have to, as you know, untalented as we are behind the wheel. That's why we're here.
Oh boy.
Meantime, the 2 red lines work their way over the line. We're very much we were not so long ago in the in happy hour, as it were. The sun was coming up. The temperatures were ideal for racing down on the circuit at the moment. Still only 22 Celsius, but the temperature will now start to rise from here to the finish effectively. Maybe just a small dip before the actual finish, but yeah, it's effectively going to be from here to the end, rising temperature and therefore slowing lap times as well. But these drivers currently in the cars and those who set those 15 zeros, which are going to be the best laps of the day for number 21 Team Redline, they're going to be able to boast the best lap times of anybody here in this race and boast amongst their teammates as well from having the best lap times, which would be a nice thing for them to have. It always used to be an argument in our team anyway, who had the best lap time, and anyone who was driving at this time of night almost gets it for free.
Oh, always love a racing argument. I think the best one I ever had myself was the time that I complained at an indoor go-kart track that the reason why I was slow on my lap times was because of a kart engine misfire. On an electric kart, mind you. I said that with my full chest, and yeah, I can't necessarily say that was my brightest moment, if I am being completely honest, but you know, here the moment, all that jazz, yeah, not a moment that I am proud of, to say the very least, but we still got a good battle going on right now all throughout this field. And you know, as I think about these Team Redline cars, I think about that 22. I think what they're doing at the present moment is trying to angle themselves as best as possible to really attack the end of this race. As it stands currently, if we get to the final hour, Enzo Bonito, I think, would probably have to come into the pits probably a half an hour away from the end, a little bit less than that potentially, and just be able to push through and get there to the very end. I have a feeling that this 22 team is actually setting themselves up quite well for the end of this race. Maybe feeling the burn at the moment, running down in 10th and occasionally making your way up to 3rd during the pit cycle, but I think they are in this for the long haul. They're in it to win it, and they want to angle themselves up as best as possible to be in a spot to get done later on.
I'll tell you who else, though, is angling themselves up quite nicely as we go back to the battle for 20th again. Lap Cars actually got themselves in the middle of this. That's Gregory Hovson, I think, in the Apex Racing Academy number 98 Ferrari. He's making a nuisance of himself. Hovson's going to unlap himself, I think, here. Yeah, he will. Inside at Lecom. This is always a bit dangerous, and there you go. The Adidas Racing by WSR car lets it through. Oh dear, and Hoefser makes a bit of a mess of that. He went a bit deep into Lecom. And those blue flags will now be waving at him fiercely. It doesn't look like the two BMWs are too displeased to have him there, though.
As we follow those two BMWs running right behind a Ferrari, those BMWs look absolutely menacing behind that car right there. You can just see the size difference between them as they head their way out of turn number 9. Speakers corner, no name corner. I think it's been called Jackie X corner as well. No name with 3 names. Funny how that works. But you got these 3 cars running it nose to tail, heading their way off through the mid-sector of this lap and still keeping strong. That's one of my favorite things about GT3 racing. You know, you've got a varied amount of cars here on the iRacing platform, but they can all still put on some absolutely brilliant racing, even with their own quirks and features. Certainly the BOP helping out bring this field very, very close. But even with just a regular GT3 race on iRacing throughout the week, you will see these drivers be oh so close, see these cars be oh so close. And as much as I am not a good sports car racer at all, sports car racing from a commentary side of things, I'm not sure if you can side with me on this or what, Ewan. It is just about the best racing action you can cover in this sim, because sports car racing, it's the bare knuckle fist fights with wheels that stock car racing is, mixed with that high level technology and finely crafted race machines running on the limit of adhesion like Formula car racing. It's that perfect blend that makes it absolutely amazing to watch.
Yeah, I've got to say it's my favourite type of racing as well. Also this kind of endurance racing as well. I know that it's not everyone's cup of tea to be sat here with 14 hours gone since the start of the race and a very spread out field and just over 10 hours to go, but I must admit I find it absolutely fascinating. Multi-class racing especially, although we're making do with just the one class here in the Spa 24 hours, as we always do, of course. And a question tying into that, actually, and Taskin in the YouTube chat a couple of moments ago. Do ask us questions if you want. To know anything about the race that we're not currently telling you, with just about 10 1/4 hours to go. It says 5 hours ago I was watching and the gap to the leaders was 15 seconds. Why? What's happened? Well, combination of things really. Drago racing are generally being dragged back and losing time lap on lap on lap to the 2 red lines. Nicholas Rubelar and Alexander Spetzer are driving together in the same way that Gustavo Ariel and Chris Lullum are. They're time trialing against each other really, but it is going the way of Team Redline at the moment by about a tenth or so a lap. So over the course of 5 hours that has accumulated. But second of all, 5 hours ago you may have been watching on a flip of the strategy going the other way. So as Ron was describing not so long ago, if you were tuned in about half an hour ago, the other Team Redline car, Denzo Benito, has a very different strategy. Pits about 13 laps after the other 2. They're almost at the opposite end of the strategy spectrum. And then sort of in the middle of them is Aaron Vasquez in the 001 Grin & Go eSports car. Now, when the 2 red lines come in, suddenly the gap looks very close. And if the race does flip around in that way, and it does come back to those 2 who are going a little bit longer into the stint because of different strategy decisions they've made earlier on in the day, then they're certainly in the race. You know, it looks like a very clear red line victory at the moment with 50 seconds of an advantage for their teammates there. But it's, as you'll see in about, 10 laps time or so, if you stick with us, it will look a lot closer than what you're currently seeing on the screen.
Yeah, and you know, with 10 hours and 15 minutes left to go on the clock as well, Ewan, I don't think we should be giving anybody any trophies at the present moment, because, I mean, it's me in the commentary booth, so that's already a bad omen that can give some pretty rough commentator shinkses, but there's still just so much racing action left to go, have 4 more pit stops to approach for these racers, and we do have one coming up in the span of the next 15 minutes. Probably going to see that slow trickle of drivers make that call to come come down pit lane here in the not too far off future. I'll hold in a couple of moments to try and figure out who will be the next. I believe, unless I'm very much mistaken, it'll actually be two teams. Yeah, the Mag Performance 150 car being driven by Mark Calver, currently classed down in P25. They're set to come down pit lane in a couple of laps, and a little bit farther behind them, the WSR Esports Black entry currently being driven by Aiden Young. Those two cars currently on 24 laps at the moment in this stint. But looking through those stint numbers compared to what is earlier on in this show, where everyone was rather uniform, it is anything but at the moment. There are so many drivers on so many different strategies that trying to figure out which one is going to work at the end is like trying to pick one rabbit hole out of a million and trying to figure out which one will get you out of it.
It's a very interesting situation in the race, with finally different strategies on the table. So the only thing really I think that detracts from this race is the fact that it's a single class, and does mean the strategies can be very uniform across the board, but it's less like that now, thankfully. Although the top 7 are all nearly on the same strategies, top 6 actually are. So that is a bit of uniformity across. There's Mark Calvert, as you were saying. Mag Performance do come into pit lane now. That's 26 laps, I think, that time from them. They are a couple of laps down. Mag Performance, as I mentioned earlier, though, going a lap down around here at Spa doesn't take a lot to do. I know 2 minutes sounds like a lot, but over the course of 24 hours, you can very, very easily lose laps, especially with the pace that we've got at the front of the race at the moment. 2:15.1 or less or quicker from all of the top 4 last time round.
And all of them putting on some very, very consistent laps as well. Quick laps, yeah, that's pretty exciting. That's pretty impressive. But to be able to show the level of consistency that some of these racers are throughout these lengthy stints for these drivers, throughout a race where we started off in the daylight, we shifted off through the sunset into the night. We're now firmly into the sunrise, and the track temperatures will hopefully start to build here around about the same that they have been. And part of the reason why that is the case is down to the fact that even though the sun is back out, we have overcast skies holding around Spa. No chance of rain here for this special event this year, so won't have to worry about that. Instead, these drivers will have to worry about a track that, even though the sun is out, it's not necessarily warm. It is certainly on the cooler end, and when it comes to those outlaps right out of pit lane, you are going to be skidding around like there is no tomorrow. So I really do not envy the spots that these racers will be in when it comes to those outlaps out of the pits.
No, and you know, it's I think a great thing that iRacing has implemented now too. A lot of those sports car categories that we have in these iRacing special events now just brings it that little bit more real again. And having a discussion about with somebody about how, you know, realistic it really is to have such cold tyres and them sliding all over the place in the way that they do. But, you know, it is. I think the difference between what you see on iRacing and what you see in real life is that, see, the real life drivers take it a bit more carefully, in my opinion, when they're on the cold tyres. Hence why it doesn't look quite so difficult. But they go very, very slowly because the tyres are so cold at the beginning of laps, especially in North American racing, where tyres are across the board outlawed in IMSA, etc. And you know, that for me makes it a whole lot more realistic and a whole lot more challenging for these drivers. Something, another bit of unpredictability to add into the mix for this race.
Yeah, this is probably the 16 billionth time I've shared a story from my karting days in the 7-8-ish hours that I've been on this broadcast up to this point already here today. But I will share a story of the one time that I was sent out as the guinea pig on a racetrack. It was early on in the morning, running on one of the infield road courses at Pocono Raceway up there in the mountains here in the state of Pennsylvania. Very cold morning, very misty morning as well. The fog was on the ground. The track was rather damp, and I got sent out there in my cart on MG Red tires, which are the hardest of the line of that tire brand. If anyone who's in the YouTube chat, either on RaceSpot TV or the iRacing Esports Network, has ever run on those tires, you'll know that it's basically like the tires taken off of Fred Flintstone's car. They are virtually rocks. Even once you get them up to temperature, you can't really do too much with them. So you can imagine getting sent out first round of the day on a greasy, cold, and not rubbered in at all racetrack. Couple corners in, 55 degrees on the track. I ended up turning, looped it, and I went so far off I think I went about 90 feet off the track, off into the grass runoff area, and there was steam coming off of my tires because the only time I was able to build any sort of tire temperature was in the act of spinning wildly out of control off the racetrack.
Now, sometimes it's helpful, you see.
Yeah, sometimes. Yeah. I mean, granted, I was terrified. I needed to change of pants afterwards, but you know.
Yes, that is the downside of real life racing. You do have a bit more fear involved when you go out onto the circuit. Thankfully, not something you particularly have here. Although I must say, these wheels are getting so good these days that you know, someone's going to, well, we have heard stories in the past. People, you can break your wrist on some of these wheels. They're so strong. So there you go. It's not completely safe sport here. We do live on the edge.
Yeah, I think I remember earlier on this year, I think I actually tweaked my wrist running the IndyCar here in the sim. And I gotta say, as well, as I'm on an iRacing show, I want to give props to the iRacing folks for the IndyCar refresh. I'm an open wheel guy, so I usually tend to gravitate towards those Formula cars. They did an absolutely wonderful job with the refresh of that car. It is sounding good. It is looking good. It looks a lot better. The steering wheel looks cool as well. They did an absolutely awesome job at running that car in the rain as well. My dad used to describe me back in my karting days as being a mudder. So basically a racehorse that likes running in the wet. I like driving in the rain, both in the sim and in real life. And that IR18 IndyCar in the wet is, in my book at least, probably top 5 experience in sim racing. That's just absolutely some awesome stuff. So well done, and props where props are certainly due to the folks over at iRacing for that wonderful job they did with that IR18 refresh this past season. And hey, speaking of refreshes, these GT3 cars had a pretty big refresh here for this season. I wonder how these drivers are liking the brand new refresh of virtually everything to do with the GT3 machinery here in the sim.
I'll get back to that in a second. We've got trouble out on the racetrack for Team Redline. You can see in the background there, 2 leaders are nose to tail running fine, but Enzo Benito has disappeared from my timing screen. I fear for him that he may have disconnected from the server. I don't know that yet. I'll get confirmation of what exactly has gone on, but Redline might be down to 2 bullets in the gun now. They recovered from losing the 22 car from the front of the race very early on, and they've been running like this for now 12 hours, nose to tail, with 21 and number 20. But yeah, Enzo Benito's gone, internet trouble, packet loss from the server, and he's gone. That is Team Redline number 22. Not going to be winning the Spa 24 this year. They'll have to leave it up to their teammates to do the job.
And that is a massive kick in the shins to have happen a matter of about 7 minutes at the time of it taking place. To have that 7 minutes before we finally get into single digits here for this race. When it comes to the hours left, that is so a long time left to go. And we'll have to see if that team will be able to rejoin this race. But certainly a big setback for them as we continue on with the pit stops right now. Lewis Carl in the number 23 car has made that call to come down pit lane. Currently class in 21st is that WSR Esports red team. They just came off the back of a rather lengthy stint. Now though, they're on a complete refresh, brand new tires, brand new fuel in that race car. They're out and away, still just barely outside of the top 20. We're getting to that point right towards the hour break here to ring in the final 10 hours, the final mad dash to the end. It'll be a marathon run to the end. It feels like nothing. It'll be a 100-meter sprint, a 10-hour-long run through to the finish. But compared to everything that's happened thus far, we are past that halfway mark, and 10 hours at the end of one of these 24-hour-long races. In reference to everything that preceded, it feels like the blink of an eye.
Yeah, it does, rather. In our current, in our broadcast chat, we've got food, different levels to food being posted. David Haynes got a very nice looking bowl of. When he said he's going off for noodles in his break, I thought I was thinking pot noodle. To be honest, he's clearly healthier than me. There's leaves and all sorts on his plate. Ramiro has sent some pictures of some sandwiches. I don't know what's in them, but I'm not sure I want to find out either. I'm not sure what that is. Anyway.
You know, I feel like I have absolutely no room to judge all throughout today. I haven't had too much room off, too much time off, I should say. Correct words there from me on this broadcast. I think the longest break I've had is an hour and a half, and in that period of time, I had a ham and cheese sandwich. But outside of that, I could best describe my eating habit today as eating like Elvis Presley, and because I'm going to be on this stint of the show until 2 o'clock in the morning my time, for the first ever time in my life, I've had to crack open a can of Red Bull, and I told my dad before I went up, if my heart stops beating while I'm on this show, you'll know that 11 hours on the air in a single day is probably my limit.
Oh, we'll know to go to 10 and then stop in the future.
Honestly, 10:59 could work. I feel like it's that final minute that got me.
Yeah. No, it's Hugo will be laughing at you there, by the way, because he's, you know, I don't know how many full 24 hours producing he's done, but you know, he does the long haul often, but not this time around. Sharing the producing around, but yeah. There are some long stints in 24-hour racing, and indeed we've seen for some of the drivers. Don't forget about us for a second. We've seen teams, and we are seeing teams do it with just 2 drivers, which is a really tiring prospect. I was speaking to somebody actually earlier this week about doing a 24-hour racing in just 2 drivers. This particular example from Daytona rather than Spa, but the same thing applies. Their teammate fell asleep in the middle of the night without any plan to change drivers, so the driver who was left in just had to keep going until they woke back up again, which must have been a really bad feeling, because driving when you don't actually know where the end is almost feels even worse than a long stint that you know where it's going to end from the beginning.
Yeah, it's kind of funny, actually. I've got 2 stories I could share from all that. I am a wealth of random anecdotes to share as we see Paul Mune, my apologies, make that call to come down pit lane in the number 18 Chick Hicks Team BMW. In he comes up 33 spots from where this team started in this race, currently classed in 20th. Going to be making that early call to pit down in the Grand Prix pit lane. He's going to go that undulating pit. Oh, misses his marks a little bit there, has to pull up a little bit, not going to help out his cause too much there, but the story I was going to share, I remember one time having to do an endurance kart race a couple of years ago, and I ended up having to get myself out of the kart and completely abandon a stint because we had to do a kart swap midway through that race, and I got into one that was so small with the pedals so close to the seat that I had to cram all 6 feet of myself into this very tiny kart, and by the end of my second stint, I could barely walk. I didn't even realize that I'd lost a shoe as I got out of the kart until I actually left the track itself, and yeah, I could not feel anything the day after from basically the belly button down. So whenever you do have to put in a bit of a harder challenge because of teammates having issues, you know what happens. It's a world of racing. Stuff like that can go on, but I'm sure that the teammate who has to send that sort of I guess contingency plan, so to speak, into action, send that actually needs to take place, you do feel a little bit bad in a situation like that. I certainly did when I had to decide to skip out on stints because I just could not move my legs anymore.
So yeah, I think that just happening in sim racing as well, although it is less physical, obviously, than kart racing, endurance racing. Still very mentally taxing though with sim racing, as we so often talk about. We've just dipped under 10 hours to go, by the way, and the next round of pit stops are about to happen. So should be 10 more stops to go after this one for all of the drivers, all of the teams, based on the stints we're currently going at. Let's see if Ariel and Lulham do indeed come in. They do, so no surprises there. 26 laps again. And they lead the field in. But the question for me, really, is where's Aaron Vasquez and where is he going to be in relation to these two? Because that 001 Grid and Go car just get pretty close on occasions with these two Redline BMWs.
Yeah, so let's end up seeing how it all shakes out. We are now officially into the final 10 hours. We neglected to mention that a minute ago when we finally ticked over to that. Whenever you see the overlays on a 24-hour-long broadcast, could be a broadcast that we're doing, or it could be just a race that we're watching in real life. When you see that finally go into the single digits in terms of the hours left, it feels a little bit weird, doesn't it, seeing only 9 hours left to go in this race. I love that phrase. Only 9 hours left to go in this race. But as these drivers trundle their way down pit lane, up on the jacks, they're going to go. We've seen these drivers get rather close on pit exit before. Thankfully, though, these BMWs a lot more stable on pit exit than the Ferraris that we'll be seeing during this cycle as well. And I'm not sure if you've seen some of the stuff that's going on with the Ferraris on pit exit thus far in this race. My best advice would be realize that you're not the one behind the wheel when you see them having to stall at the wheel to keep it going in a straight line.
It's, again, that added challenge that we've spoken about with the outlaps these days. London will roll first and Ariel will be just after and slips in just behind. Oh, contact! Wow! The teammates make contact off of pit lane. I think they thought that they were going to actually drive through each other there, but I'm sure that the two BMWs made contact there coming off of pit lane. That was a bit of a misstep. We haven't seen many of them from Team Redline, and we generally don't, but the two teammates just made a little bit of contact, I must say as well. When they've been running over the top of Eau Rouge again and again, I do feel they've been very close to one another on the occasions they've done that. But anyway, gap to Grid and Go, about 25 seconds or so, will come down as they heat up their cold tyres, but that was contact, I'm sure, off of pit lane.
I talked about how it's gotten very close between those two racers coming out of the pits multiple times throughout this race, and they've gotten to the point where they have been playing with fire, so to speak, when it comes to all of that, and I think they got a bit too close to it, and they may have ended up with a slight burn. Nothing major, probably not even going to blister. It just got a little bit of the arm hair on their arms seared off as a result of all that, so they will learn their lesson for next time not to play with fire too much. But hey, their racers are going to try and do exactly what they've done all throughout this race and just try and keep that momentum rolling. More pit stops going on. I believe it's the Coanda Esports duo, the 08 and the 018 currently running in P8 and P9. Let's take a look at this moment as they headed their way down pit lane. The 21 rolling slow, the 20 in the fast lane. You can see that barrier a little bit farther up the road that certainly blocks off the exit for these two, and you can see hard on the brakes, having to get back and toe, the contact being made. I think they should be counting their lucky stars, the fact that nobody ended up in a wall with some damage as a result of that impact.
Yeah, I couldn't really tell that from that angle, but yeah, I guess it looked like they did make contact. Anyway, see here from another angle. Oh, they might have brushed past each other, or did they just go through each other? Don't forget, in iRacing, when you're in the boxes on the right, you do... Yeah, they drove through each other. So, yeah, no, there wasn't contact, they drove through each other. So when you're in the boxes on the right-hand side, you get the luxury of being able to drive through each other, which does help in situations like that. But in the fast lane, you do make contact, and I just wondered whether they had made contact there, but clearly not. The gap dips below 25 seconds then to Grid and Go Esports, but these two are continually the fastest drivers out there on the circuit, and as a result they are continuing to extend their lead and their dominance over this race, just as they had 1 year ago.
It's a case of deja vu for those racers. BMW M Team Redline running P1 and P2. Critingo Esports is currently slotted in third. They have been off kilter when it comes to the strategy all throughout this race. Currently 20 laps into this stint, so we'll probably see them make that call to come down pit lane in the next probably 6 to 7 laps. The longest I think anybody has been able to stretch out their stint thus far has been around about 28 laps. Now is with some pretty heavy fuel saving, if my memory serves me correctly. So haven't really been able to see anybody stretch more than that. So a pit stop is inevitable for that 001. The 001 car. I got lost there for a second. I was like, is that the right phraseology there? Yes, it is. I was just having a brain fart there. But currently slotted in third. We'll see that car make the run to come down pit lane. Still have the pit stops going on all throughout this field. The 99 has currently come into the pits from P11 in this race, as has the 15 from 21st. So that's pit stops for the Apex Racing team number 99 and the Scherer Esport number 15.
Yeah, don't forget that Critingo do have a pit stop to make, and we'll do in a few laps' time, but there's some cars now who are on lighter fuel than the Redline BMWs, who are actually benefiting from a bit of slipstream from them now. Not sure who's in that Ferrari just actually behind them at the moment, but certainly benefiting from this quite nicely. Might be James Burmate actually, just up to moving up to 11th place in the race with Tom Rea coming in. But again, look how close they are over the top at Radion here. If that goes wrong at any point, if you know they're slightly misjudged that, those two, then could be real trouble at the top of the hill there. So they're judging it to perfection so far, but only takes one very small error at that kind of speed to take them both out of the race.
And, you know, at this point, if there was some sort of incident that would take these drivers out of contention, it would be ever so I mean, an incident at all throughout one of these races can be super demoralizing just based off the amount of effort that goes into trying to run well in these events. Months and weeks of work goes into this, and if you end up having a moment, it is just such a giant kick in the shins, whether it be the drivers involved in that lap 1 drama at the top of Eau Rouge and Radion, whether it be that 22 car having that blank out because of internet connection issues a little bit earlier on, or whether it be some of the other drivers who have been struck by their own falling anvils throughout the mid portion of this race. It would just be super demoralizing. I said this earlier on in my time in the show, and I'll say it again, to make it to the end of one of these races is an achievement in and of itself.
Absolutely it is. And I must say, I don't know if it's the same for these top guys. We'll have to speak to them, but certainly in those lower levels, it really does feel like a achievement to get to the end. Obviously, winning the race itself, whichever split you're in, is a big achievement, as always. But it's the feeling of getting to the end, which is so special for thousands of teams that are going to do that by early afternoon European time on Sunday, which is now just under 10 hours away. So not long. We're in the grand scheme of things. We're now below a Petit Le Mans distance, but for most of these teams, certainly further down, it is the achievement just getting to the end. There they are again, absolutely nose to tail again, those two over the top of the hill. But again, just about judging it right, basically judging this exactly the same to the millimetre every time.
And I think I said this a little bit earlier on this broadcast, and I'll say it again as well in reference to these two bump drafting. Whenever I see them bump draft heading around here, you know, these are not stock cars. They're not really designed to bump draft in the nature that they are. They're making it work, but at the same time, there's a little like voice in the back of my head being like, what happens if, let's just say, the 20 ends up turning the 21, heading down onto the Kemmel straightaway? Then everything we've thought about this race and how it was going to shake out in the final 10 hours, we could probably pick it up, throw it out of the window and have it land directly into a shredder that was then thrown into a wood chipper. That would be how quickly things would get turned on their head here in this race if there was a moment like that. I'm sure they've done a heck of a lot of practice, though, know what the limits is of bump drafting in that BMW. That BMW, I would say, in terms of the cars to bump draft in the sim, probably the best two cars linked together, the ones of the same manufacturer. I'm sure there's probably some sort of weird, like, puzzle match fit between, I don't know, like the back of the Mustang and the front end of the Acura or something like that. I'm sure there's some sort of odd mismatch every now and then that just happens to work when it comes to bump drafting, but for two of the exact same cars, I think the BMW has that fit. For the simple sake, the front and the back of the car, it's not like the Ferrari where it's basically just a point. No, that is flat on the front and the back of those BMWs. So they can really hook up like a choo-choo train and chug their way up to the front.
Be good for super speedway racing, wouldn't it? The BMW M4. Quite well made for that big pushing area.
You know, I would love to see a, this would only be done on iRacing. I don't think there would be any insurance company that would actually sign off on this happening in real life. Imagine a multi-class sports car race on an oval track. I remember years ago on Forza Motorsport 4 as a kid playing on, I forget the name, I think it was like Sorona Raceway or something like that, Sedona Raceway, something like that. It was one of the fake tracks that they made in there. It was this small little like knockoff version of Bristol Motor Speedway on Forza Motorsport 4. And I used to run a race with the other prototype cars in there. And this was like the old Audi LMP1 cars. Well, like we're talking about the early days of not even the early days of WEC, the days before WEC, when you had the Peugeot 908, I believe it was, that era of diesel prototype car running there. They had them all on Forza Motorsport 4. I remember running that race, and I was always be so happy about that, not only because it was so much fun, but not only because I would always win those races, but because there would always be a massive, bizarre accident where you would just see a pile of prototype cars on the inside of one of the turns. But ever since then, I've always been fascinated with putting either GTP machinery or GT3 machinery on a high-banked oval. I've actually done that in the sim, running the Cadillac GTP car around the other Charlotte's Motor Speedway oval. It is a very fun experience, terrifying, horrifying at certain points in time as well, and I can't even imagine a pack of those cars running together, but rather enjoyable in my own sick, twisted pea brain that I've got going on upstairs in my noggin.
I mean, you could do both at the same time. And multi-class super speedway race sounds like a good idea to me.
That'd be a good idea for a Week 13 event. Hey, iRacing. I mean, we're broadcasting this on the iRacing Esports Network. That would be a fun event for Week 13 at the end of this current season.
Okay, we've already got Draft Masters, so there you go.
Yeah. I vote for that. I would be willing to pay up to 30 cents to see that go on, because that would be absolutely fantastic. I'm kidding, obviously. That would just be super, super enjoyable. I'm sure the people on the track as well would get to enjoy that racing as well.
We'll take 5%, but you can have the idea. There you go. Meanwhile, we've just come in actually to focus on the battle for 6th right now between Trigo Racing and Scuderia Ferrari HP Sports Team. Isaac Cullison is just about to come into pit lane, as is Lucas Prada this lap, actually, for the Adidas Racing by WSR car. So that battle for 20th that we were watching when I came into the commentary box about nearly an hour ago now is going to reform again. Gregory Hovson also in for Apex. But here comes Hillison in the slightly brighter red, Ferrari red. Makes his way in. Manuel Troncoso does not and will not for quite some time yet. There's Hillson and makes a stop. So these longer stints are getting interesting. 9 hours 45 to go. Still not sure I'm quite seeing what benefit they're going to get from this a bit later on in the day. Does it mean they'll be able to cut out a pit stop compared to some of the others and end up finishing in about 6th place there as they were just running, or not? It's very hard to tell at this stage.
Yeah, really, at this point, I think we're going to see these racers and these teams decide to gradually start to turn up that wick towards the end. We've gone through that mid portion where these teams are just taking it easy, running it smooth, try and be there at the end. Now we've gone into that stage where these drivers are going to say, you know what, now's the time to pass, now's the time to fight. If I want to make hay, it's now, while the sun is truly starting to shine here at Spa. And looking at the track conditions as well, as we take a look at side-by-side fight as well, heading down the stretch off into the Lacombe chicane. This is Victor Wolfson trying to get moved on that Coanda Esports car. That's a battle for P18 at the present moment between himself and I believe that was the WSR Esports red car right behind. So nice little battle between those two as they headed their way off through the Lacombe chicane. I was just going to say, this track is starting to get a bit warmer. Those overcast skies starting to have more breaks in it for the sun to approach, and as a result of that, the track temps and the air temps starting to slowly rise. It's only up 1 degree at the moment, but we will see that continue to gradually tick up as we get farther along in the morning and move off into the afternoon towards the end of this race.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the peak temperature was actually earlier on in the day, but pretty much from the start of the race, the temperature has been going down rather than the other way. We're now going to start to see that rise again towards midday temperatures. Not sure whether it's going to return to a day like what we've been seeing in a lot of Europe this summer so far. Very, very warm temperatures. I don't know how much you saw of the iRacing Watkins Glen 6 hours run, but that was in the 50s, I think. It was in the 40s, can't remember. No, it was 40s, I think, mid-40s, mid to high 40s Celsius. That's in 100 to 110 Fahrenheit, by the way, for those of you of that persuasion. That's pretty warm, but not sure whether we're going to reach that by the end of the day or whether we're going to indeed get those most difficult weather conditions in terms of track temperature right at the very end of the race when it gets to just after midday.
See, when you're saying 40 to 50 degrees, I was getting the flashbacks to the short story that I shared earlier on of running a kart in very cold conditions up at Pocono Raceway and skidding off the track. Then when you specify that it was Celsius, like I initially thought, you go from one end to another when it comes to extremes. I mean, me personally, after about 85 degrees, that's usually when I start to melt. About 5 days ago at this point, I had to paint my garage door, the wood around it, and that was, I think, about 99 degrees Fahrenheit was the feels like. I'm not sure how that would work out well in C. I think that would probably be, I would say, I'm not even going to guess that,
27?
actually. I was going to say very hot, though, regardless, in terms of the conversion, and that is a humid heat as well here in the city of Philadelphia. I think it's 37 degrees C. I was going to say 35, but I felt like that was a little bit of a low ball. So 37 degrees. No matter how you slice it, though, it is enough to melt me into a puddle. I have still been trying to rehydrate myself after basically getting turned into a raisin as a result of that trip out to the sun.
By the way, 37, okay, yeah, fine. 37 Celsius, 98 Fahrenheit, there you go. We're doing live conversions here. I did have to look it up, as it turns out.
Yeah, as did I.
Yeah.
I am dumbfounded that I can do basic math equations at the present moment. Ever since I graduated from high school a couple of years ago, it's just been in terms of my math skills.
Celsius to Fahrenheit is not a simple maths equation. As 001 comes into pit lane, Aaron Vasquez, another 26 laps, still going 7 laps further than everybody else. Oh, hello. Bumps, spin, and into the barrier backwards for Share Esport. They lose their rear bumper only seconds after exiting the pit lane.
See that Apex car just blowing their doors off as that number 15 was trying to recover. First time we've seen a BMW really struggle on pit exit, as we see another moment. That's the number 90 with a slide. That's heading out of turn 15. Be careful on the rejoin here. That could have ended in disaster. Let's take a look at another angle of this. This time riding on board with this racer. You can see the bumps affecting that car a little bit, and around he's gonna go. That Ferrari, ever since it was brought into the sim, a matter of nearly 2 years ago at this point, I I feel like the bumps and the curbs have never gone along well with that Ferrari 296 here in the sim. It's been good just about everybody else, but if you got that car a little bit of undulation going on with it, you're going to see moments like that. We've seen it go on in pit exit. We've now seen it go on the racetrack as well. A very odd section to lose it, but with the way that Ferrari usually is with the bumps, I can't necessarily say I'm 100% shocked at a moment like that either.
No. Especially the pit lane exit one we just saw for Scherer, but yeah, also losing it through the curve pull for air as we saw there, just getting a little bit loose. Really what you pick the BMW for, isn't it, really? If you want a car that is not going to lose its rear end, you want the BMW, really. It is very, very rock steady, and that's why partly it's been selected so widely here for this event, obviously apart from the advantage that it does have, just seemed to be the strongest car this week, as WSR Esports in one of those BMWs have to put a lap on a Ferrari to try and stay with Coanda, and that was a pretty good job by the driver of number 23, who is in that car. Lewis Carl still chasing down Victor Wolfson right now.
And continuing to see these battles flare up, even with the amount of racing action we've had up to this point. Your current race leader, the number 21 BMW Team Redline entry, currently being driven by Gustavo Ariel, pushing lap 373. So a very long time that we've had in this race, but these drivers still giving us some good battles up and down the grid. I think part of the reason why we still have this going on, Ewan, is down to the fact that many a racer that we're seeing right now are on some rather varied strategies, which I personally adore having that strategy content in a race like this. It's keeping these drivers honest and keeping them on their toes. They can't afford to take it tame and take it easy. They just have to be on their game all the time. And now that we're getting towards the end, we're really starting to see these drivers turn up the whip when it comes to these battles on the road.
Justin has got some advice for Americans in YouTube chat. He says to convert Fahrenheit to Celsius, times by 2, add 32, then join the rest of the human race.
Da 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 da. Oh, golly gee willikers. I apologize saying dogs that just exploded with that catastrophic voice crack there. I'm going to pass it back off to you, Ewan, because I think I have to drink a whole glass of water and down 5 cough drops after that.
That was, people will be tuning out now.
Yeah, and we're off the air.
Yeah. Also, that's the wrong way around, of course. You've got to divide by 2 and minus 32, but whatever. Let's not let facts get in the way of this good joke.
I think the screw up in the math equation may not be the worst part about that defense.
No, maybe not. There you go. It is a very small subsection of the world that still is on Fahrenheit. I once saw someone arguing the case for Fahrenheit, saying it's the best because 100's warm and 0 is very cold. 100's very warm, 0 is very cold, as if it doesn't have minus, or indeed it doesn't go above 100, which of course it does both.
And I always love the fact that it's like, oh yeah, that marks that hot or cold. With Celsius, it goes, okay, 0 is most certainly cold, below it is very cold, and 100 is boiling. So I feel like it works even more with Celsius. I say this as an American on this show who has never been outside of the U.S. You can tell, but I think we should probably swiftly and probably move on before I have any more singing escapades that result in chihuahuas exploding.
Yes, not ideal. If we can avoid it. So continue to watch this battle out there on the racetrack. The one for 17th place. It's the highest battle on in the field. I'm not counting the one between the 2 red lines. They are working together rather than fighting it out. Although, having said that, I do wonder what they're going to do later, because it's worth remembering, actually, you might be wondering, we've already talked about their 1-2 last year. Team Redline's BMW beating Team Redline's Ford Mustang. I just wonder how they'll play it this year, because last year the rain split them apart, so they were running about a quarter of a minute apart for the last I want to say 8 to 10 hours of the race. It was about this sort of point in the race where the gap got extended out and it dried out towards the end from memory, and then sort of stayed as it was. But going to stay dry right the way to the very end here, and if they continue running as they are, they're going to be nose to tail to the very end. Are those teammates going to actually fight it out amongst themselves, and how are they going to go about that? I'm super interested to find out.
Yeah, it'll be very intriguing to figure out how all of this is going to shake out. There's so many loose ends at the moment in this race, whether it be the strategy content, whether it be some of these racers looking to battle back from adversity all throughout this event up to this point, and whether it be that 100x incident point limit, which may rear its ugly head in the final 9.5 hours of this race. There's just so many things that may go down here towards the end that I gotta wonder how exactly they're all going to cope with the pressure, because it will be immense towards the end. Some of these teams find themselves in a good spot to get some good results, others in a spot to maybe even contend for a win if the other chips fall their way. We talk about the mental side of things in an event like this, and when you get towards the end, I feel like that pressure is so unbelievably strong. Even if you find yourself battling a little bit farther towards the back of the pack, you don't want to end up in the barrier in the final half hour of a 24-hour long race. So even towards the end, regardless of where you are, that pressure can be immense even at the very end.
And Lewis Carl is applying that pressure at the moment to the Coanda Porsche in the 17th position. Been noticing them running a little bit wide, by the way, through that final corner, reminding me to say that the incident limit at this race, I think, is 100 from what 100x. It certainly was a few years ago, or 2 years ago. I think it is the same. But, you know, this track no longer the off-track fest as it used to be, as Carl just pulls to the right-hand side here and lets one of the Ferraris go. Not sure which one that is, actually, whether that's 001 or just a car that looks similar. But now the two are separated in this battle for 17th place, and this is the life of a car that's a lap down.
Yeah, and I can't say it's a life that I would want to live, if I am being brutally honest, just being hounded all the time by cars overtaking you. You know, I gotta say, and this is honest, the Spot 24, despite the fact that it is a one-class event, you've only got the GT3s running here. It's not like the likes of the Daytona and Le Mans 24, and even the Nürburgring 24 for that matter, where you have cars that are significantly quicker than some of the other machines out there on the circuits. You still got to worry about that lap traffic, and frankly, I feel like in a single class race like this, that lap traffic game can be in certain ways easier, but in some ways harder than if you had cars that were much slower. It won't be as sketchy when you're heading through a corner going about 150 miles an hour quicker than somebody else. Obviously exaggerating there, but you get the image. But at the same time, with the pace disparity not really being a lot between those runners up at the front of the field and those who are going to lap the competitors, you find yourself in a situation where it is much harder to get those get that lapping done, which can be rather frustrating for some of these racers behind the wheel. If you're stuck behind one car for, let's say, the entirety of the final sector, that'll be something that'll just run in your head, and you will be fuming underneath that helmet. James Boume, I think, will probably be fuming. That was, what, 6 minutes and 20 seconds down pit lane. I'm not sure what in the world happened to him, but I think that Altitude Freedom Esports car had to have run into some sort of difficulty.
That is a very long stop. 6 minutes. Well, you see that kind of stop in the real world this time of night for a brake pad change, but you don't need to do that in iRacing at the moment, so not sure what that's all about. The 6 minutes and 11 seconds that they've spent on pit lane. Now then, is this going to be the answer? Oh, it's a technical problem, and I think James Boume was driving at the time. He must have got it sorted, but have a look at this. And yep, bang, into the wall. That's a huge hit as well. I got to imagine the damage on that race car was quite significant. Very lucky, though, the fact that he was
on the part of the racetrack that he was. It was probably a rather short tow back to his pit stall, probably about 30 seconds, spent 6 minutes down pit lane. Not sure if there was still an outstanding meatball flag for him. I'm sure if there wasn't all that damage repaired on that car, it had to have been. I'm sure there's still some damage on that's just unrepairable, and they decide, you know, we're not going to take all the optional repairs. We're just going to, you know, press on, so to speak, with a car that is definitely ready for the scrap heap at the end of this, but will be there at the end for as long as they can do it. But that's the thing that you've got in the sim, you know, mechanical issues in real life can affect you. You just said, talking about the brake pad change that would go on at this point in the real life race. Here in the sim, you don't have to worry about brake pads. You have to worry about braking of sim racing equipment, whether it be a brake pedal going to the floor, your wheel completely disconnecting. I've had some issues in the past where my wheel has slightly uncalibrated itself. I've had to drive around the track going slightly left hand down because I had a bit too quick of movement on the steering wheel, and the steering wheel was just like, I don't know what to do anymore, and I thought the center was about 25 degrees out from what it usually is. But you have those moments like that here in sim racing. Kind of gives a bit of correlation between the sim racing adventures for these drivers and the real life racing adventures of the real life drivers who compete in an event like this. Adds a little bit of continuity, but I don't think you'd see a moment like that happen in real life.
Yes. You certainly don't see. Like, I guess every now and again you see a steering wheel coming off, but you don't see quite the effects of that. Effectively, what happens there, by the way, in case you're unawares, if a wheel disconnects, effectively, or something goes wrong, the PC sort of sets it back to zero, if you like, which is on the not zero, but back to the very beginning, which is all the way full lock left. And that's why you often see, or always see rather, when a problem like that happens, it's always full lock to the left and straight into the barriers. Often you don't have control over your pedals to brake, or indeed sometimes the reaction time actually to brake in time before hitting the wall, depending on how quick you're going. So these are the things that can happen. And indeed, we've seen more technical problems over the course of our stint in the last hour as well, because Enzo Benito disconnected for Team Redline earlier. They came into the pit lane at the end of that to change driver. Cooper Webster has been driving ever since. Came in for a 3.6 second pit stop 17 laps ago, which is a bit of a puzzler, but they are now a lap down in 12th place. So yeah, it's been technical problems all round in the last hour.
I know, I gotta wonder as well, Ewan, exactly how the sim rigs for these racers are running as well. You know, if you run equipment long enough, you're gonna find yourself running into some difficulties. You know, a car can run for certain periods of time, but if you run a car for just 24 hours straight, constantly running around, if you run anything really for 24 hours straight, you may end up running into some difficulties more often than not. So I'm sure these drivers' equipment is definitely getting a bit of a pummeling. Their computers certainly feeling the burn as well. I mean, I can't speak for you, and I'm not sure what sort of PC you've got, but my old computer, I'm not saying that it was bad at processing stuff, but if I loaded something that had slightly more pixels than a potato would, my PC would sound like a plane taking off.
Yeah, I've only got a laptop, so you can imagine it's the problem there. In fact, it's even more likely that the laptop is going to take off sometimes, but there you go.
Just levitating the noise on your desk.
Yeah. So it's always a problem. That was a bit wide, wasn't it, from Lewis Carl in the WSR Esports Red BMW. Might have lost the draft now to Coanda, which will, not quite, 3/4 of a second. He should still get the tail end of it. But yeah, it's always an issue. I mean, I don't know if you remember this, but in 2019 in this race, Team Redline were on their way to victory in what at the time was sort of their second win. I'll get back to that discussion in itself later, but I think Max Verstappen was driving towards the end, and his pedals failed, had to tow back to pit lane, get another driver in. Can't remember who actually ended up finishing the race in the end, but this is about 6 minutes to go when they're leading the race. And these technical problems don't know when is not a good time to stop working. And it was 6 minutes to go. Didn't know whether the race leader was actually going to cross the line at the end.
Yeah, no, I remember that going on. I was still, at that point, I didn't even think that being a broadcaster was anything in my mind. I think back at that point in time, I was still hard set on becoming a racing driver as that being my career. And oh, how the times have changed between then and 4 years later when I finally got into this broadcasting stuff. But I do remember that going down. And I remember, I forget who was on the call for that. It was just absolute insanity there right towards the end. I can't even imagine the panic attack that would go on in a situation like that. You know, I in the small little break that I've had here this evening for my time on this show, had to produce another one, was producing an official race, and ended up having to move the race to a completely different event just because we had nobody register for that race. And I was like oh boy, I was like starting to hyperventilate, panicking, being like, okay, I gotta put a new thumbnail together, I gotta do this, that, and the other thing. And I can't even imagine how it would be in a situation like that right towards the end of a 24-hour-long race, having your pedal go down to the floor. The team handled that brilliantly at the time. Talk about coming back from adversity. What makes a good racing team is not only the speed, but being able to pick yourself up in the event of some sort of moment that was certainly not in the plan, picking up those contingencies, as I think I said a little bit earlier on in this broadcast. That is the mark of a great team, and that was probably one of the most iconic moments in recent sim racing history, that drama right towards the end of that running of the Spa 24.
Hey, you say that. I remember watching the streams afterwards of their audio, team audio, and yeah, they didn't sound too panicked about it, to be honest, at the time. But yeah, for most it would be a very panicky situation. But as ever with these, it's about staying calm in those situations. And of course, times have changed since then, really, in iRacing special events. That was 6 years ago now, and I think the simple fact is that you just couldn't afford a problem like that these days. You're never going to build a lead like that these days in an iRacing special event anymore. They're all way too close for that. Last year we had the race winning margin at 13.9 seconds. That's barely enough time to have a spin over the course of the 24-hour distance. That's the level we're at now in iRacing and in sim racing with special events. It's becoming more and more possible. We might be about to see it here for these two. More and more possible that a mistake-free 24-hour race is upon us.
Yeah, and talk about a statement performance there as well. If they can pull off something like that, it will be a dominating run for Team Redline, holding on to P1 and P2 at the present moment. I wonder how things would have shaken out if that 22 car had a bit more luck during this. Didn't have those technical issues a matter of about an hour to a half an hour ago at this point, and also didn't get pitched into a spin in the earlier stages of this race. Had those two things not gone down, I have a feeling that it may end up being a Team Redline 1-2-3 if all that chaos a little bit earlier on hadn't taken place. Either way, though, for these two at the front, they have been running an expertly crafted race all throughout it. You see these two running nose to tail, still playing that bump drafting game, getting that good fuel mileage, and not really putting a foot wrong. I think the only blip has been as they came out of the pits last time by and made that little bit of contact, and frankly, I think they probably learned their lesson from that, and I don't think they will try and do that again between now and the very end. So brilliant stuff from these two racers, running where they're at, building that lead. Drago Racing in P3, P4, and P5. All they can really do at the present moment is just push on, continue to run in this race, and hope for some sort of miracle to befall their way and some sort of disaster to befall the way of Team Redline with how things are shaking out currently.
And of course, we always say that anything can happen in 24-hour racing, and well, that is remaining true, but when you watch Team Redline, just feels like they're playing by different rules to everybody else, in a sense of they are incapable of making mistakes, it looks sometimes. Even in these longer 24-hour races, completely incapable of actually having something go wrong for them, even something out of their control, but also making your own luck and being quick. And we haven't talked about lap times too much over the course of this stint. Don't want to get too hung up at it at this time of night, really. But when I have been checking in with them, they have been very, very quick. There's another 15.2 this time round for the two Redline cars. Again, quicker than anybody else this time around. They've been consistently in the 0.2s, 0.1s and even 0.0s over the course of this race. And indeed, even a 2.14 for Gustavo Ariel in this stint. That's how quick they've been, and it's just slowly extracting an advantage over the rest of the field here.
And I've said this metaphor a lot on shows, but I still think it rings true. It's a situation like this where you're not seeing them take a chainsaw at the competition. They're not trying to hack away and build up a massive gap lap after lap, thinking, you know what, I am not running quick unless I am pulling a one more second between myself and the other driver's a little bit farther down the road. So really, I think for these drivers, they're taking a methodical approach to this race. They're not having to worry about the drama. They're just keeping it calm, keeping it cool, keeping it at the front, and staying out of harm's way, which really, in a race like this, which from the start really has been a hectic one, just being clean at the end and having a car that I wouldn't say is 100% factory fresh. Frankly, there's probably more bug matter on these race cars than I would ever want to know the total number of. But these racers and these race cars, practically factory fresh. They've run a brilliant race up to this point. So a lot of time left to go with 9 hours and 18 minutes left on the clock in this 24-hour long race. But if they can run right now how they have done throughout a vast majority of it, I feel like it'll have to be some sort of disaster to befall their way to find those cars a little bit farther in the back, the Drago Racing Ferraris, to get their nose stuck up into this battle.
Here's an iRacing question for you, coming in from YouTube chat. What's an easy way to gain safety rating? I've got an answer. Have you got a quick way to gain safety rating other than not crashing into people? Right, that's the obvious one.
I will share my own experience, and this is honest, folks. The best safety rating gains I have ever had was running in the, I guess it's the SECA iRacing series, not the Skip Barbers, the Spec Racer Fords. I don't know why. I find those cars to be rather good to drive. They have undergone a pretty major shakeup since the last time I really drove them in an official, but just get yourself in a comfortable car and you'll be good. Get yourself in a comfortable car and get away from all of the chaos around you, which is certainly easier said than done. That would be my personal advice. Don't hop into a race car that feels like you're locking yourself in a phone booth with a chimpanzee on some substances that makes it believe that it's floating.
Or indeed just a normal chimpanzee in a phone box sounds good enough for me.
See, that happens in the city of Philadelphia around the zoo, so I had to add in the substances that make it feel like it's floating, because it adds a little bit more. I'm not sure about you, and I wouldn't want to be around a chimpanzee that was inhaling helium.
Yeah. Do they often escape? That sounds
I mean,
dangerous.
I will say the 3 times that I've been to the Philadelphia Zoo in my whole life, every single time I went there, it was raining. And actually had a rather unfortunate story there. We're doing some road work on a street right outside the zoo when the brand new, there was a brand new road crew that was actually working on this fix, and they actually dumped off the asphalt accidentally while parking up near the Philadelphia Zoo. They actually filled in a section in the snake enclosure, which was terrible. They filled it in, the small little hut area that they had built in the ground for the snakes. They had filled it in with asphalt. It's absolutely sad hearing it. They actually said on the news that's terrible because the snakes don't even have a pit to hiss in anymore.
Very good.
Sometimes I stagger to even disappoint myself.
Yeah, great. I didn't think in zoo stories that's the anecdote you'd pull out, but anyway, never mind.
Oh man.
Talking about chimpanzees in phone boxes. Anyway, my answer to that question, by the way, is to do this race. Yeah, obviously you can't this year anymore. I don't think there's a split after this one, is there? So maybe that advice is not great at this time in the morning. But yeah, doing a really long 24-hour race like this is a very good way to gain very quickly safety rating. Partly because of the way that you actually drive, you end up being a little bit more consistent. And when you get used to the car, you step into a stint, you find yourself, you get a lot less off tracks and a little bit less car contact because you're not quite around so many drivers, so many other cars. But also the fact that it's a longer race does seem to help. So there you go. I know that after I did this race 2 years ago, my safety rating went up to maximum basically. Even though we didn't have a particularly clean race, I think we just about snuck in under the 100x requirement to avoid a drive-through penalty. It's not the cleanest thing in the world, but you know, we did gain a lot of safety rating each because for some reason over the course of 24-hour race you just do. So there you go. Do a long race is my advice.
And seeing as well in the YouTube chat, there have been people enjoying my zoo anecdotes at midnight, which we are getting close to it here on the East Coast of the U.S. 11:38 in the evening at the present moment, and hearing as well from Twudz69 in the iRacing YouTube chat that says, so what he's saying is, don't get in a car with a chimpanzee and you will gain safety rating easily. Yes, that is exactly what I'm saying. So I think that is a rather good bit of advice to just live your life by, period. I don't know, if I had to pick up an Uber ride in, like, I don't know, Center City, Philadelphia, I got in and there's a chimpanzee in the rear passenger seat, I'm not sure, I would probably cancel my ride and just walk home.
It's like, yeah, it's not quite like those videos where there's an Uber and there's a dog in it. It's not quite the same.
I feel like a chimpanzee and an Uber ride. This feels like I'm setting up some sort of Saturday Night Live skit, which is funny because I think SNL, I mean, is it not, I think they're off season now for SNL. So if SNL was coming on at the moment, they would be showing it right now. So interesting that we're kind of thinking of some sort of like weird SNL skit that I'm sure they probably would have shown in the 80s. Right now, a chimpanzee and a taxi. I'm sure they've probably done that as well, which is the funniest part.
Maybe. I'm not the right person to ask, clearly, for that. What if you can't? What if you can only do MX-5 races? I guess that's where your advice comes in more. Just yeah. But what I always did is don't qualify, wait for everybody to crash at lap one, then sort of begin picking up some positions because. Yeah, if you try and win the race, the chance, especially in those MX-5 officials, can be pretty difficult to compete for the win and also keep gaining safety rating because the likelihood is if you fight for the win, you're going to be making contact. That's the way that MX-5 sports car racing, especially, just generally goes.
Yeah, I am very happy about the fact that I was able to build up my iRacing licenses to the point where I can get out of running the MX-5s. That was back in the day when they had the Formula cars and the sports cars all united under just one road racing license. Built it up then, because I will say, and this is honest, my adventures in the Global MX-5 Cup Series here on iRacing went about as well as my attempt to sing the national anthem about 37 minutes ago.
I quite enjoy the Class C one, I must admit. The C Class MX-5 League, quite.
Oh man, I remember one time running a cup race at Okayama, it was, and I was like, man, I'm getting into a good groove. I got off to a really good start, set a good qualifying time. I think I was running 5th. I was like, I know what's going to throw them for a loop, so I went for a move down into the hairpin and went in there with far too much speed, and ever since then I've been worried about commentating a race with a driver who I ended up wiping out in the glorified round of bowling that immediately followed that attempted overtake from me. I haven't run into that situation yet, but that is just about how my time in the Global MX-5s went for me in iRacing.
I must admit, I've not, I don't think I've commentated on everybody I've raced against before, which is probably a good thing. As the race leader flashes lights here, by the way, there's lap traffic on the horizon. Well, not just on the horizon, but it's in the here and now for Team Redline. That's the live sim racing RNR's car of Jeremy Lamier first. He pulls out the way. Wonder if he still drives for Valkyrie XP, or whether he's moved on there, or whether that's just a different name. That's a big bit of smoke. Looks like somebody's grabbed the curb there on the exit of Puon, and hopefully they haven't found the barrier, but that was a lot of smoke, and there must be some reason for all of that, you would have thought. Here we go. Oh dear, it's Coanda.
Well, I think it may have been a tap of the curb on exit. Yeah, there's an undulation of that curb coming out of that series of turns, and unfortunately, I mean, it was already sideways heading off through it, so I'm not going to say that that curb really caused that car to spin, but it didn't help out the case one bit. You can see that car hop up in the air. There is that wrinkle in the racetrack at the end of that exit curb. I'm not sure if you've ever hit that, Ewan. I have, and I can let you know that the moon is absolutely beautiful, and the aerial views of Spa are absolutely fantastic when you hit that, going a bit too wide off through the turn with a bit too much speed. You hit that small little bump and you will go flying until you can fly no more. But saw that undulation of that car in the process of that spin. An easy moment to have, to be sure. Not the first time we've seen a driver spin coming out of that Puon section, and certainly will not be the last in the final 9 hours of this race.
No, and we do sort of see that as a Porsche characteristic as well, through a high-speed, relatively high-speed corner like that one. Does seem to be pretty easily spun round. Oscar Pai currently driving that car, by the way. They're still 9th. They didn't lose 8 places as a result of that, but they did lose about 10 seconds, and that means the gap to 001 has doubled. The gap between that Grid and Go car, by the way, and these two Redline BMWs at the front of the field has also grown over the course of this stint. The two Redline cars have less fuel on board for most of the stint compared to 001, which certainly does help them pull away.
And trying to use that to their advantage at the present moment. As we got these pit stops going on, I want to remind you all here that there's still an okay amount of time away from these drivers making that call to come down pit lane. Will be coming up soon for all of the racers inside the top 5. They all came into the pits on the exact same lap, all 22 laps in to their present stint. Some of these racers completing their 13th pit stop on their own thus far in this race. So many different stints, many different tires burned off of these race cars. But yet again, we raised the discussion of these pit stops being super vital. If you mess them up, you could find yourself in a world of hurt. We have seen some more mistakes begin to creep up. These drivers are exhausted. They're tired after the racing they've already had to do, and probably not feeling any better considering how much racing action is still left to go. And some of these drivers have been in the car for a decent amount of time as well. So I wonder if we may end up seeing some driver swaps when these racers come down pit lane for the next stint.
Yeah, these two have very much done the graveyard shift, Gustavo Ariel and Chris Lullum. It's now approaching 5 in the morning in the UK, which is where I think Lullum is driving from at the moment. I wonder if Gustavo Ariel is actually in Brazil at the moment, and whether that says, and that means is it more reasonable time in the day, although it is approaching 1 in the morning in Brazil at the moment, up towards the end of the Carroll Straight, and Ariel will continue to lead. I haven't got any indication, to be honest, but yes, if he is in Brazil, that'd be a big help to the team for Gustavo Ariel and the Red Line team, because yeah, he's going to be less tired than the rest, you'd think, by the laws of averages and so on. A lot easier for him to deal with this time of the day than it will have been for Lulham, who's done a real graveyard shift here in the middle of the night.
And everybody at the present moment really running off into the other night. Ewan, I know, I mean, it's quite late for me at the present moment. I think the latest I've ever been on a show was a broadcast here on Race Spot a couple of months ago at this point, where I was on the air until 12 midnight. I'm coming up to that point in about 15 minutes time. You've had to run a pretty late night shift here, so what ungodly hour of the morning is it for you?
Well, yeah, 4:45 also in the UK, so...
Have you
yes.
taken to energy drinks, espresso shots, or have you started drinking like Scott's Turf Builder?
No. I've been drinking water because I'm talking, so that needs to be done. But yeah, I haven't really been doing too much. I had a small bit of caffeine in a famous soft fizzy drink earlier. But nothing too serious, particularly. No, because I've also got to go to bed straight after this before I wake up again to finish up the race later. So, you know, I don't want to be too wired.
Yeah, see, that's my thing. So for this, I've had to break out a very popular energy drink, which just so happens to appear on one of the cars here. If they would like to send me money for me to mention their name, I certainly would not turn that down one bit. But I say this as somebody who has never drank an energy drink up until this. This is almost empty. I cracked this open right before I was brought back on the show at about 2 hours ago at this point. I'm looking through, trying to see what the level of caffeine is in this. 80 milligrams of caffeine, so nothing too major. It's an 8-ounce can. Sugar-free, thankfully, because the amount of sugary drinks and sugary snacks I've had up to this point is enough to make any dietitian cry. As we take a look at a battle, maybe gonna flare up here for the final spot inside the top 10. That's a PGXXP1Docs.com 114 Porsche. Getting that move done on the Ferrari number 50 down the Kemmel Straight, off into the Lake Holmes chicane. That's Isaac Gillison losing out on a spot, now dropping outside the top 10. Still 10 spots gained for that racer, but one spot being lost as a result of that run heading up the hill. Starting to see these racers start to battle, and I think the reason why that is the case is we're going to start to see these drivers battle with the encroaching round of pit stops here very soon.
Yeah, Karkkonen's got less fuel on board than Gillison at the moment, so that's why he was able to go through. Karkkonen was one of the 4 drivers who got PGZ 10th place last year, so looking for another repeat of that finish. By the way, I've got absolutely no idea. Oh, I had no idea until you said that 80 milligrams not that much caffeine. I literally wouldn't be able to tell you. 80 is not a lot. I'll note that down.
See, the way I go about it is like triple digits is high. Oh, that's a big moment heading. Oh, turn number 15, the 114 car, having a huge sideways snap through the turn.
There's the Porsche again. I mean, don't want to, bash one manufacturer too much, but, it's the Porsche again, just going for a big slide. And thankfully, there is that tarmac over to the outside of the curb pour frere to just gather it up in time there, so he's able to keep it on the road, but obviously down to 11th again. PGZ are not going to get that 10th place back again either, I don't think, before they make a pit stop, because that next round is coming up very soon.
Yeah, so with that round of pit stops encroaching for all of these racers, looking through, probably going to see the likes of the Team Redline cars in P1 and P2 make that call to come into the pits next time by currently 25 laps is the other length of their stint presently. So really getting into that point where these racers want to risk it more. They want to push that limit a little bit more as well. They're trying to get some moves done. They're trying to make hay while the sun is shining, which it still really isn't at Spa. The sun has certainly risen here at the track, but temperature's still running a bit on the cool end. 72 degrees Fahrenheit, that's 22 C for the track temperature, and 21 C for the air temperature, and 70 Fahrenheit for that. So not very warm. It's a little bit warmer than it was before, so the first lap at the pits going to be slightly less of nightmare fuel for these racers, but it's still not going to be a 100% smooth run either. These drivers will have to walk around on eggshells when it comes to those Outlaps coming up here soon.
Yeah, we still haven't seen any change in temperature really since the nighttime running. As we just cross 9 hours to go, I would do an hourly update at this stage. Didn't do one at 10 hours to go. Apologies for missing that, but I will do one after this pit stop cycle because we are on in-laps now. Lucas Herman always comes in a lap earlier than the rest, and so that's how you can tell. When model racing team come in, that really flags the start of another green flag run of pit stops.
And here we see that BMW trundling the way through pit lane. Let's see what sort of stop it is. You can see that Ferrari spinning up the wheels and running strong. I think he probably would have been able to ghost through, but after that moment between those two Team Redline BMWs who have made the call to pit themselves from the race lead, I think he's decided to take it easy. Lucas Herman going to be getting out of that race car as well. He's now going to be replaced by Ruben Bonga. So a change of driver in that Model Racing number 10 BMW, currently classed in 9th as it stands at the present moment. The last of the cars currently on the lead lap will potentially get overtaken here in a few moments by those encroaching BMWs, the duo of Gustavo Ariel and Chris Lolum. Let's see if there's some driver swaps for these two race leaders as well.
I think there will be. Personally, yep, Lolum's definitely getting out. Ariel's staying in. Florian Lebigra. Ariel is getting out, so Luke McEwen gets in. Now this is one of McEwen's first races for Redline since he joined the team about 2 months ago, and Florian Lebigra, it's been there for a bit longer, is also going to be driving. Well, actually won last year alongside Lulham and Diogo Pinto, Max Verstappen in that number 20 car that took the victory in this race 12 months ago. Here comes Florian Lebigra out the pit lane, and there goes McEwen as well. A bit longer actually in the box, and they actually went inside each other briefly before exiting pit lane. And this is a shock to the system. New drivers on cold tyres on a very narrow pit exit, but they manage it again. Just under 9 hours to go. They weave on the Kemmel Straight just to get those tyres up to temperature and settle in for at least a couple of hours behind the wheel.
And as we saw those driver swaps for the two Redline BMWs running out to the front, we also are seeing driver swaps go on involving the Drago Racing team, the 069, 269, and 169 cars all having driver swaps. Nicholas Mateo behind the wheel of the 069 car, Manuel Troncoso, my apologies, now behind the wheel of the 269, and the 169 now being piloted by Ate Kalpanen. So getting some new drivers behind the wheel of that car. They had been in them before a little bit earlier on in the race, but they're well rested. They're ready to rock for this stint. Seeing these racers usually run about 14 pit stops, roughly from what I'm seeing right now. Actually not. Well, 14 stops is what most of these drivers are running at the present moment in terms of their stop totals. I'll probably say right about 4 is the most. We're seeing these drivers pull off some quadruple stints. Some drivers putting in some absolute shifts here during these stints. It's fantastic to see, and really speaks volumes about the kind of racers we have running in this event. The fact they were able to do that as routinely as they are.
Slightly longer stop for the 08 that time round for Coanda. Xander Reed makes his way back out in 8th place. Isaac Killison easily gets through, and there are the two BMWs 30 seconds in front of Aaron Vasquez this time. Again, they are faster pretty much every time, and even though there are so, it does mean that Redline holds an advantage that they end up keeping in the end. There is Aaron Vasquez, who might well get out himself actually as well in the next few moments. So, just over 15 hours gone now. Time for a run through of the standings. It's a team Redline 1 and 2. Blowing the beaker in front of Luke McEwen, number 20 in front of number 21, with Aaron Vasquez chasing them down in 001. If somehow they don't make it on fuel here, these two team Redlines, then Grin and Go would pick up the pieces, as there is a switch between the two. And there goes into the lead Luke McEwen on the front, on the back straight rather, into Lecom ahead of Flying the Beagle. I'll just continue further down the field. Next, it's 3 Drago racing cars, 4th, 5th and 6th. Mate Karppinen ahead of Nicholas Botero and Manuel Troncoso. Isaac Hillison has yet to be into the pit lane, but he is in 7th, then of Xander Reed. Ruben Bonga newly behind the wheel of the Marla Racing team now, the 27-year-old, just ahead of Tom Rear for the Apex Racing team, number 99. Coanda Esports 018 just in behind them, although worth remembering that the number 99 car still has to come into pit lane along with those other two inside the top 10 as well. So that's how they're running in the top 10 with just over 15 hours gone, and a change for the lead as well, Ron, with just less than 9 hours to go, although again it was very nice between the two.
Yeah, it was definitely a willing game of Frogger as they headed their way down that Camel straightaway off into the Lacombe chicane. Those racers deciding to have a little swap-a-roo, but it remains the case that the Redline cars have been dominant up to this point. The GridandGo.com esports car, the 001, yet to make that call to come down pit lane, currently 20 laps into the stage. We'll probably see the Apex Racing team number 99, right as I say that, they do make that call to come down pit lane. That was the most perfectly timed thing that I've ever said in my entire broadcasting career, making that call to pits with 26 laps into the stage. Just checked over to the 26th lap of this stint for that team. So Tom Ryer behind the wheel of that number 99 race car, putting in a shift thus far. Let's see if we will have a swap-a-roo with him as well. Looking at the present moment, has been in that car for a decent amount of time, so I would not be shocked if we end up seeing him making that call to come down pit lane and hopping out of that Apex Racing team car and letting someone else behind the wheel. Let's just wait and see as he stopped in his box. 11 spots gained in P11. Out goes Ryer and in through goes Guy Valesque.
Yep. So not well, it's Guy Valesque. That's his usual name, but not using his normal account, I guess. I don't know. It's not normally what shows up for us. So anyway, we do know Guillaume Levesque anyway. A strong driver in a GT3. Was certainly so in the Precision Racing League before that finished up rather in the early part of 2025. We'll now come back out onto the circuit just in behind Cooper Webster, who is now 12th, although on a very different strategy. I'll say very different, it's only a little bit different. A little bit of fuel saving required there, unless they are going to end up making a splash and dash in that car, so look out for that a little bit later on as well, as the Apex Racing team car makes its way out. How far are they ahead of Aditya Spy WSR? By about 8 seconds or so, and they will keep, as a result, 13th place. Relatively easily on those cold tyres.
And keeping it strong at the present moment, now with less than 9 hours to go here in this race. It's starting to feel a bit more bright. I feel like the overcast skies have been swapped out with some mostly cloudy skies. Still not absolutely perfect and clear, but I think this track is slowly but surely getting a bit more light on. At least from my perspective, in some points it is. We'll just have to wait and see in a couple hours time once we really start to see this race approach its closing stages. For now, though, it is still that dynamic duo at the front. The power team, though, of that triple Ferrari group, classed in P4, P5, and P6 Drago Racing, they've been running strong all throughout this event. Just haven't been able to see them take that step in the early stages to be able to challenge the Team Redline duo up at the front. But I think the performance they've been able to put in should really be applauded, with the exception of Aaron Vasquez in the 000 car, 001 car, 000. I'm not even sure if that is a thing. I don't think it is. But with him set to come down pit lane in the matter of about 4 laps, that will be a lockout of the top 5 with 2 Redline cars and 3 of the Drago Racing Ferraris. So a rather valiant effort from those racers, a side-by-side with a lap car, and while the Apex car is heading down into the chicane, that is really, really close stuff with a lap car and another car.
Yeah, that was, I think that's Levesque on his outlap getting past one. Is that Lamier, I think? Jeremy Lamier in the Porsche. He's about to get ahead of Facundo Rago, so moves up to 26th, but that was odd. I mean, so much here. We've been here a couple of hours now, and so much of the racing here is about, you know, one after the other. Let's work together. Let's slipstream off of one another. But this is not like that at all. Look at this. Now he moves to the right-hand side, does Lamier. He can tell that he's towards the end of a stint. This is his in-lap, actually, Lamier, and so he's probably saying, well, just let me in front for this lap, will you? I'm on much lower fuel. And there you go, Levesque flashes the lights. He's not pleased, doesn't quite understand what's going on. This is where the team comes into it. Someone needs to tell Levesque, you know, that guy's got basically no fuel on board and you've got a full tank.
Yeah, no, I don't think there's much that could be said to the driver currently behind the wheel of that Apex Racing Team car to somewhat calm him down. I'm sure he is about as hot as a boiling hot stove at the moment, so I really don't think there's much that can be said. That car, that Porsche, you can see really antsy to try and get these moves done, even going forward, heading off into Pouhon. I get being antsy. I feel like that's a little bit much if I am being completely full-frontally and brutally honest. Not very happy race car drivers that you see on screen at the present moment. The 99 now getting an unobstructed view of that 788 car. That 788 car currently classed down in P26. It's Jeremy Lamier behind the wheel of that car. Classed down 26th. Not running too great in that live sim racing Arnage entry. But yeah, I mean, I can understand it. At the same time, I definitely think it's a bit marginal, but again, very good reason why I'm behind the microphone instead of behind the wheel.
As we've already been describing this afternoon. There's the Apex Racing Academy car, meantime. That's correct. Now, which one is that? Is the next question, I suppose, to answer. Daniel Oller's just in behind. So it's not the number 17, which is actually supposed to be number 97. Whatever. Just trying to confuse us. Must be number 98 then, I guess. Adidas Racing have already taken number 97, by the way. It must be 98. Which I don't know where it's running at the moment. 26th. It will gain a place and move up to 25th in the next couple of moments, with those pit stops that you can see on the right-hand side for Luca Alpert and Jeremy Lamier as well. Both making their way into the pit lane. So not actually a battle out there on the circuit. There aren't too many of them. Teammates running together inside the top 10. Other than that, there's very few and far between. WSR Esports versus Altitude. James Brome trying to regain some of those places by passing Patrick Hingston maybe and regaining the top 30 again.
And now that we are at this stage of the race, under 10 hours left, under 9 hours left now, I think we will start to see these racers get a bit more dicey. I think we've already seen that to a certain extent over the past hour and some change, but I really think it's going to become more prevalent here in the not too far off future. They're pushing the limit, they're pushing their competitors, they're pushing their cars to the limit of adhesion more and more, lap after lap. It's great to see from our perspective in the broadcast booth, but I'm I'm sure these racers are feeling a bit more nervous as they have to scrape and battle and claw for every single spot that they can. It's not nearly as easy as it was in the early stages where someone would be like, you know what, we got a lot of time left. I'm just gonna let you go. And as much as we still have a lot of time left to go here in this event, there's only so much you can do. There's only so much waiting you can do before a racer says, you know what, screw it. I'm going to be the one to push. I want to break through. I want to try and jump the gun, so to speak. And they're racing drivers. Once one driver starts to push it a little bit more, everyone else is going to follow in suit.
Bomo certainly does seem to be pushing here. We're following Daniel Lolo, who's got nearly 2 minutes behind him, nearly a minute ahead of him, as there's a pit stop just in behind of that camera shot there. There are a couple of battles just outside of the top 30 that are the only gaps really that are below a second. And there it is. James Burmay right in behind Hingston here, who is also in behind some lap traffic. That is not a car for position, the one just up in front. You'd imagine Burmay will work his way through here, and he'll work hard to try and do this as quickly as possible as well, so he can try and push on after his technical problem that he seems to have faith that he's fixed, because he's straight back at the wheel again.
Yep, straight back out there and pushing that car yet again. That is some bravery it takes to have a moment like that and say, you know what, that's done. But now I know that this is bringing in in sim to in real life comparison here. It's like a driver has a really bad crash, has some sort of incident, and then the next time they go through that section of the track, they just keep it gunned, pinned to the floor. Even in the sim, you can still see that as the case. I say this in reference to racing drivers. The mark of a very good racing driver is having no sense of self-preservation. And that can help and it can hurt. We're seeing him go back onto this racetrack, keep it full tilt, and running that car still. He's going to make a call to come down pit lane here, as that was a very late call to pit, mind you. As we saw some pit stops going on all throughout this field, it must be said. I think that was Nikolai Pedersen a little bit farther in that camera shot. That was one of the Apex cars that I saw come into the pits as well.
That was only 21 laps for Burmay, which is odd. It's a very short stint. About, 20% shorter than most of the others we see in a normal day. Yeah, odd, but yeah, as you say, following the Apex Racing Team Academy car just in front. How would you say that first name, by the way?
Sorry, that was right as I was looking at something else.
It's disappeared.
The driver we're referring to right now?
Disappeared. Never mind.
Ah, dang it. Was that, I'm looking through right now at the broadcast feed. Was that, unless I'm very much mistaken, the 17, currently classed down 34th?
Yeah, I was going to try. Yeah, I was going to try and get say that first name, but chance is gone.
I believe it's. I think it was pronounced Nath. I think someone said it as Nathan a little bit earlier on in the show. I'm not going to go with that though, because I feel like whatever I go with, it is not going to be anywhere close to correct. Thankfully for us though, in terms of our pride of having names that we don't want to butcher too much, Augustine Bernier is now exiting the pits in that same race car. So driver swap going on for the 17 team.
Yeah, we can get that one right at least. Starts with an E, by the way. Who told you that?
I do not know at this. I think it may have been Jeremy. It may have been Mr. Jeremy Scott, but at this point in the show, I can barely remember what. Technically, it was yesterday now, since we have passed midnight here on the East Coast of the U.S. I think it may also be down to the caffeine and the other junk food that I've had all throughout today. My brain is basically a puddle of pink soup that's sloshing around in my head presently. Enjoy that image, folks. Sleep tight, America.
Sleep tight, America. Or good morning, Europe, indeed. That's an image to wake up to. If you are waking up, or if you're up and about early this morning in Europe, Central European time, it's just gone 6 in the morning. Not an unreasonable time to be awake. So good morning to you if you're just drifting back to the race now and checking in with what's going on. With just over a third of it to go, we're discussing how to say people's names. I'm pretty sure it's pronounced the same way my name is, actually, that one, just to circle back to that discussion, even though it's got 50% more letters, and not many of them are the same. I think it's perhaps the same way, but anyway, we'll have to park that for the moment. One interesting thing, though, about that car, number 17, it's been taken over, rather, by Augustin Bernier in the Apex Racing Academy. Speaking of driver changes, Sven Haase gets into 001, but Bernier's an interesting driver, pretty young driver still. It's a French karting champion from a few years ago, and is making his way in the Ultimate Cup Series this year, 2025, I think this year anyway. And he's certainly done his fair share of real racing and is still pretty young in his career. I think he's only 18 actually. So anyway, he is an up-and-coming driver, and in the Apex Racing Academy car, which is becoming an increasing thing now for those trying to make a career in motorsport. You increasingly learning your craft in sim racing, and I'm not saying Augustin's learning too much really, but he will be picking up things to use in the real world here on iRacing and in the sim racing world as well, as he makes his way out for a stint in the early morning at Spa.
Yeah, making his way out onto this racetrack as the sun is now firmly out. It feels like this track is slowly but surely getting brighter still, as that's a swaparoo. They head their way off through the Lacombe chicane down into Malmedy. That's a loss of position for Sven Haase. He's now down into 8th. Ruben Bonga in that number 10 Malo Racing BMW, getting that move done to jump his way up into 7th. But yeah, this track is feeling brighter. I think that cloud cover is still rather strong, but I think that sun is just so high up on the horizon that it'll bear through no matter what the clouds say about it. And looking at the other track temperatures, they are continuing to increase, now at 23°C and 73 Fahrenheit for the track temperature, which is not a huge gain. It's small little incremental ones, but it has gone up a decent amount thus far in the show. It has changed a decent amount thus far. It's not the biggest temperature swings in the world, but in a series like this where these teams have probably spent months to cook up these setups, I wonder which ones are a bit more heat sensitive than others.
And indeed, which version of that temperature scale have they really geared this towards? It's now starting to increase. Finally, we've got up a degree Celsius, which hasn't happened for the last 3 hours or so. So on this outlap, Sven Haase is overtaken by Ruben Bonga, unsurprising perhaps, since he was on cold tyres. So Sven Haase again has got to do some work and try to catch up to that Marla Racing Team car just up in front in the 7th position. So see if he can manage that as he takes on the early morning stint as well. You'd hope that these drivers getting in now are pretty fresh, having been to bed for a little while, although some of those who were driving just a moment ago probably hadn't been yet, even the likes of Chris Lullum, who was up driving till 5 a.m. UK time for Team Redline. He probably hadn't been to bed yet, but now will surely be taking some rest.
You know, you say that, here, you, and I wonder, would he be able to get some rest at all with the race that you've had and the stint that he's had to put in up to this point in time? Would you be able to rest well knowing that the fate of the team and everything you've worked hard for in this event is in the hands of somebody else? Maybe I just have trust issues, but I feel like I would be a bit hesitant in terms of sleeping off well on a, maybe I'm just odd, but I would be a little bit nervous if I had to go off the bat. I mean, granted, if I was completely exhausted, I probably would be able to fall into my own self-induced coma after the shift that he's put in up to this point. But hey, I got a feeling that there's maybe a little bit of uneasiness going off to bed. You gotta have high confidence in the team around you, which I'm sure they do have there over at Redline, to be able to say, you know what, it's out of my hands, but it's in very good hands at the present moment. So I may not have total control of this, but I'm still at ease. I wonder what that mental side of things is, even outside of the car.
I think if you had Team Redline as teammates, you might find it a bit easier to go to bed. Sleep.
Absolutely.
It's part of the trust of, you know, it's a good point about trust in the team, though. If you do have that little bit of a break in the team, you handing over to a driver you're not quite sure about, there's some unspoken unease there, you know, could affect your rest in between stints, because you do keep an eye on the car. You want to make sure that it's not being crashed yet, you know, and some things are out of your hands as well, but that for me is where the massive trust in your teammates comes into it, and you know, that is built over a long period of time. But the relentlessness of Redline will surely harbour the fact that, yeah, they will be very trusting of one another to stay, you know, stay up front as they have been for all of this race. But not only for them, but for most of the teams as well. They will absolutely trust each other and not be too worried about drifting off to bed and sleeping. I think the bigger problem for him will be that he's got to get rid of some of that adrenaline that he would have built up over the course of a long stint. Just cut to the Marla Racing Team BMW there. But just being kicked up at the time, so wasn't sure if they'd beat off, but I think they just clipped the gravel into Lecom, nothing too major. And a little bit of traffic just up in front of them here once again. The fiercely forward yellow car, Kevin Denoyer, ahead of a car that looks laps down, but looks like it's trying to get past, and then the nightmare scenario for Ruben Bonga of trying to get past both of them.
And you know, I was raising this point until I realized that the red on my mixing board means that my microphone is actively muted. I should probably change that unless nobody wants to hear me. So I was raising how I'm not sure if you can speak to this, Ewan, in reference to the adrenaline discussion you raised a couple of moments ago. When usually I'm done with a broadcast, it takes quite some time for me to genuinely fall asleep with the adrenaline running from being on the air, and even from my karting days. I was so happy about having a somewhat long-ish drive to get back home, because by the time I would get back home and get a shower, the adrenaline would be fully worn off and I'd be able to fall back asleep. So I'm not sure if you can attest to this from the broadcasting side of things, having some adrenaline. I'm sure these racers have far more adrenaline than we have, being out there behind the wheel of these machines here on iRacing and competing in another fantastic special event here from what is a 2025 year chock full of amazing special events on the iRacing platform.
Yeah, it's certainly on a different scale, I think, but it's true. After broadcasts, as we see as an Apex car getting out of the way for both the Fiercely Forward and Marla cars on the way down the Kebble Straight. Yeah, it tends to happen more in sprint racing broadcasts, really, for me, when you're really shouting about. Now that I think tonight's not going to be too difficult to us. We're just chatting away. We've had some proper nighttime, midnight commentary, I've got to say, together in the last few hours. That's for sure. So I'm not going to find it too difficult tonight, I don't think. But yeah, certainly in a sprint racing broadcast, it is difficult. And as you said, for a driver, the adrenaline must be absolutely through the roof. So calming down and actually getting to sleep will be a little bit difficult. But you hope that you've worked a fair few hours into the driving stint that you can actually spend away from the rig, and that will help you just rest before the next time you're in the car.
Yeah, you get out of that rig, go out for a walk, realize what it's like to stand again. I've had to do that occasionally here in the commentary booth. Just get up, realize, oh, I have legs. And then be like, alrighty, I now remember that I have legs. Let me sit back down again and commentate for another couple of hours. That's basically the rule of the game for me at the present moment. But these racers, whether it be going out, taking a walk, having some food, having a small little beverage to try and bring themselves back down. I mean, these racers, you think about sim racing, it's like, oh, all they're doing is just sitting in an air-conditioned room and turning a steering wheel for a little bit on a virtual race car. No, this is a physically strenuous sort of thing to do. These wheels, they produce some kickback. We were talking a little bit earlier on in the show, I believe it was us talking about this, how some of these wheels that these racers are running, they can snap your wrist if you end up having a pretty bad moment. Not sure if that'll happen here in these GT3s. They do have the power steering, which makes the force feedback a little bit lighter through the other wheels of these drivers, but they've got heavy pedals, they've got heavy steering, and it can get rather hot when you're running in the sim, doubly so when you're feeling a lot of pressure. In the case of a race like this, running in a special event on the iRacing Esports Network on the RaceSpot TV YouTube channel, running for a fantastic team like many of these racers are, all of these racers are. Fantastic to see the varied teams, varied drivers, and just an absolutely stacked grid of drivers up and down it. A lot of them have run into some difficulties, but still a vast majority of them running strong at the present moment. But it's one of those things where you gotta realize that it is not just a video game these drivers are playing. It is physically strenuous there as well. These drivers are not just sitting back and twiddling with their thumbs. They are putting in some real genuine effort behind the wheel of these virtual race cars.
Yeah, the physical effort is certainly a part of it. But, the thing that, with rest afterwards that you've really got to turn off is the mental taxing sort of feature of sim racing, really. You've got a lot of thinking to do. It's a very mental thing, and you've got to switch all that off very quickly if you're trying to rest at the end. But getting towards the end of sort of that period in the race, really, as I say, approaching 6:30 in Central Europe now, and so people will be coming back to the race now, and they won't be away from it again for the remainder of this. We're looking at Sven Haase now, who's gotten into the 001. He will have just gotten some rest over the course of the night. Of a reasonable time, actually. Will have been asleep, and now he's back again, back ready to drive again for the GridandGo.com esports car. Wonder how far he's going to go into this, whether it'll be 2 or 3 stints this time, but he is he's got a job to do, and they've got a shout of a podium, certainly have the 001 car. Just depends how the strategy is really going to flip round for them, and whether that helps them or not. But for the moment, everybody's chasing Team Redline 15-3 last time round. Again, a couple of attempts quicker than literally anybody else in the field, so they are running very, very impressively once again, and that's why they're 1 and 2 by a minute.
Yeah, those two, the dynamic duo of those Team Redline racers. Doesn't really matter who it's been. They've just been able to play this team game beautifully. And Luke McCohen and Florian Lebridge right now behind the wheel of those cars, just putting on a clinic on this field at the present moment. But the 001 that we're following right now, this Grid and Go esports team, they've had a wild race. They have been consistently off kilter on the strategy for the past 12 hours. When I got brought onto the show for the very first time alongside Jake Sperry 12 hours ago, over at this point, they were off kilter by probably about 4 laps. They're now off by about 8, so they are still trying to make something work as we see the SCK Racing at number 24 car go for a spin, heading off through the tight twisties right towards the midsection of this lap. I believe that's Timo Schmidt behind the wheel of that race car, and not the best of moments heading off through Fondier.
Not an easy rejoin there. He goes for another spin in the grass and slowly again gets back underway. Staying with it, so just wondering whether there's going to be another spin here. No, they'll get underway now a bit easier. But, you know, been here, you know, just over a couple of hours now, and it has been a clean stint, really, for us in the last 2 hours. Not too much in the way of spins and contact, and I don't think we've retired any cars either. The Effect Simulations car retired nearly 100 laps ago now, which is well over, is about 4 hours. So we've not retired anyone while we've been here. Hopefully that retains and remains for the next 26 minutes as well. But still plenty of cars in this race, especially when you compare it to 2024, where only 25 remained at the finish. We've still got over 40 in this race. Sorry, just under 40 in this race, albeit with still a third of the race to go.
Yeah, so a lot of time left to go here for the Spa 24. It may not seem like a whole lot in the grand scheme of things, but it is plenty of time for some drama to go on. Have to worry about those pit stops coming up here yet again. Another round of stops set to kick off, and we're going to reach that point here in the next 10 minutes where it's what I like to call the calm before the storm. Don't really see too many racers that make that call to come down pit lane. Outside Savager is currently in the pits right now in the number 4 machine. That STR sim racing entry still stopped in the pit stall. I'm looking through. I think the next team that will have make the call to come down pit lane is actually going to be the team they're right in front of, that being the Mag Performance 150 car. Nick Landger currently behind the wheel of that car, currently classing 23rd. They've spent 21 laps on this stint that they're in at the present moment, which is the highest, and next behind them would be the WSR Esports Black team. All those WSR Esports cars have been consistently off compared to the strategies that most other people run, and based off the fact there's about a 6-lap discrepancy between themselves and your current race leaders of that Redline duo. Yeah, you can definitely tell that there's some off-kilter strategies being chose to run here at Spa.
Either chose to run, or indeed in some cases they've been forced, the hand has been forced with various incidents or whatever it has been that has just set them off course a little bit in the race. But nowadays, you know, again, sim racing has changed a lot in the last 5 years or so, 10 years indeed, in the race, in the time this race has been run. It is the 10th anniversary of the first Spa 24 Hours on iRacing, and the 11th edition this year. You can actually plan for a whole 24-hour race, strategizing from absolutely start to finish to the absolute lap. That days are gone where, you know, you just max out the fuel, although this is often what happens anyway. The plan at the start of a race was, well, we'll go as long as we can on fuel each lap, and then we'll see where we are when the sun comes up and things like this. You know, that's just not planned for anymore. Every single lap is meticulously planned, and even in 24-hour racing, they are pretty sure they know how many laps the race is going to be, unless it rains or so on, and that's where things really get thrown into the air. That is the planning that goes into it these days, and they can do it. They're so consistent, they can plan like that these days as well.
Thankfully, however, because of the fact that there isn't rain, I think these drivers have, and these teams, I should say, have a bit less worry towards the end of this race. I'm sure they probably have a plan, a backup plan, a backup to the backup, a backup to the backup of the backup. They have so many different plans to go for here in these events. And yeah, it takes months of preparation to be able to do all that. These teams work hours to try and work out, okay, what's the best setup? What's the best way to tackle this race? What sort of strategy should we go for? How exactly should we tackle every single minute detail of a race like this? And when you see that driver and when you see that team go into victory lane, it is not just a sense of emotion and pure energetic bliss at the time of crossing the line. You see a sense of relief from everybody involved in an operation like that. With the amount of effort that goes in, everybody wants to visit victory lane, and just about everybody wants to finish on the podium as well. They all want to finish well, but not everybody can do that. This Team Redline team, they have put in a meticulous amount of effort to try and strategize every single detail about this race, and it's working out like a dream for them. They hold on to a minute gap between themselves and the 169 Drago racing car slotted in P3, currently being driven as it stands at the present moment here by Ate Kalpanen. But right now, these front two, just, I wouldn't say in a league of their own, because if they were a league of their own, I feel like they'd probably have a couple laps being the gap. But it has just been such a flawlessly executed drive from them. Well done.
Yeah, it has been so far, but it's, yeah, it's a long way to go. Not going to hand anybody anything at this stage. Just over 8 hours still to go. And Flying the Beagle continues to push Luke McEwen around. They continue to help one another as well. All the last pit stops, by the way, were a normal length, just over 40 seconds or so, so no particular issues for anybody that time round. They are very settled in, and now you're starting to look around really at the teams around you and seeing who maybe you can get past. Unfortunately for all the other teams, the gap to the leaders, first and second, looking ever bigger. They've just got to keep going, stay close, and punish any mistakes if they come from red light.
And try and pounce. Strike while the opportunity is there. Strike while the iron is hot. Insert phrase here. They're running strong. They're getting to the end of this stint slowly but surely on lap 16 at the present moment here. So still a bit of time left to go for these racers to make that call to come down pit lane. However, once they do, they're going to come in yet again, line astern, just run this race as they usually have. Stay with it. Keep their nose to the grindstone and just be there at the end. They have done everything right thus far. They still need to execute in the next 8 hours to really start to think about the possibility of winning this race. But I like what I'm seeing out of these two. They continue to play that patient game. They're not fighting each other. They're not going side by side just for the fun of it. I think the only sort of chicanery I've seen with these racers involved them running wide, coming at the chicane a little bit earlier on in this race, just running all the way up against the wall on exits, just for fun. I think they did just decide to run up there. Gave me quite the laugh on the show, so I certainly won't be upset about that one bit. These two, though, as much as everything's been planned, I'm sure they are quite happy that the formula is working.
It is for now, and that's been the story of the first 16 hours of the race. Certainly after their 22 car spun off at Blanchimont, and then had a disconnect that lost them a lap. Cooper Webster's now 12th, but he's chasing down Leandro Andaruti and Alice Steinbratton as well. PGZ just catching up to Scuderia Ferrari HB Esports team. Just one thing on PGZ, by the way. I think they're running a little bit light in this race here today. They've only entered one car, which is a little bit unusual for them, but a couple of their drivers are away this weekend. Congratulations to Pablo Lopez on his wedding and getting married, so congratulations for him. And Pablo Rujo has gone there as well, so that's a fairly significant part of their team away, but congratulations to Pablo nevertheless. Hopefully we'll see him again soon. There is Leandro Andaruti, though, just in behind Ola Steinbratton in that 10th position.
And we are getting to that point here in this stint where these racers are starting to slowly but surely convene on in each other. We're seeing these racers get closer. We're probably going to see them start to battle soon. And as we get intense here, we're gonna have some fun at the end of this stint. I think these drivers will be a bit more nervous than we will be in the broadcast booth. I'm personally bracing my vocal cords here because I think when we start to see that battling at the end of these stints start to flare up, it's going to get more and more intense. These drivers will will fly closer and closer to the sun, stint after stint. And now that we're getting to the end, now that we're getting to crunch time with about 2 handfuls of pit stops left for these racers still, but now that it's within that single-digit bracket, I think we will see these racers really start to throw caution to the wind a bit more than they did earlier.
Absolutely. There's a lap car just staying out the way and allowing this battle to actually take its natural course now. And that natural course does seem to be that Leandro Andreotti is going to close in on Ole Steinbretten by the looks of it. Still more traffic though. There's another Ferrari just in front of the Ferrari esports team. Part of the team that were competing for the Daytona 24 Hours victory overall in 2025. Fell just short post-race with that one, unfortunately for them. They're in a solid position again, though. They've had some solid finishes in special events this season. Don't forget, they have to choose a Ferrari every time, so that does limit them somewhat, but the fact that they drive the same car everywhere does mean that they get very experienced with it, and they have a real chance in any GT3 race that they're in, and they're in a solid top 10 right now anyway, even though they are under pressure from PGZ.
Feeling that sense of familiarity, that's the word of the evening. I had to break out the thesaurus for that one, as I struggled to pronounce the word thesaurus. But yeah, having a familiarity and just being in a car that you have been in before, very, very much so a benefit for these racers. You know, that's one thing to talk about when it comes to GT3 racing. You see some of these drivers and some of these teams bounce around from car to car. I will say, from the 2 opportunities I've had to be a part of these broadcasts here on the iRacing Esports Network for these endurance special events throughout 2025, it was a Bathurst 12 where Team Redline ended up winning against some Porsches, and here at Spa, they decided to run that BMW. Of course, the BOP always vital when it comes to these races. We've run through the BOP. That's part of the reason why the Acuras aren't running here. They got whacked with a bad weight penalty, a bad power adjustment, and their fuel also got limited more than just about as much as the worst of the worst. So that definitely plays a hand into figuring out who's going to run here. But there comes a certain point where bouncing from car to car like a mosquito that used to watch Top Gear that also has short-term memory loss can do a bit more harm than good.
To 1.3 seconds just about down to the bus stop, and now that Ferrari car has just cleared the lapped Ferrari esports car, then things will just be a little bit more comfortable now for Ole Steinbretten maybe. This is the closest battle out there on the circuit between non-teammates. Well, at least it is in the top 20, because further down the field, George Korakoulas is under pressure from Juan Lemos, who I don't think I've seen do very much iRacing actually. He's done plenty of other sim racing, but Juan Lemos for 07 Racing is applying the pressure. Facundo Arago, who's not too far behind either, in the next in line. And at the moment, Andreotti just seems to be struggling to stay on terms as they come into Le Coq. Just doesn't quite have the advantage of that slipstream. When you get there, things get a lot easier, but you've got to fight pretty hard to get within that second or so.
Yeah, no, once you can make up that gap, that'll be a huge benefit for these racers. Let's see who'll be able to pull that, who will not be able to, as we still get closer and closer with every single lap to those pit stops coming up. Your top 2 currently on lap 19 of their stint presently. Both of those racers have had 14 pit stops in their own race, respectively. They'll look through to see what driver slash drivers on the racetrack have had the most runs through pit lane. I think the most I'm seeing is 16 from the likes of the WSR Esports black car being driven at the moment by Patrick Hingston. Down in P37, Abel Torres behind the wheel of the TC Esports car has come into the pit 16 times thus far in this race. I mentioned the WSR Esports black car. Currently running at the moment in P22 is the SDR Sim Racing entry of Marco Saavedra. He's come into the pit 16 times already in this race. Pretty much everybody else, though, running on 14 with a couple of rare occasions of people with 15 stops up to this point in the race. Really, the only drivers who are below that 14 threshold are ones that are out of it. 38 drivers still out there running on the racetrack at the present moment. The latest retirement was Matteo Figueroa, my apologies, in the 909 Effect Simulations car, currently classed down 39th. He's been out of this race for about 100 laps at this point. A rather scrappy evening for some racers who were probably hoping to get some better luck here in this running of the event.
A very good morning to anyone just tuning in this morning across Europe. Well, it's across Europe it is this morning anyway. Just approaching 7 in the morning now in Europe.
It is for me as well.
Oh yes, it is. Yeah. I still say good evening, to be honest, at midnight. Or just past midnight as it is for you now.
Yeah, I feel like when I wake up from my soon-to-be self-induced coma once I'm off the show, then you can wish me a good morning when I wake up in about 15 years' time after my hibernation.
Although, having said that, I haven't been to bed yet, and I would say morning because the sun's out. The sun's out. I live in the UK. It's light outside, I should say. It's overcast, obviously, but it is light at least, which is nice. So yeah, good morning to everyone in Europe. Just coming back towards this race, and as you can see, Team Redline have extended the lead overnight. That's the big story, I think. The headline. Not many contenders actually falling by the wayside in terms of crashes or whatever, but relentless consistency from Redline has got them a comfortable lead. They've been quicker than the rest on almost every lap that we've done here overnight. Last time round, 15.4, one of the slower ones actually. They didn't really extend their lead very much at all over any of the others. They won't extend their lead at all with that lap time, but yeah, I think that's the story from overnight, Rob. It's relentless consistency from Redline, and they now hold over a minute over the competition.
Yeah, I like that relentless consistency from both Luke McCowan in that number 21 car and your current driver behind the wheel of the number 20 of Florian Leberge. It has been just insanity between those racers. They've been running strong, they've been running true, and it has been absolutely amazing to watch. And, you know, I gotta think at the moment, how have these drivers' lap times been at the moment? I mean, in terms of the laps they keep setting, their best. Well, we'll take your current leader at the moment, Luke McCowan. Best lap of the race, a 2-minute 14.954. Last time by was only about a half a second off of that, which is nuts. That is some militarily consistent performing, and the same can be said with the BMW 20 currently being driven by Florian Leberge. That's a 2-minute 14.960, so only 0.06 of a second slower when it comes to the best lap of the race. And in terms of last time by, was actually a little bit quicker, so a smaller gap between the best and the last for the driver behind the wheel, the number 20. You compare that to the likes of the Drago Racing team, a little bit farther behind. Their best laps are a little bit slower in the case of the 2:15.1s for the likes of the 169 and the 069, and in the 2:15.3s in the case of the 269 car currently slotted in P5. Then you look at their last laps, and they're a little bit all over the place. So really, I think just maintaining that consistent form, just acting like a machine at the moment, is part of the reason why that Redline team has been able to pull a gap like that, and they have been running up with the front more often than not. It has been a consistent show of force.
I know he's gone away for a nap now, but a thanks in the meantime to Hugo Louise for producing the last 8 hours or so of this broadcast. We've got Philip Stam now behind the buttons, as it were. A man who's won this race before and didn't remember it. So it must have been memorable. It must have been a great race, 2015, because he didn't know. I had to remind him that he's actually won this race in the past. But there we go. One iRacing World Champion steps out and an iRacing Special Event winner jumps in. We've got some, some would say wasted driving talent in this production room. But anyway.
That's kind of sad.
It's a long time ago. I'm not sure that, certainly in Hugo's case, I'm not sure the last time he drove anything was for him. But anyway, we've got some high quality behind the buttons this year, and David Haynes will be stepping in for me in about 10 minutes time also. Listing some of his successes, some Nürburgring 24 wins and an HBD win in this race. And the very first year we did this race, it was HBD and GT3, or I'm not sure it was called GT3 back then. I guess it must have been. But anyway, so it had 9 drivers in it. Must have been about split 10, but they still won. So there you go. I got to the end of a 24-hour race. So it's an achievement in itself. Nevertheless, but this race certainly makes more sense and does feel more like a bar 24-hour race with just GT3 machinery as we've had ever since. And it's the only 24-hour race on the iRacing Special Event calendar that has just a single car class, which does have its own charm with it as well. The lack of multi-class traffic, although at this time in the race there is still plenty of traffic, just not necessarily from slower classes, just slower drivers instead.
Wait, did you just say it was the only iRacing endurance special event with one class of cars? When you say endurance event, what would be the bar? Would that be 6 hours plus for an endurance?
Maybe I didn't say what I was thinking. Maybe I did say endurance. What I meant to say was 24-hour race. I thought I did say that, but it's definitely the only 24. Yes, with one class.
Yeah, I was about to say, I was like, weren't you on the Thruxton 4-hour show a couple of months ago? I was like, maybe, potentially.
Well, that was single class too, but it just wasn't GT3. But yeah, that is true. We've got, later on in the year, we've got, is it a Fuji or Suzuka this year? I can't remember. But anyway, we've got another GT3 only race at one of the Japanese circuits coming up later on this year as well. Yeah, there's a few, but no 24s like this one.
And some absolutely awesome events to look forward to here in the 2025 special events calendar. I'm proud about the video that always plays if you click on some of the scheduled streams here on the iRacing Esports Network YouTube channel. You can just see the small little clip that iRacing put together talking about the special events, and you can hear at the start of it, it's our esteemed RaceBot TV colleague, Mr. Joshua Lee, calling the start of last year's iRacing Chili Bowl. Had the privilege of being on that show with him. That was my first ever iRacing special event and my second show here on RaceBot TV, period. The only other show I had done after that point was actually with us two working on a Porsche Club of America broadcast, and I think that was at Willow Springs. I remember having no idea what in the world I was doing, still trying to get a grip with how we all do things here at RaceBot, but I was like, what's the deal? What's the present deal at the present moment? And then doing an iRacing special event for my second show with an absolutely fantastic event, must be said. The Chili Bowl, a true unique spectacle in the racing world. But that was an experience for sure, having to do that as my first ever show on the iRacing channel, having that be a special event, and one that's really unlike any other at all. There is no comparison whatsoever when it comes to the Chili Bowl on the iRacing special event calendar.
These are the kind of things that I'll leave to you, because I do not understand the Chili Bowl, indeed what it is or anything. Chili Bowl to me is quite a spicy bit of food, but anyway. Never mind.
So the Chili Bowl, you just put the iRacing and the real life best dirt midget car drivers around this small little, I can't remember exactly how long it is. I don't think it's a quarter of a mile. I think it's an eighth of a mile. This small little track inside, I think it's the Tulsa Expo Center there in Tulsa, Oklahoma. You run them. You have the alphabet soup of the heats and everything. I think we had about 12 races that evening, just with the heat races, the qualifying races, and the final at the end of it all. Absolutely amazing event. I've never gotten the opportunity to watch a full Chili Bowl myself, because usually runs rather late into the wee hours of the morning. And there was a point in time where I did value my sleep schedule. Then I started to value my broadcasting schedule a little bit more, and as a result of that, I get about as much sleep as I get about as much sleep as a tuna fish, where it has to just like shut off one half of his brain and sleep that side while the other half's still awake. Because if it doesn't stop moving, it'll just croak over and pass away.
Yeah, I wish we could do that sometimes. Anyway, just a couple of minutes to go before I step away. One more shout out before I do go. Thanks to Dinlo Vaz for reminding me that it's Suzuka this year. We went to Fuji for an 8-hour last year, won by Thomas Ronha and Yuri Kazdorp. But this year we're back to Suzuka, since that event is gone back in real life, which I'm quite looking forward to. Be 1,000 kilometres of Suzuka. Wonder whether that means, like it does in real life, whether it's actually a 6-hour timed race, or whether it's actually laps to 1,000 kilometres or not. And a shout out to Lion GP in this race, who they say are in the early Mercedes. I haven't actually seen them out on the circuit here for this whole stint, so I must apologise to them for that if indeed they're talking about this split, because I know some people come in here sometimes to talk about their cars in other splits, but yes, not a widely picked car, the Mercedes, this time around, as it generally isn't these days. It's currently actually in a battle. It's the Line GP car in this race. George Karakoulos under pressure from Juan Lemus, but has been for some time. And there he is. He's got the Marla Racing Team, BMW indeed, actually right behind him. Good to see the only Mercedes run out there on the circuit. Love a bit of variety. There are Lion GP, currently running in a very respectable 24th.
They're running pretty strong at the present moment, as we can see the spots that both of those cars have gained. 34 spots up for the number 19 and 12 spots for Juan Lemu in that 07 racing car. So these drivers clawing their way through the field, putting on some good performances. May have just thrown the jinx to Lemu as he ran wide through Poulan, hit that curb on the outside and nearly pinged himself off the track. But Ewan, I'll pass it back off to you, because I know you have to leave here in about 30 seconds time. You'll be back on the broadcast a little bit later on. But man, it's been a pleasure once again. We usually do the Radical shows together on Fridays. Awesome to be in the booth with you as always, man, for the past 3 hours. And I hope that voice crack I had while singing the national anthem will live on in your memory for many moons to come.
Yes, well, it's not going to be forgotten quickly. But someone will have clipped it somewhere, so none of us will be able to anyway. But there we go.
Years to come.
Yeah, there we go. That's proper midnight commentary for you. Well, let's do just that. I will step away indeed for 4 hours or so before coming back for the finish. To take over from me, though, is of course David Haynes. Good morning, David. Good to have you back. And enjoy the next few hours of the Spa 24.
Thank you, Ewan. It's the rule of thirds. 2/3 done, 1/3 to go. The 2025 edition of the iRacing Spa 24-hour. Thank you so much for joining us, and right on schedule, here comes the race leaders. An inseparable duo for hour after hour after hour. Luke McEwen and Florian Lebigre bring the 21 and 20 BMWs to pit lane and trigger the wave of pit stops that will now occur. So not a whole lot of change in the weather, really. This overcast day giving us incredibly stable and I think predictable conditions.
Yeah, I would say by and large, we haven't seen nearly the temperature swings that we were thinking that we were going to get here. Temperatures still looking about the same when it comes to the track and the ambient temperatures. We'll touch on that here in a couple of moments. We've got the race leaders coming in for yet another series of stops. Yet again, it's the Team Redline duo coming in together. There has been a driver swap since the last time you were here in the broadcast booth. David, you can see Luke McCone now behind the wheel of the number 21, and Florian Lebruge currently in the number 20. Let's see how these two exit out of pit lane, dropping off the jacks a little bit out of sync, and they're going to trundle their way down pit lane here in just a couple of moments time. But these pit stops ever so important. These racers, though, these two, the dynamic duo in this race, looking to keep the status quo and still run solidly up at the front.
replay of the slide, gravel, and impact for the number 83 BMW Zenith Esports coming out of Lafania, just getting a little bit too much curb, carrying a little bit too much speed, and then the slide being exacerbated when the rear tyres, already out of control, made contact with the gravel and invited the BMW to rotate around even further. We have seen, though, pretty tough cars, that kind of impact, as long as you don't tweak the suspension, you seem to get away with it. The radiators seem to be very, very safely placed. It's new tyres and it's cold tyres for Luke McEwen and Florian Lebigre, as both of them stay in their respective cars and exit pit lane in the same order. You used the term sort of military precision, and I'm not sure exactly how precise some militaries are, but what I know is that they are absolutely in lockstep.
Yeah, I think that that military precision in the sense of just kind of giving it the eyeball and saying, you know what, that's good. I think these racers, though, as Ewan said a couple of hours ago, and we kind of had a discussion about that, the amount of effort that goes into running one of these events is that's a big slide and a tap into the wall for the number 10 Malo Racing Team BMW. That'll probably be some sort of pit lane penalty as well. That's a huge slide heading off through that section of the track. A big moment for sure. That's Ruben Bonga behind the wheel of that race car, dropping down like a stone thrown into a pond as a result of that. That's a big moment to be sure. He keeps it going in a straight line. But I will say here, David, I think I'm starting to see those BMWs have more troubles on pit exit than I have here in the earlier portions of this race.
Well, compared to other pit exit issues we've seen before, they've been lucky to mostly get away with that. We've seen Ferrari lose their rear wing with a very similar slide going backwards into the wall and the tyre barrier there, but it stays on the Malo Racing Team BMW. They do not get any kind of unsafe pit exit penalty. Slid, but I think managed to slide between the lines. And Ruben Bonga on his outlap there, the Bonga drums found a snare.
I like that. That's pretty good. I gotta say, I'm not sure, David, as you were taking up your noodle break earlier on this show, which, by the way, that bowl of noodles looked very, very nice indeed. I say this as someone who's basically had to eat like Elvis Presley throughout today to keep me sane during this broadcasting day. Actually, I say that I ate like Elvis Presley yesterday because it is now past midnight here on the east coast of the U.S. But those noodles look very, very nice, if I do say so myself. And I'm getting prefixed on food now, so I think I'll shut up before I go down and try and grab myself a midnight snack while we're still doing this broadcast.
I won't shill for any particular brands, but I've got a favourite instant ramen and a favourite way to prepare it, and every time is as good as the previous, so I think that's my comfort meal at the moment. Something you can put together in 15 minutes. Got a decent bit of variety to it, but yum, yum, yum. So at the same time that the two race-leading cars were pitting, here are their nearest and closest rivals. The trio of Drago Racing Ferraris, still in numerical order, the 069 from the 169 from the 269. Not much driver changing happening at that last stop that we've just seen. Nicholas Matteo in the 069, Atte Kalpanen in the 169, and Michael Romanidis in the 269. Officially, it is overcast, but look at the shadows being cast by the cars in this direct sunlight on the Kemmel Straight. We might just get a couple of little breaks of the sun through the cloud, and therefore just a tiny bit of extra heat reaching the racetrack. It's 9:15 in Sim and 24 degrees Celsius on the track, climbing from an overnight low of 21. The 12th place 114 PGZ P1 Docks car just served a slowdown penalty. Now, there's a few places that tends to happen around the racetrack, but most common is at the top of the hill at Radion, not taking enough of the right-hander, cutting too much of the left-hander at the top of the hill, and therefore getting a penalty for that. But it could happen at many, many other places, like Lacombe or cutting Lafania or others. Just Radion seems to be one of the places that famously every car is almost to the absolute limit of its grip and an absolute limit of flat out.
Yeah, you know, that section through the years, ever since they changed it from the original layout here at Spa, which, fun fact for all of you, used to be a somewhat tight-ish uphill hairpin. You can still see a bit of that old version of the track that they ran all the way back in the 20s before they introduced what is now the Eau Rouge section here. That was a far different turn, and outside of 1994 when they changed it after the passing of Ayrton Senna, where they added in a chicane at the bottom end, that part of racetrack has always been some of the most treacherous asphalt in the world of motorsports, both in the sim and in real life. If you have a moment through there, there is one way it ends, and it's not very well. So adding off through there, you are really testing both the driver's skill and the car's ability heading off through there as well. You just see as these racers run through, the weight transfer shifting over, the front nose having to dart around to negotiate that series of bends. It is absolute heaven in terms of racetrack design. A sketchy part of a racetrack, to be sure, one of the most dangerous in real life, but man, the sight of seeing race cars of all varieties, whether it be open wheel or sports car, barrel their way up that track at top speed, either in the day or the night, the dry or the wet, that is always a sight that in my book will never get old.
Every racetrack needs a corner that's sixth gear and almost, but not quite, flat out, just to separate the brave from the merely adventurous.
A filter, so to speak, a natural filter. I wouldn't say it's natural selection, it's just a natural filter.
And also separate the brave from the incredibly foolish. If you are Ricardo Zonta, and Jacques Villeneuve. Who was his teammate that year? This is probably too old for you.
You know, sorry.
It was a different Brazilian. It was Ricardo Zonta. I'm thinking of Ricardo Zonta that binned the BAR 01 at the top of the hill.
The fantastic bets. I remember years ago, I think I've mentioned this throughout the show, I used to make videos about motorsports history, the bets between those two, and I think, wasn't the team principal involved in all that? The team principal, who was Villeneuve's manager, got involved in all that as well. You know, as much as those two tried to basically kill each other off with that bet, I nearly ended up polishing myself off trying to speak with a little bit of water in my throat. So, thankfully, I am still here breathing on this show. But yeah, that moment with Zonta and Villeneuve wrecking themselves at the top end of the Eau Rouge and Radion section just about summarizes that season with BIR. I think they DNF'd so many times that they weren't even classified in the constructor standings at the end of that season.
That is correct. One DNQ. It took until that looks like the 11th or 12th round of the season for Jacques Villeneuve to have a classified finish that wasn't a retirement, and that was 15th here at Belgium that year. That's all the kind of history, the little stuff that surrounds this racetrack, and it's crazy how many stories involve Ricardo Zonta, because he was also a little bit further around the track when he became the meat in the sandwich that was Mika Häkkinen and Michael Schumacher taking it 3 wide for an incredible and epic pass. So Ricardo Zonta has stamped his name in so much history here at Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. Philip Stam has stamped his name in some history and then forgot that he's gone and done it. So I don't think Ricardo Zonta has forgotten that crash.
Yeah, and you think about Ricardo Zonta and his trip through the world of racing as well. I think he, I'm trying to remember now, didn't he have a seat at Toyota back in 2005 at the U.S. Grand Prix when they had the tire failures. I think after Ralf Schumacher blew a tire heading off through turn 1 at Indy, he backed out of the race after breaking his back in a crash the previous year when he was racing for Williams. I think they put Ricardo Zonta in that car for that weekend, and he ended up blowing a tire. And that kind of kick-started the mayhem and bedlam and confusion that surrounded that race. So Ricardo Zonta, despite having an F1 career that I think could be described as forgettable at best, he was involved in those rather interesting moments. You know, you think of the drivers at the forefront of some of the most iconic moments in motorsports. When you look a little bit farther in the back and find the drivers involved in some of the background shots, so to speak, when it comes to all that, you really do see some interesting cases.
So for everyone following at home, the number 069 has now completed 420 laps. And if you were 12 years old in 2010, you can now pat yourself on the back and laugh. That is Nicholas Matteo, the leading Ferrari of the two pictured here. His teammate Atte Kalpinen just behind them. And then the 269 Drago Racing at one point within about 8 seconds of this group, but then I think unable to keep up with the pace. Clearly a duo can go faster than a solo in these conditions proved with the podium pace that Drago Racing have got, but the race leading pace that BMW M Team Redline have got. Elsewhere in the field, the 788 been involved in a tiny bit of hijinks. Live Sim Racing Arnage just exiting the pit lane after a 26-lap stint. And here is Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team. Ole Steinbraten getting into running the number 50 at the moment. This will probably be their in-lap, knowing that they've been going about 15 minutes deeper than everyone else. They're 7th on track right now, but owing us a pit stop. In the number 50, the 33 has a slowdown penalty. Falken Sim Racing Team, Teal Alexander T. But I was going to get some stats up here on the 50. Steinbraten and Isaac Gillison are the two drivers in the session at the moment. Lorenzo Manfredotti has also driven, but there are 3 spotters attached to this car. Oscar King, Nicholas Beer, and Jojo Baldi. So I don't think any other car's got as many people riding shotgun as the number 50.
And as you suspected there, David, he makes that call to come down pit lane at the end of this lap. This will mark the end of a 25, nearly 26 lap long stint for that team. And they're joined in the pits by the ADITS Racing by WSR number 97 car. That's currently Michael Kadliak behind the wheel of that car. They just came into the pits not terribly long ago. So the pit stops still continue. I've raised this a lot, and I will continue to raise this in my final hour on this broadcast here on the 2025 Falken Tyre Spa 24 here on the iRacing Esports Network. We've seen so many different drivers break away from the trend and go for some different strategies. I think some racers are trying to set themselves up just to be there up at the front, while others are trying to angle a bit more in terms of being there at the end. With these pit stops basically timing on the hour, I wonder how those racers running on that usual Bago standard pit stop strategy will be able to tackle the end of this race. Some of these drivers, on the other hand, may not have to worry about fuel, may not have to worry about tires. They'll just be able to gun it in the heart of the early evening and late afternoon here in the sim at Spa, and they may be forces to be reckoned with come time in about roughly 7.5 hours time.
About 3 or 4 hours ago, we were marveling at a driver making their first laps in the race. Well, this is Michael Romanidis' first stint in the race. Yes, we've already had 16 hours of racing, and 15 minutes ago, Michael got into the Drago Racing 269 for the first time this race. So I think there are 4 registered drivers to this car. There are. Vlad Kimachev has done the lion's share, 208 laps. Manuel Troncoso's done 158 laps, and Thibaut Prevot's done just 52. but Michael Romanidis has done just 5. So, yeah, the sun was in the sky, it set, we went through the night, the sun came up, everyone had breakfast, and then Michael Romanidis said, "Put me in, coach, I'm ready." And with just 8 hours remaining in a 24-hour race, his first go with the Ferrari 296.
And, you know, I think I said this a little bit earlier on when we saw a case of a racer wait until, I think it was about the 9-hour mark when we saw them get into the car for the very first time. I was like, talk about the full-on support and confidence that you have to have in your teammates to be able to be comfortable to say, you know what, I'll let you guys tackle the first 2/3. I'm going to get in right in the final 8 hours. And, hey, may end up working well for the team. We'll just have to wait and see what those 3 Drago racing cars currently running in 4th, 5th, and 6th respectively will be able to do. That 269 car has a big gap to try and close up between themselves and their teammates well farther up the road. That'd be about 22 seconds that they have to reel in to be able to make that work. But thankfully, they do have the advantage of not having any pressure from behind. Xander Reed in the 08 Coanda Esports Porsche is currently classed in 7th, 20 seconds back. So right now, Michael Romanidis is able to look farther up the road and say, hey, I'm a refreshed driver. I am in this car for the very first time. I'm not stressed. I'm not anxious. And I am not burnt out. I am well rested and ready to rock and roll. So let's see if he may be able to get close enough to his teammates to really put a lock on that Drago Racing P3, P4, and P5 that we are very much so expecting. Running down one spot presently, but that will change as a gridandgo.com esports 001 has now made that call to come down pit lane from 3rd place in this race.
Taking a look, I can only see one other car that is close to a similar driver use strategy here. The number 97 Adidas Racing by WSR has Alexander Davidson, who's driven just the one stint. And if he doesn't get back in and do another one, that car will be disqualified for not meeting the minimum drive time. So he's going to have to get in again at some point. The number 79, Ryan Vandergrip, has a black flag. It's the outlap for that Ferrari. So I think you and I could both take a good guess at what might have happened to a Ferrari on its outlap that gave it a black flag.
Yeah, you know, I think that that pit exit road with asphalt about as patchy as my face when I was 14 may have something to say about it. It is a real rough ride heading all through there. And from my experience personally covering the Ferraris for the past 2 years, ever since they got brought into the sim back in the summer of 2023, I gotta say, these cars and bumps are by no means a match made in heaven. They really do not get along well with bumps, curbs, really any part of a racetrack that will slightly undulate this car will really upset the handling. Now, whether or not that's the front splitter being disturbed or the rear diffuser getting disturbed or the floor relationship to the ground getting disturbed remains to be determined. These racers behind the wheel of these cars would certainly know far better than I would on this broadcast. But either way, no matter how you slice it, that Ferrari is really susceptible. I wouldn't say it's as bad as they would run over a pebble and then just fly off the racetrack, but those Ferraris have been by and large the ones that have been the sketchiest on pit exit thus far in this race.
It's been tough for all. The other thing is we've gone to a couple of replays of that number 79 car struggling at other times. They might be one of the teams that have gone to 100 incident points. 79 enters pit lane now for its drive-through, but takes service, so I'm guessing there's damage along with that black flag for the number 79. Grid and Go 001's outlap proceeding a little better than that. Sven Haas has stayed in. We know that they have run long on their fuel as well. Puts them safe if the circumstance that you were discussing earlier comes along, like the leader takes the white flag or crosses the line with only 1 second left on the clock, doesn't get the white flag, and this race and completing the final lap ends up actually taking, 24 hours plus 7 kilometers.
Yeah, and that one little lap, it may not seem like much in the grand scheme of a 24-hour-long race where these racers probably set to run well over 600 laps at the end of it all. May not seem like much, but that can be a huge difference when it comes to that fuel. We can see a vast majority of this field who decided to angle towards the end of this race in one way. If it gets extended by one lap, you may see a flurry of drivers making that call to come down pit lane, or others not even able to have the opportunity of all of that, running out of fuel and ending up in a world of hurt at the end of one of these races. There's a series I cover where a driver in their debut race in this series ended up running out of fuel, and ever since then we have named a trophy after him for running out of gas at the end of a race. So I will airdrop this in as I can see some of the drivers who run in that series there in the other YouTube chat. Nobody wants to pick up, as some would say, the Thompson Trophy at this for running out of gas.
It's the Lightning McQueen Trophy for having gas but running out of tyres. Eyes on Xander Reed right now, the Coanda Esports 08. Runs in 6th place. Bit of a back and forth, honestly, between them and that third Drago Racing Ferrari for what will be a top 5. This is the highest running Coanda car from what was an incredibly wide slate of drivers, and they're also looking to stay ahead of the gridandgo.com esports Sven Haase, who'll have fresher tyres now that he's brought them in. With regards to the 08 here, spoken about their driver lineup before, but Mitchell de Jong's done 158 laps to this point. Tristan Iglesias 130. Xander Reed's just crossed 138, and I suppose by the time he's done with this stint and he gets out of the car, he'll be pretty close to what Mitchell de Jong has done. I think the responsibility falls on the American here to stay up and cut some laps, while Tristan Iglesias from Spain maybe gets a bit of rest.
When you said the responsibility falls on the American, I was like bracing myself. I was like, oh no, what am I going to have to do on this show? Am I going to have to, I don't know, recite the whole Declaration of Independence or something on this broadcast? I was a little bit nervous there for a second, but yeah, I think that's a rather good call, Even here on the East Coast, it's certainly early on in the AM. Currently here on the East Coast, it's 1:16 in the morning. So definitely working the late shift I am. And these racers, if they're a little bit farther in the West Coast, so you'd be looking at tick over midnight in the Central Time. You'd even still be on Saturday in the case of Mountain Time and West Coast Time. You'd only be looking at 9. What I would give for it to be 9 o'clock at night there on the West Coast, but what I won't be giving to live in the state of Los Angeles, not even because of anything bad, it's just down to the fact of the heat. I cannot handle hot weather at all. These ambient temperatures that these drivers are currently running around here at Spa, low 70s, exactly at 70 Fahrenheit, that's just about my perfect window. Anything above 85 and I start to turn into a puddle.
I was trying to do a bit of my Xander Reed research. I know Mitchell de Jong was at least originally from California, so we might see a little bit more of him coming up as well. It says he's still connected to the server, so he's available to be the next driver to get in if that's what's needed for the 08 Coanda. But just behind them and on the hunt, Sven Haase, the 001 driver from Germany, and the Ferrari. Still got to bring those tyres in a little bit. Still seeing to laps for 4 or 5 or 6 of the stint before the lap times get really, really competitive. So a 2:15.9 just then for Sven Haase, quicker than the 2:17 he had the lap before it. So it's just starting to come on now. Alexander Reed will have taken about a second and a half out of him on the last lap, just as the tyres weren't fully prepared just yet for Sven Haas's Ferrari.
And that 001 Grid and Go Esports car has just been running up towards the north end of the field pretty much for as long as this broadcast has been running. Nice to see that consistent form, but I really don't think the strategy call that they were trying to make to potentially completely cut out a pit stop here, I'm not sure if it has worked out too well right now. It's about 8 laps the discrepancy between that 001 team and the other 2 leaders at the moment who've been out on the racetrack for the past 11 laps on their stint presently. So Sven Haas and that Grid and Go Esports team, they've certainly given the old college try, and that Grid and Go stable has some very talented racers behind the wheel. Sven has certainly put in a shift as well during this event. He has been in that car more often than not presently. I'm sure you could probably pull up that information as well, David, to see how many laps he has run. It's certainly been a lot, though, for that driver and that team trying to throw something at the wall, seeing what can possibly stick. I'm not sure if it will work out well, but can knock them for giving the old college try.
They're a 3 driver lineup. We've discussed that there is at least one 2 driver lineup out there for Chick Hicks. Now, are there any 5 or 6 driver lineups? Got my eyes open and I don't see any. I know at the Nürburgring there were a couple. It was certainly kind of track where maybe you don't actually want to drive 10-12 hours of it all by yourself, and if you pack a couple more drivers into 3 cars instead of stretching them out to enter 4.
I was just going to say that I feel like running around Spa compared to the Nürburgring, this track, despite, I mean, this is not a short track this at all. It's one of the longest, the longest on the F1 calendar, and one of the longest on iRacing right now. I think the only ones that are longer are the various configurations that include the Nordschleife there at the Nürburgring and the GT course of the Bend. But outside of that, Spa, a long racetrack here, but it feels like a quarter-mile short track compared to the absolute behemoth that is the Nürburgring 24 course, using both the Nordschleife and the Grand Prix circuits at the bottom, which used to be called the Südschleife many moons ago, German, of course, for South Loop. But I can definitely understand those teams deciding, you know what, we're going to have more drivers for that event, and maybe say, you know what, you have 2 options. You either have to put in an absolute shift here at the Nordschleife when you're running out there doing laps around a track that has 144 corners and is about as mentally and physically strenuous in the sim as you could possibly get, or you run around Spa, which I feel like is a track that pretty much everybody has experience running on here in iRacing. God knows how many laps I've done around here in the sim. It's an absolutely divine racetrack, this, and one that these racers are most certainly familiar with.
Going one spot further back to the Mahler Racing team and Ruben Bonga, I can definitely see the damage to the rear of that car with the mishap on the pit exit. Got WSR behind, looking to unlap themselves. SDR also looking to unlap themselves. You can see Fiercely Forward Yellow behind the Grid and Go Ferrari also looking to unlap themselves. So many GT3s, and some cars get delayed a lap or 2, but still have the pace and look to unlap themselves, as the WSR car is doing here. Marlon not giving it up easily, but really the only sensible thing to do if the car is quicker than you is to let them unlap themselves. Once they get that close, it's fair game if you're quicker to try to get your lap back in that way, and perhaps it won't be the worst thing for the pace and fuel economy of Ruben Bonga.
Yeah, and really the strategy game has been one that many of these racers have certainly played here tonight and here today, whatever it may be, over the past 2/3 of this race. We have seen these racers decide to play ball when it comes to the strategy, try and save some fuel, try and save their tires, and run different strategies in this race. I'm not sure about you, David, but I absolutely adore a race that is absolutely packed with strategy content, even though there's certain points in time where it feels like it is melting my brain with the amount of mental math these teams and drivers are probably having to do to make any sort of sense of it as the competitors themselves undergoing that strategy. It is so cool to see how creative these teams can get when it comes to that strategy game.
Hazard a guess, there is a bit of pace missing now from this Mahler Racing team, BMW. Whether it's the damage or the conditions aren't favouring them, you've just seen two cars unlap themselves. SDR in 22nd, and trying to pick exactly which WSR car that was, but not a particularly positive sign for the car running in 8th if cars 1 or 2 laps down are catching you, passing you, and then pulling away. So something in the mid 215s would be a competitive lap time right now, with WSR passing in the bus stop last lap. It was only a 217.4 for Ruben Bonga, and this lap time also doesn't look like it's going to be especially great. SDR pull into the pit lane, and there's the timing line. It'll update the timing for Ruben Bonga. A 216.9 is slightly better, but still it's missing, I'd say, about a second and a half, maybe just a second, maybe just 1 second from what they could be doing, should be doing, and that keeps up all the way through to the next stint. Well, this is what I was about to say. The 018 Julian Sonnen in the Coanda Esports car is only 9 seconds behind, and therefore is only 9 laps away from catching. And we've seen it just doesn't look like Ruben Bonga's got what it takes to be able to defend. Does that rear wing, while still attached, look a bit misshapen to you?
You know, I was going to say that it looked a little bit askew. It looks like right by the right side support beam, looking from the back of the car towards the front, right by there, it looks like that wing is a little bit miscue there. You know, we did see a moment involving the 20 not too terribly long ago, if my memory serves me correctly, of them scraping the wall. That was the moment they had out of the pits when they lost it coming out of there when Ruben Bonga came out of the pits last time by, lost it over the bumps on pit exits, scraped against that tire barrier, and I think that's how that damage has been picked up. And you can see how much that gap has gone down on this lap and this lap alone. In terms of the last laps for those racers, we look at Ruben Bonga with the damage on that car. Last time by set a 2 minutes 16.947. Compare that to that Coanda Esports 018 car currently being driven by Julian Sonnen, and he ended up setting a 215.510. So nearly 1.4 seconds the gap between those racers when it comes to pace. And looking at the sectors here from this lap, get a good idea once they come across the line here. 3/10 of a second lost in the first sector alone, another 1/10 of a second lost through sector 2. It's not the tight and turny middle sector that we're seeing that driver lose the time. It's on the straightaways, because that is enough damage whereby the aero and the downforce generated isn't going to be hurt too badly. But heading down the straightaways, it'll feel like that Mahler Racing number 10 BMW of Ruben Bonga is dragging an anchor through asphalt. That is going to act like a huge parachute on the back end of that race car as we see these racers head their way up the Kemmel Straight, down into the Colm chicane here in a few moments time. You'll see that 8.8 second gap, probably in my book, dip below 8.5.
Was exiting the pit lane on cold tyres this stint. That the Ruben Bonga drums hit the crash symbol.
I like the drum puns that we've got up to this point here in the broadcast. You had to get the snare one a little bit earlier on. I can't remember it off the top of my head, but I
none of the other pieces that make up a drum kit are quite as funny. So I mean, you know, a floor tom doesn't make any sense. But for Ruben Bonga, it's a mistake they may be ruining. What you're seeing, thankfully, though, I think, is Ruben Bonga begin to settle it a little more. The lap times are gone from 2:16.9 down to 2:16.2 here. So instead of catching a second per lap, starting to see Coanda Esports advantage slim to only catching 0.6 on the last lap, and it's feeling like it's going to be about that again. So they might even get all the way to the next pit stop before they get completely closed in. And that illustrates it from 1.7 seconds lost to 1.4 seconds lost to 0.6 lost. And approaching the bus stop chicane for Ruben Bonga. He's not getting any of the slipstream, any of that other kind of assistance he would like. A few of the other cars either pulled away or had to pit in. But for Bonga, if this could be a 2:15, then he'll be finding his confidence and settling it. And it can't. It's a nearly identical lap again, a 2:16.3 flat.
And I will say the swing that I was expecting from Julian Sonnen hasn't necessarily come. However, he is slowly but surely whittling away at that gap, just attacking it lightly with a nail file, is what we're seeing right now from that 018 Coanda car. Last time by 2:15.739. You could see the advantage gained in terms of the lap, 1.4 seconds on the 429th lap, and then about a half a second the lap after that, another half a second after that. We're starting to see it kind of taper off, so I wouldn't necessarily say the bleeding has stopped, but it has slowed down somewhat. Ruben Bonga, though, would have to put a tourniquet on that if he doesn't want to get out of hand too much, because as it stands at the present moment with a half-second gap, we would probably see these racers begin to battle in about 16 laps. However, we do have those pit stops coming up here in the not-too-far-off future, so I think that may be a saving grace for Ruben Bonga if he can get that rear wing repaired and find some newfound pace in that number 10 machine.
Yeah, outside of teammates, this is becoming one of the closest battles inside of the top 10. Coanda 08 to Gringo 001, also not super far. So we know what the damage looks like for Marla Racing Team. Well, how does the racing look in the body language of the Porsche for Coanda Esports that's pursuing them? You know, that have been pretty consistent, 2:15.7, 2 laps in a row, and able to take 5.5 tenths out of Marla Racing Team on consecutive laps. They've got Fiercely Forward Yellow, I think there, or blue, just behind them. I could be wrong again on that. I think it's actually TC Esports, my apologies. Who are 16 minutes behind the leader and 7 laps down. 59 cars started this race, 38 are still running. The last retirement, I think, was about 4.5 hours ago. Effect Simulations had some big damage. SimRC retired 5 hours, 30 minutes ago. And DR Hops Custom, or is it Dr. Hops Custom, looked like they retired about 5.5 hours ago as well. So 38 GT3s running, still keeps it pretty busy out on track, the 2025 edition of the iRacing Spa 24-hour special event. This is the top of many, many splits, thousands of drivers taking part in iRacing's big special events, and the more drivers join, the more splits there are. There is room for everyone. It's what makes it such a massive community weekend for iRacing. But of course, the more drivers, the more teams, the more splits, then the thinner cream of the crop we are finding in the top split, the closer all of the teams here are going to be and the more competitive it's going to be. And that is the margins that we're checking out. So down to 7 seconds, Julian Sonnen in his pursuit of Ruben Bonga right now.
And I gotta say, David, this is a very competitive field of racers that we've got running in this event. You look through the talent pool, drivers who are both stars of in-sim competition here on iRacing, and drivers who you see make appearances in real life as well. Just a brilliant talent pool of competitors running in this edition of the race. It's been brilliant to see these racers hit the track over the past, now coming up to 17 hours, I believe it is, into this race. It has been an absolute blast to be a part of this. I'll be leaving the broadcast booth in about 17 minutes time, but we are rapidly approaching upon another festive part of this race, and as it pit stops, we're going to start to see some more drivers make that call to come pit lane. I'm going to go through right now and try and see who may be the first. Looking like the usual suspects, a WSR Esports black car currently being driven by Patrick Hingston. He's 24 laps into his stint at the present moment, so that will probably be a call to pit in the not too far off future. The other Mag Performance 150 car currently being driven by Omer Khan just came down in the pits 1 lap ago, currently classed down to 27th. And looking through the other usual suspects that we'll see come into the pits early, the WSR Esports red team currently being driven by Kamil Grabowski in P18 right now, 22 laps into this stint. Just about everybody else, though, spending solidly inside the teens, whether it be 16, 17, 18 for most drivers. Saw some in the 15s, and there is one racer currently 19 laps into this stint. That's Paul Mooney in the Chick Hicks Racing Team number 18 car. So varied strategies up and down, awesome to see, but you do gotta wonder who's gonna end up having that right pitch strategy. Will it come up red yet again for the BMW team Redline efforts in P1 and P2? They've been flawless up to this point, still holding on to a 1-minute gap to themselves in the closest Drago racing car, the 069, currently slotted in third, being driven at the moment by Nicholas Matteo. But those two BMW Redline cars hoping that they can master the strategy at the end of this race, as we do see that WSR Esports black entry now being driven by Aiden Young make that call to come down pit lane, the young American hopping behind the wheel.
Every lap is a chance to check the lap times, update the gap, and the lap times are still in the 2:16s for Ruben Bonga, and they're still in the mid-high 2:15s for Julian Sonnen. The gap comes down again, starting to reach points where you can look down the straight here, see that BMW, and maybe he can even see the damage on it if he gets his binoculars out. Another lap, another 0.5 of a second in pursuit of 8th place. And of course, this graphic also shows last pit stop lap. Not a whole lot of difference between these two. 25 to 26 laps is normally considered a good stint, and Ruben Bonga 19 laps in, Julian Sonnen 18 laps in. Of course, 15 minutes to the top of the hour, and that's approximately when everyone's pitting.
When we see that slow trickle of drivers make that call to come down pit lane, to turn from the trickle into a full-on monsoon, that's when we're going to start to see the battles flare up as well. We've seen that play out throughout this race, and we'll see it yet again here over the next 13 minutes and some change here at the end of this stint. when we see these drivers realize, hey, look, we're coming into the pits, may as well get this battling out of our system, make these gains right towards the end of the stint and run smooth. I have a feeling this battle that we got on screen right now involving the 018 Julian Sonnen behind the wheel of that Coanda Esports entry, we were thinking that he would challenge Ruben Bonga, but I think as it stands right now, it may end up coming well, at least for now, the way of Ruben Bonga. Looking through, about 4.5 seconds is a gap between those racers, and in terms of their last laps as well, another half a second taken out of that gap. I think the 10 just has the benefit of seeing those pit stops come up here in the not too far off future. We'll be able to fix that rear wing damage hopefully on that race car. If it's too much time lost, we may end up seeing a swaparoo as a result of those drivers coming down pit lane, period. And I'm actually going to double check right now here, looking at the live timing graphic. A little bit of a discrepancy. I think it's 1 lap the difference between these drivers' stint lengths. Ruben Bonga in that Mullen Racing number 10 car has spent more time out there on the racetrack in this stint, 1 more lap, than Julian Sonnen in that Coanda Esports entry. So we may end up seeing a swaparoo between those drivers anyways. I just don't think it'll be a move on track with how close they are to those rapidly encroaching upon next round of pit stops.
Well, last lap between these two cars was not rapidly closing or rapidly expanding. Identical lap times between Leandro Andaruti and Cooper Webster, just 1.5 seconds behind, but you can see that in the average, Cooper Webster is just slowly closing it in. That third of the BMW M Team Redline cars, the number 22, hasn't been making 26 stops. They had a disconnect. They were already a little off cycle and off strategy and behind on position. It's 23 laps into the stint of what's been 25 or 26 depending on for that car. But Cooper Webster slowly closing in the gap. The only Australia flag driver on the track right now, as I scroll through the list, is Cooper Webster. For some other little delays for the 114 previously, I've just seen a slowdown penalty for the 14, fiercely forward yellow. So there's still jeopardy and stakes out there, and they're not just cruising around. It's 24 hours of really trying to absolutely push up and against the limit, and occasionally making mistakes like on pit exit, like getting slowdown penalties, which is typically cutting the top of Radion, and then also trying to work your way through traffic if they're not compliant is a chance for mistakes or errors or damage. But there's no lap traffic in between PGZ, P1 Docs and BMW M Team Redline 22 right now. Either Cooper Webster closes this gap, or the low fuel light for him calls him into pit lane in a couple laps time.
And as we get into the final 10.5 minutes of this hour, before we have 7 hours left to go from the 2025 iRacing Spa 24 presented by Falken Tyre, we gotta wonder who's gonna play that strategy game the best, who's gonna play it well, who's gonna maybe buck the trend and start to do something different. We have seen so many racers go with different strategies. Would not be shocked if we see some more pull off some alternate strategies here at the end of this race. We'll say as well, touching on the drivers still waiting to come down pit lane. I believe the next, unless I'm very much mistaken, will end up being your current P12 runner, the Team Redline 22 entry, currently being driven by Cooper Webster. After a disconnect for that team in the past few hours, they've been able to claw their way up back into 12th. It's been a scrappy race for this number 22 team. You gotta wonder, looking at the 2 other team cars there from the Redline stable running in P1 and P2, what the 22 car would have been able to do had they got a better lease on life in this race. Had that technical difficulty a little bit earlier on, disconnecting out of the blue down into the Lacombe chicane. That spin as well, heading off through La Source. Cooper Webster and the entirety of that 22 Team Redline car have not had a good run up through it at this point of the race. They're slowly getting back on cycle when it comes to the pit stops, but as it stands right now, still in P12. Don't think, unless there's some sort of major swing at it, they would be able to catch up to the team cars. But so a very valiant effort and a beautiful recovery drive from this team to even be in the consideration for a top 12 finishing spot.
Quickly approaching the top of the hour in pit lane time, especially, pardon me, for Cooper Webster in this 22. Might get one more after this. It's either in this lap or in the next. It's in this lap for WSR Esports Red. Kamil Grabowski is going to pit that BMW, and we'll see a few more shortly. 10 a.m. in session on an overcast day at Spa keeps the track temperature at 24.5 degrees Celsius and the air temperature climbing subtly to 21.5. But this is no heat wave sunny summer day at Spa, at least not now in the forecast. Expect continual overcast cloud cover basically all the way to the checkered flag. Cooper Webster to the bus stop, and Cooper Webster to stay on track for one more lap, running out of time to catch Leandro Andaruti and pass that Porsche just ahead. The other gap, Julian Cernan has got it down to about 2.5-3 seconds behind Marla Racing Team's Ruben Bonga. So he's got all the motivation he needs to move Coanda more solidly into the top 10. This is Cooper Webster on what's probably going to be the in-lap for this 22 BMW.
And looking at the information surrounding that race car, currently just a little bit outside of the top 12. This is a 25th lap for them in this stint, so running it a bit longer compared to some others who have decided to come in for some earlier stops. We have seen that become a bit more of a common sight, haven't we, David? More drivers deciding, you know what, 21 laps into a stint, let's just make that call to pit. I wonder if these racers are doing that partially to try and adjust their strategy, partially to try and get some better track position, which around a racetrack like this, you know, it's a big track, but we've got a large amount of race cars still running in this race, even with the drama and hecticness we've seen up to this point. So track position, another huge factor about that strategy game as well. Figure out where exactly you'll exit out, figure out who you're going to be around, and try and run it that way as well. We will see these teams run the strategies that they've engineered for weeks on end, but I wonder if a little bit of reverse engineering for the strategy can kind of work out well. Instead of going from the start to the finish, do it from the finish to the start.
Definitely once we get within the final 3 hours, you can begin to make more accurate estimates about how long the final stop will need to be, who's making it with 2 more stops, etc., and you'll also have a lot more certainty about what the weather and the track conditions will look like. Not that we expect it to change quickly, but you just never know. Going to a replay here, number 2, Altitude Freem Esports. The Ferrari loses its rear, bit of a concertina effect going into the turn 1 La Source hairpin. And I wonder if they just had to slam on the brakes as they turned into the corner a little heavier than they wanted to. Lost the rear as some of the cars in front may have been saving fuel. 26 laps, Cooper Webster into pit lane. Other drivers available for this car, if we do see a driver change. Luke McEwen, Sam Couture. No, I clicked the wrong car. Oh, no one else is connected. It's going to be Cooper Webster. Enzo Benito, Josh Thompson, and Gianni Vecchio are all with their little sleeping cap on in Europe, and it's Cooper Webster, man of the watch right now. To that other gap, Ruben Bonga in the 10, Coanda Esports 018. This gap was 10 seconds, and it has shrunk quickly, Ron.
Yeah, that gap has certainly decreased with a lot of pace from that 018 car of Julian Sonnen. You can see, just in terms of the past few laps, 6.5 tenths of a second gained 3 laps ago, nearly over 3/4 of a second gained the lap following that, and another half a second taken out of that gap. Is now 2 seconds of difference between these two racers running in P8 and P9. I will continue to say that I think it may come up the way of Ruben Bonga, at least as it stands right now, as there will be these two making that call to come down pit lane in the not too far off future. In fact, pretty much everybody up the north end of the field will probably be eyeballing a pit stop either next time by or the time afterwards. Let's take a look at those laps. Bonga saying a 2 minutes 16.437, and Soren, actually that was probably one of the smallest gains we have seen from them. I think the lap traffic certainly helping out the case of Ruben Bonga on that lap, because that was not a very good lap time, but Soren wasn't really able to take advantage of that either. 1.7 seconds now the gap. There will be a discrepancy. One of these drivers will be coming down pit lane one lap earlier as a result of the strategy they are already set into. The iRacing number 10 of Bonga as one more lap on his tires than that Coanda Esports car right behind. So we'll be seeing them come into the pits together, and if there is a bit of hold up for that number 10 of Bonga to repair that rear wing, which is still miscued right now, we may end up seeing a swap route through the pits instead of through the racetrack.
Julian Sonnen had a couple of lap cars he needed to get past, that WSR car and the 11 TC Esports. I think he's managed to do that, so there's nothing in between him and Ruben Bonga. This has been a very difficult stint for iRacing team. The Bonga drums have a fever, and the only prescription is more cowbell. All of the gap that they had dissolving just in these final couple of minutes.
See, I wish I had a cowbell now to play right at the end of my my time on the show. I'll be vacating the commentary booth here and the color seat in just a couple of moments' time to our esteemed colleague, Mr. Lorenzo Bonder, back from a nap and a break here from what has been an absolutely incredible race. And we still got that strategy, which has definitely been the more vital part of this. These racers have had to pay so much attention to those cycles of stops every single hour. It has been a constant voice in the back of these drivers' minds, trying to figure out exactly how it all shake out when it comes to the strategy content. But overall, it's been an absolute privilege to be a part of this show for the 2025 Falken Tyre Spa 24-hour iRacing special event here, broadcast on both the iRacing Esports Network and the RaceSpot TV YouTube channel. Been on the show for I think 9 hours up to this point now. It is about 2 o'clock in the morning here on the East Coast of the U.S. It's Sunday morning here, so I may be late to Sunday brunch potentially, but David, it's been absolutely awesome to be here in the broadcast booth. And before we get these pit stops really up and rolling, I think we'll bring in Lorenzo. I don't want him to come back into the show the way I got brought into it in the first place, getting brought in right as basically everybody came into the pits. So I'll let you gentlemen have it. It's been a privilege being a part of this show. I'm now going to go and have a well-earned sleep. You guys take it away.
Well, there goes Ron. Less is Morns, and Lorenzo Bonda joins me with 7 hours to go. We've got an exciting battle brewing here inside the top 10, Lorenzo, even if it continues to be the red line double danger in the race lead.
Yeah, the double domination, double whammy. I'm trying to think of more double dailies, double jeopardy. I'm trying to think more of double stuff.
Certainly is a bit of double jeopardy. Crossing the top of the hour now to give us 7 hours to go. 17 hours complete. And right on cue, heaps of pit stops beginning to open. Maniti Racing Green in. Chick Hicks team are in to get some service from the hostile takeover bank team. And expecting one of these two in as well. Probably Ruben Bonga. We'll see if he can get any of that damage fixed, and the pit stop is just going to save him before Coanda catch him.
Yeah, basically saved by the bell. I think that's the best way to describe Bonga's stint. I saw what happened in the morning. I woke up, literally the first thing I saw was the replay of what happened to Bonga. Unfortunate, but we've seen time and time again these cars, you know, falter under the cold tires, right, David? We knew that we saw issues like with Dino and other drivers as well. We knew that wasn't going to be the last of the things we would see in the racetrack, and it is what it is. It's unfortunate to see that, but fortunately for them, I don't think it's going to be a long time in the pit lane. They're going to be able to fix that wing quite fast. I don't know if there's anything else to fix, but at least they are within the top 10.
So joining them on pit lane just ahead is BMW M Team Redline. Luke McEwen and Florian Labigra brought the cars in. It looks like they're both going to stay in the cars. Drago Racing hit their pit stops. Nicholas Matteo and Ate Kalpinen. No, they have entered the lane but not hit their pit stops just yet. And there goes Labigra. Luke McEwen goes. And usual service is going to resume. Florian Labigra has jumped Luke McEwen though. The 20 ahead of the 21 on pit exit. We've seen them then swap this back before, but the following car saves more fuel, refuels more quickly, jumps ahead on pit exit, and just taking the opportunity to put a little bit more temperature into the tyres. Slowdown penalty for the 114 again. Leandro Anderuti was being caught by Cooper Webster. Then Cooper Webster had to pit. So Cooper Webster might undercut PGZ if they lose too much time. Interesting.
Did you see where that slowdown came along, or just by time reference? Because I don't have that information.
No, I don't know. I still want to guess that it was Radeon though. So in the Drago Racing cars, 169 has jumped 069, a mirror image of what just happened to the BMW M Team Redline teammates. Nicholas Matteo stayed in the 069, but Dries van Langendonk has taken over the 169. In the 269, it was Michael Romaniti's first stint of the race when he got in the car an hour ago, so he is going to stay in and have his second stint of the race in the 269. Coanda Esports 08 gets Mitchell de Jong. Julian Sonnen brings Coanda Esports 018 in, just that one lap later than Marla Racing Team. So a few of these battles are about to reignite post pit stops with a couple of fresh faces and a couple of returning characters.
Right on. By the way, one thing I am very let down is that you guys did not do the Christopher Walken imitation of the cowbell stuff, which I am slightly let down.
Well, I gave the rest of it a good go. I think I'm going to do puns rather than impression work. I'll just stick to what I know.
Fair.
So, Simify Esports pitting, lots of cars exiting pit lane, keeping an eye on Julian Sonnen. Oh, and there's Marla somewhere a little bit ahead. Oh no! A mirror image of what their rivals had just done. Julian Sonnen, too ambitious on the pit exit. Now he's gone and scraped his rear wing against the tyre barriers. Too much ambition. And the 018 has done itself some damage, but is the Marla Racing Team repaired enough to take advantage? Sonnen on the coldest tyres, Marla with one lap of heat in their tyres. Ruben Bonga, I've spent the last hour perhaps not being fair to him, and now the shoe is on the other foot in the battle between Coanda Esports and Marla Racing Team.
Some would call it the bonga drums were very strong for Sonnen's exit. Yikes. I didn't expect that.
On an overcast day, the Sonnen doesn't shine.
Yeah.
still seeing a significant amount of damage there for the Marla Racing Team car, but I don't think it's as bad as it once was. He does move ahead. Mainly it's the tyre temperature difference at play here. Oh, a big slide there. Don't push too hard now. You've lost the track position. Bring the tyres in with a tiny bit more finesse in this case and see if you can have a chance to attack again. But I fear there will be a little bit of an aerodynamic penalty. You can see that the front bumper is pushed in, exposing more of the right front tyre to the air. Aerodynamically inefficient to do that. The right end plate looks a little askew, and I'm not sure I've got a good enough view at the right rear there. Drama at Blanchimont. There's a car a lap down to them. Ferrari goes wide. Might be SCK Racing, the 24?
Maybe. It looked like that. Yep.
Yes, I think it was. It's the Ferrari that, on hot tyres, was catching Julian Sonnen. Thought they were going to pass, and then Julian Sonnen told them, actually, I don't think you are, because I'm still engaged in a top 10 fight against Marla Racing Team. Apex Racing Team 99, pit. Still a couple laps away from seeing Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports Team and the gridandgo.com Esports 001 of Sven Haase, who's third right now, but still needs to pit, surrounded on the timing column by cars that have just stopped at the top of the hour. This will be the first slightly representative lap from Coanda Esports, but still not quite. Going to need to wait 2 or 3 more laps to see if there is a significant lap time loss to the damage by Sonnen.
I'd argue, I think they're going to suffer the same thing Bonga did on this. And if you look, you spoke about the front right of the bumper, of the front bumper being caved in. If you look really in detail, you can see maybe the wing. I think the right side of the wing is also slightly dented, and that will occur some aerodynamic loss, especially in some of the very important corners of this racetrack. So I expect Julian to be doing the same pace that Bonga did basically the entirety of this stint. I think Bonga did the majority of his laps within the 16 mid-lows. I'd expect the Coanda driver to do pretty much some of the same stuff.
The BMW M Team Red Line cars leading the race have done the swap again to see the 21 leading the 20, even though Florian Lebigre got the jump through the pit lane. He's now dropped in behind Luke McEwen, who leads the race. This is the onboard cold tyres for Julien Sonnen, and just the snap. Grind against the wall, done a bit of damage, cost a bit of time there as well. Would have lost 2 or 3 seconds just on the pit exit, and it's made all the difference in this battle.
And it's funny how cold tires have such an interesting behavior, right? Because as soon as he went over the Gradient crest, I want to say he probably got like a grade or something like that, a rain drainage grade or something like that, and I think offset the car a little bit, and that was enough to send the car into nearly a half spin. But the good reactions from Julian managed to avoid that kind of a incident. But the damage, I think, would be inevitable for the Porsche. So unfortunate to see that happen, but all in all, I don't think that was the worst outcome in the history of mankind. As his first few laps, the first lap was a 17.9, and I don't think that's surely reflective of the true pace that he's going to be putting up in that Porsche 911.
Slowdown penalty for 269 Drago Racing Michael Romanidis. And that looks like Radeon as well. The two Drago Racing cars have ended up more separated. Dries van Langendonk is not nose to tail with the 069. Nicolas Matteo. The 069 has lost a little bit of time somewhere along the journey. And keeping an eye on these lap times as the tyres come up to temperature for Julian Soinen. Yeah, 2:17.5. I think they've done quite a bit of damage. Ruben Bong is pulling away from them. Leandro Anderuti with the overcut on Cooper Webster, but had a slowdown penalty at some point while they were bringing those tyres in. The gap's back to 1 second again and will shrink pretty quickly. Cooper Webster seemed to have a little bit more pace, and BMW Team Red Line have certainly done their numbers in their preparation for this year's race. And he also has a little bit of tyre warmth advantage in this phase as well, to close it down within 1 second and put the pressure on the PGZP1Docs.com Porsche.
Yeah, I think it's going to be that thing. He's going to cook Leandro up to a point that I think the number 22 driver is going to be comfortable enough for him to overtake him around, I would say, either La Source over here at the exit at the Camel straight, going into Lacombe. But I was looking, oddly enough, well, not oddly enough, but somewhat expectedly enough. I think that's the proper word. Only the Red Line cars have done 14s on their best lap in this race. Nobody else has done 14s as their best lap, so it shows how much of a pace they brought up to the virtual Belgian track today on the 24 hours.
So this is a replay of the 069 Drago Racing car. They were right with their teammates. This is right towards the end of the stint through Pouhon. Oh, a late snap in the second part of Pouhon. 360-degree spin, a good catch. We saw Alexander Spetz make a really good catch in one of the Drago Racing Ferraris. It might have even been this one earlier on, but that is where the gap, the 5-second gap, came between the 169 and 069. That, I think, was the in-lap before the most recent pit stop about 15 minutes ago.
I know GT3 cars, they are more sensitive towards how the fuel operates. So whenever the car gets really light on the final laps, there is a good tendency of the car being a little bit more oversteering. So that might have been also a mix of the car getting light, oversteeriness on the setup, and also the fact that Pouhon is a downhill left turn and it's easy for you to do maybe an extra input on the car that would offset the balance of the car at the exit of the corner, and maybe that what triggered the spin for Matteo right there.
So the outlap was a 3-minute 36 for Matteo, whereas Atte Kalpinen's outlap was 3:31. So it was the outlap there. Cold tyres, trying to push through Pouhon. Didn't even look like they were over pushing it too much, but there's a really defined edge to within the grip and sliding and snapping on the cold tyres, whereas more catchable when the tyres are up to temperature and up to pressure. And it was just a little too much from Nicolas Matteo that's cost a bit of time to the 069 Drago Racing. A battle for 11th and 12th. Different fuel strategies. There is a chance that the PGZ P1Docs.com 114 needs one less stop to get to the end than the BMW Team Red Line 22. Cooper Webster and his teammates And the other cars have so much pace from this team that is closed in over those last 3 laps in figures that you can see, absolutely applying pressure, looking to pass on track for 11th place. Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team number 50 is in pit lane right now. Lorenzo Manfredotti will have the car on the exit, who I think will rejoin ahead of this battle, but not by an incredibly great deal. And Durruti pulls way out of the way. That's wider than the normal racing line to offer up the inside braking zone into the bus stop, gladly taken by Cooper Webster, who moves the 22 BMW up into 11th place. Manfredotti's just exiting pit lane now at the bottom of Eau Rouge. So these guys will be about 15 to 20 seconds behind the Ferrari 50 that will rejoin in 10th place. Cooper Webster's flying right now.
This might allow Durruti to try to follow as closely as he possibly can, maybe save a little bit of fuel. I don't think he's gonna try to do the overtake. He positions in the car in a way that normally you would say, oh, he's gonna go for it, but I think at this point, knowing the true pace of the red lines, I don't know he's gonna risk that. I think it's easier for him to follow him around the best way he can and try to maximize his fuel saving while Cooper's just doing his job to break away from the German driver.
Run down to the flag of every driver on track right now. It's United Kingdom, France, Germany, Belgium, Spain, Greece, United States, Netherlands, Belgium, Italy, Australia, Switzerland, Germany, Spain, Germany, Sweden, Poland, United Kingdom, Spain, Germany, Argentina, Greece, Turkey, Italy, Argentina, Belgium, Germany, France, United States, Pakistan, Germany, Hungary, Germany, England, Spain, Netherlands. I feel like I said Germany and Spain a lot just then.
If you try to do a quick head count, how many times do you said German and Spain? How many times you would have said that, taking a wild guess?
Well, I think I said Germany 7 times and Brazil once.
Ouch. That's not fair, okay?
So, based on these lap times for the 018, I think it's fair to say there is about 1 to 1.5 seconds per lap of aerodynamic damage to the Porsche inflicted by too much enthusiasm on cold tyres on the narrow and slippery pit exit. Julian Cernan side-swiped the whole right-hand side of the car along the tyre barrier at the top of Radion. And Ruben Bonga also still seems to be carrying about the same amount of damage. You compare Ruben Bonga in 8th, Julian Cernan in 9th, with their 2 minute 16, 2 minute 17 lap times. Well, Mitchell de Jong did a 2:16.1. Luke McEwen in the race lead did a 2:15.6. Cooper Webster did a 2:15.7. So cars in front and behind these two are both going quicker as they're both injured, carrying that damage, and it might be difficult to quickly do repairs enough to finish it, and it's that annoying amount of damage, particularly I think for the Marla Racing Team car, where you're going, gee, we're losing 5 or 6 tenths. But with 177 laps to go, if we did anything more than 30 to 40 seconds of repairs, we'd never get that pit lane time back, while we're losing about 10 seconds per stint.
That's some advanced mathematics. That's... Given a quick thought about it, I might actually have to agree with you. At this point, I think they're gonna try to do the best of, just linger with the stint itself and try to minimize any damage. I think they're gonna just take the L for each stint they go at the current moment and slowly repair the car. Because fortunately, with each and every pit stop that you do nowadays in iRacing, you can quickly get like 10 seconds of repairs done. 10, 12 seconds of repairs. So eventually, at some point, you would say you would be okay to go back into the track feeling 100% again. But the question is how long of repairs you have yet to do on the car to say you're on your optimal, not going to say optimal temperature, but an optimal set of pushing the car around and feeling 100% okay with it.
Yeah, because if you pay close attention to any of the pit stops, sure, refueling and tyre change happen together, but from completely empty to completely full in the fuel tank takes about 42 seconds. To change 4 tyres only takes about 27 seconds. So when they take a full tank of fuel, you'll see that the pit stop, they come into the pit stall, go up on the jacks, and then after 27 seconds when the tyre change is done, they drop, then they wait for the fueling to be finished. In that time, when the tyre changes finish their job, but the refueling isn't done yet, a small amount of damage repair at a reduced rate can take place. So if you're holding 30 seconds of optional repairs, about 8 to 10 seconds of it will clear in a normal stop without needing to wait any longer. Because when only one job is being done, there's a few free mechanics who can do just a little bit of this and that. They might be hoping that there's a tiny amount of optional repairs on both of these cars, Marla Racing Team and this Coanda Esports car, that they can just tidy up the car a tiny bit with no extra penalty over the next couple of pit stops. But it does mean that then over this stint, maybe the next stint and the next stint, you're losing time on track, even if you're not losing it in pit lane. So a 2:16.9 is still off the pace that I think Sonnen would want to be doing, of about a 2:15.8-ish, although the track temperature's coming up and your race leaders haven't quite done the pace that they were doing earlier. 28 degrees Celsius on the track. One of the main rivals for them will be Lorenzo Manfredotti and the Ferrari Esports team. The tyres are still cold for the 50, so it'll take 1 or 2 laps before we get a representative time out of this Ferrari, but it's already quicker than Coanda and Marla, and I think there's more to come.
Oh, the pain is going to come to them. I'm going to probably even argue that the Italian is going to reach them. I'm not going to say by the end of the stint, but I think somewhere in the midpoint of his second stint, if he carries on with that pace and starts to, and eventually is going to start engaging in battles with them and get within further off the top 10.
Another gap to keep an eye on. Cooper Webster, I think, is demonstrating the peak pace of the racetrack at the moment. Simify Esports number 3 also just did a 2-minute 15.9. So in these 28 degrees Celsius track conditions, I think a high 15 is looking like a good number. So then if you're consistently in the mid 216s or in the 217s, you're either driving off pace, which I don't think is Ruben Bonga or Julian Sonnen. I think it's mechanically that's how much lap time they're missing because of the damage that they have on their race cars. So that gap, you see Webster closing it, but certainly Manfredotti is closing the gap to 9th quicker than 11th place is closing the gap to him. I think it'll all converge around 8th place the way it's going.
Oh, it will. I think it's a matter of time when that is going to happen. What's insane in my point of view is like Cooper doing a 2:15.9 on the previous lap. Not on this one he just completed, but on the previous one. and look the lap delta. Like, well, I think the Outlap was 1 second and a half seconds faster than the previous lap, half a second faster. Now it's more equaled out between the Italian and the Australian in terms of gaps, but eventually they will be engaged in battle with the way that Cooper's driving in this thing. The recovery of the 22 is something remarkable. It's kind of like what could have been of their race had Enzo's game had an issue earlier, you know.
Yeah, a lot of very solid drivers in that car. Cooper Webster, Gianni Vecchio, Enzo Benito, Josh Thompson. Now, I'm not sure that Gianni Vecchio is from the country that he's selected for his iRacing flag.
Which is Germany?
Virgin Islands.
That is such a Vecchio thing to do.
Yeah, it is.
No, he's not. He's definitely not from the Virgin Islands. He's from he's from Austria. If I'm not 100% wrong. It's Austria or Germany. It's either or, and I know Johnny's probably gonna go on my DMs or gonna say you're completely wrong, mate.
Leandro Anderuti, though, able to run with Cooper Webster. That's very smart. You saw Anderuti just a couple of laps ago completely sidestep out of the way of Cooper Webster, and then he's attached his lasso, and he's well, Cooper Webster's doing good lap times, so's Anderuti, and that's why I say that 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 could all close in. Because with the pace Cooper Webster's got, well, it's being shared with Leandro Anderuti for the moment, so he's riding the wave closer to the number 50 Ferrari, who's also getting closer to Coanda Esports. And this is where a lot of that time comes from. The Porsche very good up Radeon, therefore gets a really solid dose of the slipstream on the Kemmel Straight towards a maximum speed of about 265 kilometers an hour. And then you've just got to hold on to the ride through the middle sector, not let Cooper Webster get too far away. And then the run towards Blanchimont, the run from Blanchimont to the bus stop, and then, of course, that front Kemmel Straight part, really maximise any slipstream you can get your hands on. And you can see up the road the Porsche of the Ferrari of Manfredotti. My apologies.
Yep. It's all right. And what's good for Anderuti in the whole scope of things is like having someone to chauffeur him around the racetrack, and he, like I said before, can fuel save a little bit, do some really fast laps while he's actually at it, and get closer to the Italian as well. So making a three-way battle, and just about Vecchio again, he's actually German. He's from Ingolstadt. So thank God I actually corrected myself in time. Thank you, Redline, the website.
Fun fact, this weekend, Italy qualified for the World Cup, the Cricket T20 World Cup in 2026, defeating Scotland and Jersey and the Netherlands and others to qualify for the Cricket World Cup next year. So they're not going to the Soccer World Cup in 2026, but they will be going to the Cricket T20 World Cup. Italy, there you go. Get on board, Italian fans. That's your new sporting calling. It's cricket.
Up on the batting train, choo-choo. Because
that's where I think Anderuti is so strong. Every Porsche I've seen just seems to be able to carry 2 or 3 kilometers more at the apex at the top of the hill, even if they're not straight line performance or doing particularly well in the slow corners. It's such a strength. at the top of Radion for the Porsche, and you see he's having to lift out to not hit the rear bumper of Cooper Webster. He'll have to work to stay with him the rest of the way around the lap, but it's playing out lap after lap how it has done on previous laps. 2:16 flat from Cooper Webster, Leandro Ambaruti attached to that, doing similar laps. 2:16.2 from Manfredotti, 2:17 flat from Soinen. So it's closing up, but only tenths of a second per lap, and this is a big lap.
Every gain is gain, whether it's margin or big gains. About Underuti, I think it's to his merit that the fact he's staying with Cooper as well. So because it is not easy to, despite you might have the toe and everything, you have to keep up with the rest of the track, and it's a 7-kilometer track. We have to also take in the fact that Underuti was part of probably some of the Bila Racing golden lineups, right? When Sven, Lubomir, Schweitz, and so many other guys like Gregory Tansen and other guys back in the old days, you used to drive together, and Underuti was part of some of those teams.
So how the turntables, the shoes on the other foot. Once Julian Soinen was catching a damaged Ruben Bonga. Now Ruben Bonga is pulling away from a damaged Julian Soinen Porsche Coanda Esports. Both of them still carrying a little bit of damage. Just spy Manfredotti appearing in the back, a shot there as well. Two Simify Esports, number 3 and number 9, are together, so there are so much flying in formation team games afoot. Lucas Cambamarero and Mark Perez. If you were a bird, what flock would you migrate with to what island? Virgin Islands?
Sandwich Islands.
I'd go to fly south to Barbados for the winter.
You like to keep it warm, basically. You like warm places?
Yeah, I heard they've got rum and chicken and cricket, so I think I'll be all right in Barbados. And maybe I can make friends with Rihanna while I'm there. And they've got beaches, so it sounds great.
Okay. Alright, I put a sandwich just because I thought of food. 7:26 in the morning here in Portugal. That's the first thing I could think about. I could go for a pastel de nata maybe later on. But if I have to properly think about an island, Fiji?
Yeah, okay. Yep. So these are the two Simify cars, the two Simify Ferrari 296 GT3s together, separated by 1 lap in their pit strategy. Mark Perez, the trailing car, the number 9, pitted more recently than Lucas Camba Moreiro in the number 3 car, leading at the moment. Lap times very similar last lap. This is some sort of team game stuff, and they are therefore pulling away from Fiercely Forward Yellow's 16th position in this race, closing up 13 seconds behind Tom Reja in the Apex Racing Team 99. So it's Spanish and Spanish drivers, the number 3 and the number 9 here together, catching just a tiny bit of traffic.
That's the mag car, I think that's first and foremost looking at the front of them.
up over the crest of Radion. Ooh, Mark Perez flashes his headlights. What does that mean? Does he want to lead his teammate, but they don't have another direct line of communication? Or is he trying to flash at the lap down cars? Like, come on, guys. We are ahead of you. Let's see.
I think it is the latter more than the former, to be honest.
The headlight flash now gets a go from the number 3 car. Last lap for them, and the lap prior to that, very competitive for Simify, but just beginning to get bottled up and lose a tiny bit of time.
And it goes back to that conversation of the complications of having a one-make car, right? It is only GT3s, the setups differentiate, but the performance is basically the same for everybody, right? So it's, while everybody's doing really good pace, and of course it's like we're seeing Redline's doing 15s, maybe Jago doing 15s as well from time to time. When a 28 Celsius track, it's still impressive what they're doing. All right, 29 Celsius track, it is impressive what they're doing, man, because let's just say myself, I want to be able to do anywhere close to those 15s, maybe 17s, and I would be pushing the car to the very brim to get to those 17s.
Well, a little bit of the traffic clears as Mag Performance and Omar Akan have to pit, so that opens up just a tiny bit more space for the dual teammates, and they might find that the other Ferrari, if they're a little bit quicker than it, at least it makes paces in the same areas rather than maybe being held up in some places behind the BMW and then stretching its legs away from you in a straight line, and you find yourself in a frustrating situation of not being able to get past easily but losing a little bit of lap time. And it was a driver change for the 150 as it entered pit lane and hit its pit stall. Nick Langner is going to get in. So the David Haynes gap closing predictor says Cooper Webster's going to get Lorenzo Manfredotti before Lorenzo Manfredotti gets Julian Soenen.
Just out of curiosity, David, your gap predictor is powered by what?
My noggin and a little bit of intuition.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Vegemite and then something else.
Noodles, Spam, and gochujang. So half a second on the previous lap, 0.3 this lap. Total gap 3.7 seconds between Manfredotti in 10th and Cooper Webster in 11th. In these situations, the traffic can play a little bit of havoc on this. You see that they're coming up on some. Manfredotti did have to pass Falken sim racing team Alexander Teeb. Now Teeb exists between Manfredotti and Cooper Webster, so if Cooper Webster gets there and doesn't get easy passage, then the gap could expand a little more once again. Nice panning camera and Mag Performance on their outlap on the cold tyres, presenting problems for Falken and Manfredotti. He's had to go past both of those, and you don't think it'll be too long before Cooper Webster is now closing in on Mag Performance and will need to pass. The other gap closing quickly but still 12 seconds apart. Manfredotti catching Soinen. So Soinen 12 seconds away, but catching 0.7 of a second per lap, versus Webster 3.7 seconds away, catching 0.4 of a second per lap. Still think Webster gets to Manfredotti before Manfredotti gets to Soinen, but it will be close.
Like I said,
performance almost run a bit wide. There was actually quite a bit of work for Cooper Webster to do there to try to pass them through the corner. Anderuti doesn't want to lose his toe to Cooper Webster, and that every time they pass some traffic, if Webster passes it and then Anderuti can't, it really could jeopardize the PGZ car if it can't keep hooked to the Webster train.
Yeah, he's got to keep Webster in his webs. You got to stay glued to him in order to get not only close to Manfredotti, but Soinen as well. And I would say, in a sense, Bonga as well, because Bonga's been doing 16.7, so it's like it's a good. I'm not gonna say outcome, but it's a good prospect of that car, PGZ car, getting within the top 10 and further in that top 10 if the situations play to his advantage. That's just how racing is done, basically.
I think the traffic last lap was no good to Lorenzo Manfredotti. 0.9 of a second lost to Cooper Webster, who I think might have just caught some of those other cars like Mag Performance in a nicer spot. Still got the Falken team in between. There's Manfredotti versus Ruben Bonga. Not so bad for Ruben Bonga, honestly, but Marla are still going to be hoping that they can get that damage fixed because they're not at their best or at their peak. Track temp up to 29 Celsius, so we are going to get a bit of temperature, and the weather forecast that has us at 22 degrees Celsius in the air is predicting that in about an hour time it'll go up to 23, 24, and by the mid-afternoon could be 26 or 27 degrees Celsius in the air. Track temperature could continue to climb, no doubt, from an overnight low of 21.5 Celsius. We're now up to almost 30, and it's changing the balance and complexion of the racetrack, changing how hard you can push in different places and the grip levels, but it'll also change the tyre warm-up. So while it will make the end of the stint perhaps more difficult, I think it'll make the start of the stint just a little bit nicer. Number 6 car, Aiden Young on pit lane, WSR Esports Black, after a 26 lap stint, so they've managed to extend that from previous 25s, but stopping 15 minutes before the top of the hour. They are going to have to make one more pit stop than everyone else who's stopping hourly.
Yeah, and we're slowly approaching that pit stop cycle. 10 minutes, give or take, to the start of the pit stop cycle for everybody.
So I'm looking closely as I can at the back of Ruben Bonga's car. Still think the rear wing is askew, but part of the bumper and rear hatch I think is in slightly better shape than it was before the previous stint. So I guess in 15 minutes time they'll take another pit stop. They'll get another 5 seconds to try to crowbar the body panels back into shape, see if they can eventually get it back into specification. Ruben Bonga crosses the line, the lap time updates, and soon we'll have the comparison to Leandro Anderuti, 8th to 12th, but this is where the whole accordion of compression is happening. So 216.7 for Ruben Bongra to 15.7 for the race leaders for comparison of representative and competitive pace. Mandaruti crosses the line at 2:16 flat. Still in the tow of Cooper Webster, who did the same lap time. So both of them caught by about 2/3 of a second.
He's doing a good job managing this deficit of pace that he has, though, because in a long track like this, you normally expect the deficit to be around 1 full second, and he's keeping that. Anything less than that, I think it's a victory in the for each stint that he does. And like you said, you got 5 seconds, I would say 5 to 10 seconds of repairs on the wing, and make sure that is actually properly set on the car. Of course, they're not going to change the back wing. That would take a little bit more than 5 seconds to change that. So it's a good thing they are still in the racetrack. I don't think they're going to be losing BA anytime soon. But the problem is, let's just say if that wing doesn't properly fix or gets a little bit more optimal within the next stint, I would even argue that maybe the end of their stint might be a little bit suboptimal and maybe start fighting for P9 or P10 eventually.
Still backing my hunch that Webster is going to catch Manfredotti relatively shortly. Of course, the problem that Cooper Webster continues to find himself in the number 22 is being just a little short on fuel. So about to start the 23rd lap of the stint, Webster will have 3 laps to try to make an impact. The good news, though, I think, for that car, the number 22, is each stint they get just a minute or two closer to the top of the hour. If they manage to pull out a 27-lap stint somewhere along the line, they might save themselves from having to make an extra stop, which is so critical here. Incredibly long pit lane on the endurance configuration. Takes more than 50 seconds just to do a drive-through. A splash and dash is a minute affair here, so they would probably move heaven and earth to avoid a splash and dash. But they've got so much pace when they're not saving that it's going to be a difficult balance to strike to get this car into the top 10. And so there you have, in one shot, the Ferrari in 10th place, the BMW in 11th, and the Porsche in 12th, all of them coming together and getting closer as we approach 6 hours to go, which will strike 3/4 done and 1/4 of this 24-hour iRacing special event to go.
Crazy how 18 hours have passed up so quickly.
Every hour is going so quickly for me. We have the pit stop, we talk about the cold tyres, we see the gaps beginning to close in, and then it's 10 minutes to another pit stop. It has been flying for me across the last 6 hours or so, because we're about to then have Cooper Webster have to pit, etc, etc, etc. Eyes on the gaps, so 2/10, 3/10, 2/10. Cooper Webster, though, I think that will accelerate once he can get to 1 second behind Manfredotti and feel a little bit of slipstream, or maybe 0.8 back. You'll reach that margin of where the slipstream begins, and the last second should collapse pretty quickly, like pushing two magnets towards each other very, very slowly. Eventually they get close enough that they snap together.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I would argue if the Australian can get about 1.2, 1.1 of Manfredotti's rear wing, that's where the draft starts pulling him in. Not gonna say by big leaps and gains, right? Leaps and bounds, but it will start pulling that BMW closer to the back of the Ferrari, so eventually they're going to be engaged in battle. But what doesn't help also with Manfredotti's case, the fact that he has a German and Enderuti helping Webster, generate more
Enderuti
speed.
has the Swiss flag.
Okay, I could be wrong then. Because I've seen Enderuti already sometime, I think back in Vila with the German flag, so I could be mistaken. But I think it wouldn't be wrong to see if he's Swiss.
In the old club system, there was Club DEATCH, which lumped together Germans, Austrians, and Swiss. But in the new flag system, there is less options for Americans and more options for absolutely everyone else, everywhere else in the world. And Leandro Enderuti has the Swiss flag. It feels like a sort of Italian first name, German surname, which feels a bit Swiss to me.
It's because there's a lot of, given the fact that there's a lot of people from Germany that goes into Switzerland. It's funny. I was having this conversation with a few Portuguese people. There's a lot of people that are immigrated from Germany and Portugal, right? So lots of the guys you would see in Switzerland either have a mixture of German-esque names, a little bit of French-esque names, like Roger Federer, maybe, if you want to call that. That would be more German than French. But there's a lot of guys in Switzerland with Portuguese-esque names. But it's a good mixture of, cultures that you would have in Switzerland. Maybe he's closer to the German border or German side of Switzerland than anything else.
I have spent about 20 minutes of my life in Switzerland, and it was good. I bought chocolate, so that's great.
Oh, you can never go wrong with Swiss chocolate. I think it's been a long while. I haven't had, I think, a Swiss chocolate, to be honest.
They had the, Victorinox brand or whatever it is, multi-tool knives in the grocery store, and I didn't buy one, and I should have bought one, because then I left Switzerland and I did the numbers in my head. I was like, wait, they were like $25. But the rush of seeing Swiss francs, I was in over my head, and I didn't realize what a great deal it actually was, and that I should have got one. This is a great shot here through Lafania and towards Curve Paul Freire, seeing the Ferrari in red, the BMW in the red line Red Bull kind of colours, and Enderuti in the black and gold Porsche, 10th, 11th, 12th, but this is probably going to be the in-lap for Cooper Webster. 5 minutes to the top of the hour, and the number 22 BMW M Team Red Line is probably going to run out of fuel. Predicting 162 laps to go. There's still going to be some savings needed to avoid the dreaded Spa Endurance splash and dash, but that was a very productive stint for this team, making some passes, closing in on some of the competition, and importantly, compared to some other cars in the top 10, keeping damage off the car.
But I keep saying before, what they're doing on that 22 car, even after the shunt that Enzo had, it's somewhat impressive, staying within the lead lap, being the only car that truly matches the leader's pace. In reality, what do you think their lap position might be at the end of 24 hours? Give it a wild guess. 8th? Okay. I can see that. I'm probably gonna argue maybe, maybe 8th or 7th place. I was gonna see might be in the books. I think they're gonna. My guess is my wild guess. I think they're gonna be fighting Grid and Go at some point in the race, but that's just
the problem
a
they're gonna
wild
have
thing.
is I just pulled the calculator out and said 162 laps divided by 6. The answer is that the number 22 needs to do at least one 27-lap stint, I think. They are going to need to do at least one stint, perhaps 2, where they make a fuel save. They're going to drive a swap. So Cooper Webster out of the 22, Gianni Vecchio in. Lorenzo Manfredotti, of course, on a different strategy here. The number 50 and Scuderia Ferrari HP esports team do not need to extend any more stints. Fuel-wise, they're actually one of the teams in the greatest position. 18 laps since they last pitted. It's 24 laps for the leaders, 23 laps for Drago Racing. Grid and Go is the only other car in a similar position of having really saved up earlier. So that's why I'm going to wind it back and predict 8th for this car, 9th for the number 22. Anderuti on his own though, what kind of pace has he got? It seems like he's still hanging in there and still competitive. I can see Julian Sonnen just up the road. His last lap was tough at a 2:17.2. Manfredotti caught him by 1.2 seconds. And Anderuti had a 2:16 flat, equaling Manfredotti.
Oh, no.
So last lap was a trade between these two.
Can we have a replay for what happened to Vecchio?
Oh no. Indeed, for the number 22. Cold tyres, Outlap. Have they been bitten?
I think I am just judging by what I'm reading in the community.
Okay, so from the pole position grid store, the number 22 does what so many have done before on pit exit, on cold tyres, but pulls up a millimetre from the wall, uses reverse gear to stay in the pit exit and not cut it. They didn't get a black flag. They didn't get any damage. But Gianni Vecchio, what have you done?
Mamma mia, Bambini. What did you do? But actually, you were talking about avoiding the black flag. I saw some other occasions of, drivers losing it in the exit of the pit lane. And they got that. There's now the exit of the pit lane has the Belgian flag, right? The colors of the Belgian flag at the in between the track and the exit of the pit lane. If I saw a few occasions where the car would stay in the red portion of the flag. If you rode that and came back into the line, there wouldn't be any black flags. So
out of an abundance of caution, I like what it's done though, because like we said, a drive through here, it's 50 seconds. Going in the reverse gear cost him 5 or 10 seconds. But yeah, you just didn't want to play with fire, get a drive through penalty that would have cost even more time. So while,
it's like, I think there's a good analogy. Gianni Vecchio. Gianni Vecchio and pit stops. Name a more iconic duo.
big swing on the last lap, but a big slide just there through Jackie Ick's corner for Lorenzo Manfredotti. 1.5 seconds taken out of Julian Sonnen in last lap. We've crossed the top of the hour within 6 hours to go Falken Tyre iRacing Spa 24 hour for 2025. This is Race Spot TV bringing you live and uninterrupted complete coverage of this 24-hour special event on Race Spot and iRacing channels and platforms. Pit stops are go for your race leaders. BMW M Team Redline 21 and 20, Luke McEwen and Florian Lebigra come into the pit lane. Both of those drivers have done a triple stint, so a change could be on the cards, because if you put another driver in for a triple, then you do another change 3 hours to go put them in for a triple. That all adds up really, really nicely, so we'll keep an eye on that. We're also expecting the trio of Drago racing cars in 3rd, 4th and 5th to pit in this lap, and a couple of others. Manfredotti's got heaps of fuel, he'll continue, and Arruti will continue as well. Marla Racing Team and Ruben Bonga are in. We'll see what kind of service they can get done. But these leaders, this is the pit stop we're talking about. After about 22 seconds, the tyre change is done, and now you're waiting on the fuel for a further 20 seconds. This is where you can get a little bit of damage repaired, just a tiny bit, just a tweak, sort things out, and cumulatively over successive pit stops, you might be able to completely buff out some damage. And you gotta wait for the merge and the blend. The driver changes taking place. Gustavo Ariel getting into the 21, which keeps the race lead, just as Diogo Pinto getting into the 20 had to get out of the throttle on the pit exit to let his teammate go ahead. Mag Performance are up to speed and they got hot tyres, so they're actually going to slot in between the leaders who have to cease their weaving because of where the other cars on track are. Drago Racing 169. Dries van Langendonk, I think, is probably going to stay with that car. Nicholas Matteo in the 069 hits his pit stall. And I think a driver change is happening there. Ricardo Rico gets in to replace Matteo. And Michael Romanidis is driving down the pit lane in the 269 to find his pit stall as well. See if there's a driver change happening there. Coanda 08 in the lane. Well, you wait, and then everyone pits. But how comfortably the correct side of the hour are all of these cars now? It's not touch and go at all. They're exiting pit lane 4 minutes to the right side of the top of the hour. Thibaut Prevost gets in to replace Romanidis in the 269.
Yeah.
Ascari Rina into the Marla Racing Team number 10. Hopefully they had a clean pit exit. And what does the rear of their car look like? Do you know what? That wing looks better, but not perfect. Still not perfect.
Yeah, not perfect. Still slightly dented towards the right-hand side. But it looks great.
Cold tires, be careful.
Rena, you put your life already in danger in the hands of rallying in real life. You don't want to lose your patience in life while driving in the sim with cold tires. Easy now, boy.
Julian Soinen is in the pit lane. They need some damage repair on the 018 after their previous shenanigans in pit exit, and Leandro Andaruti with a slightly tidier PGZ P1Docs.com car goes through him and into their pit stall. There goes the driver change for Coanda. So Oscar Pai is going to get in to replace Soinen, and Matthew Victorino is going to get in to replace Andaruti. 6 hours to go is apparently high time for some driver swaps.
Yeah. They seem prepared to do, I think their second or third to last driver stint, or people or drivers doing doubles. We expect Pi to do a double, hand out the car to someone else, maybe Mitchell, and I don't know who maybe would be taking over for the final two stints.
Long stop for 018. They've done extra time to complete the repairs. 46 3.7 seconds is an extra 5 seconds, and it does look better. So the position goes to PGZ P1 Docs because of the long stop for Coanda Esports, but because of Gianni Vecchio's pit exit mistake, both of them are well clear of the red line 22. The Coanda car looks significantly better, and they've clearly looked at how much repairs was available and gone, it's worth taking a little bit more. So still not perfect, but again, the rear wing looks great. It's in front of the right front wheel. I'm still seeing a little bit too much tyre, but no, rear wing looks good.
I'm still seeing the right tip of the wing slightly dented, but it's much better, I agree.
But it's better than the 269 Drago Racing. Thibaut Prevost has hit the tow truck. There is a meatball mechanical black flag for Drago Racing's 269. They have big damage, not even enough to drive back around to the pit lane, dropping massive spots.
All I'm gonna say is these cold tires are brutal, man.
Absolutely they are, for Ferraris in particular, and on the pit exit in particular. So this is Thibaut Prevost, fresh into the car, exiting pit lane, hits the bump, gets the slide, hits the wall, rips off multiple panels, rear wing gone, rear clip gone, rear suspension damaged. Surely that left rear suspension is not right. And that is going to ruin the triple that Drago Racing had going on, third, fourth, fifth, all in a line. Because the 269 has big damage, is losing an incredible amount of time, towing all the way around. They are already out of the top 20. Potentially, actually, the tow trucks brought them around to complete another lap that will keep them in the top 10. But that'll need a lot of repairs. That will need a lot of repairs indeed if that car gets back out in the race. If it does, we'll have 38 GT3s running.
Still over the how the car's on track. I'm just going to do quick mathematics here. 56 times 4 is 14 cars. So you subtract that. Well, a little bit less than 1/4 of cars on the racetrack. Still, it's good. There's still a lot of cars racing on. But it's kind of funny that bump, right, David, has been a thorn on everyone's side with the cold tires, hasn't it?
Yeah, you can see it's the change of direction and the crest and the bump and the cold tyres all together, making the pit exit really challenging to attack in a racing condition where you don't want to give up any tenths of a second against your rivals. Moves up a spot for a lot of these other cars within the fringes of the top 10, so it's great news for the number 50 Ferrari esports team. It's pretty good news for the 08. Marla Racing team won't be too unhappy about it either. PGZ P1 Docs get an extra spot, and if this car is good for Oscar Pie and they've done the repairs that they're after, they'll come good. Okay, so you bend it, tried to drive it around, and whoa, no.
Nope. The likelihood of that working with cold tires and everything and no wing in the car was, what, less than 0? Minus 0?
See, I would have thought, because it's taking 4 minutes to tow that 269, I would have thought that they towed from top of the hill at the pit exit, not there
From
the end of Blanchimont. Yeah.
I think it is because I've seen this happen. I think nowadays in iRacing, when you tow the car, especially from a certain point, it takes a little bit longer because it's kind of like you're doing a full lap and then you're towing the car because you're staying within the same lap as everybody else. It's kind of like you're doing a lap, but you're doing a lap really slow, and then you're doing the proper tow afterwards.
Very interesting. So the tyre temperature should be coming up. We'll get an idea of what the pace of this Commander Esports Porsche is. Last lap, 2:18.5. They've got the same tyre age as the other Porsche, PGZ, in front of them, who did a 2:17.4. So their outlap was a second slower than another Porsche with the same phased tyres.
Yeah. By the way, another thing that the absence of that 269 Drago has made is only 7 cars within the lead lap. There were 8. Now it's 7.
So I'm about to see another lap. Johnny Vecchio with a 2:16.3, 2 seconds quicker than Oscar Pye last lap. He would be with and maybe ahead of a few of these cars if he had been a tiny bit more circumspect on pit exit himself as well. 114 goes over the line with a 2:17.4. Oscar Pye goes over the line with a 2:18.5. I worry that is the pace of the Commander Esports Porsche, still holding some damage, this 018. It's heating up as well. So 31 degrees Celsius on the track, 10 degrees up from the overnight low. Expecting more heat to come. The time in session is 11:22, so we've still got a couple of hours to get to the real heat of the afternoon as well, and the real power of the sun high up in the next 2 hours. Weather prediction is still for no rain all the way to the end, and a high of 25 degrees. Winds from the northwest, waves of 0.5 meter in the bay.
But I don't think we're going to see the full power of the sun given the track is fully overcast. Or is it intended to clear the skies eventually in the next few hours?
We are going to go from overcast to mostly cloudy, but even this quote-unquote overcast seems to only be cloud cover about 80% of the time. So that's sunny here right now, and then they come around the corner and it looks a little more overcast. It's not complete cloud. It's like 80% cloud is overcast, 50% cloud is mostly cloudy, and 20% cloud is partly cloudy. Now this is the kind of pace that the 018 has got in a straight line. They are about to go a lap down to one of the 2 running Drago racing cars. That would be Dries van Langendonk in the 169. Or is it the 069?
Is that now?
I don't think it matters greatly which Drago racing car it is, but it demonstrates the pace between a top 5 car and the damage being carried still, even after a little bit of extra TLC at the last pit stop from the Coanda crew. Johnny Vecchio is flying, even compared to others. 2:16.3 is strong as far as a lap time goes, even between undamaged cars. 2.1 seconds, 1.4 seconds, 1.6 seconds. Those are large chunks of time in what is an incredibly even field, and if you could average 1 or 2 tenths of a second per lap quicker, that's the kind of pace difference that would elevate you from 20th to 8th. So close is the race pace of all of these incredibly competitive and prepared teams.
Yeah, and I think more importantly, my point of view is the fact that we are now, the track is getting hotter per minute, right? We're not going to see scorching degrees, I think, on the on the track, like 50 degrees like we've seen times past. However, I think we are seeing a scenario where the Porsche will struggle. I think in hot temperature it will struggle a little bit more than other cars, especially when you have some damage. We saw that at the beginning of the race where the Porsche, especially those of Coanda, were struggling quite a lot in comparison to the BMWs. And that's where I think we're going to see the true pace and balance of that BMW come forth to life against the likes of Coanda, PGZ, and others.
Pit stop completed for the number 50 Ferrari Esports. Lorenzo Manfredotti stays in, exits the lane ahead of Oscar Pike. Doesn't look like any dramas. You always, I guess, hold your breath every time, though. The pit exit and then the outlap still proving challenging, but Manfredotti resumes in 8th place, 7 seconds ahead of PGZ, 14 seconds ahead of Coanda Esports, and critically, a little bit of extra buffer margin to BMW M Team Redline, who had been threatening to close them down. So this is a nice little buffer margin to have 1 or 2 laps to heat up your tyres. Not bad at all for a car that used to sort of take this late stop and then cycle much deeper in the field. Now they take their stop, they only cycle back to 8th. Happy times. Do you want to know my favourite Ferrari fact?
Go on.
The Scuderia shield behind the front wheel in front of the driver's door on a Ferrari is not standard on any model of Ferrari. It is a paid option, a not inexpensive paid option, but you will never see a Ferrari without one. And if you do, like occasion, like I think I've seen a Ferrari Roma, a picture of a Ferrari Roma without one. A Ferrari looks naked without the yellow shield on the side.
Okay. On the door side, you mean, right?
Yep.
I'm trying to remember. Yeah, I didn't know that was a paid option.
Google Ferrari, look at every single picture of a Ferrari. Just in front of the mirrors on both sides will be the yellow Scuderia shield. That is a paid option on basically every model of Ferrari since forever. But if you're speccing your Ferrari, you've just gotta have it. They look wrong without it, and it's the link between the road cars and the factory race team.
It's kind of like the swag, but not truly swag, right? It's just a virtual way to differentiate things. You can make that argument, I think.
Aaron Vasquez is going to bring the Grid and Go Ferrari 001 to the pit lane. And making his way out now. Drops behind the Coanda 08. Will rejoin in 6th. Hits the bump, keeps the nose in front of the tail, stays off the wall. That is exactly what you've got to do. Exiting pit lane, long pit exit. But the 001 grid goes back on track.
And avoiding drama on the drainage, which is always good stuff. It's kind of funny. We've talked about the drainage and that patch tarmac catching everybody off, and it is top already on and everything. It's good to see they're still fighting for positions now. P6 ahead of Ascari Rene, and I'm still curious on their offset strategy than everybody else. I don't think they're gonna be. Is there a reality or a world where we can live in of them fighting for the top 5 as they get overlapped by the red line cars? Because they're not far away from the Mitchell de Jong's Coanda car of sorts.
Well, we did the numbers this way before, where we say a full pit stop takes 40 seconds, but they are going to save a third of a stint, so they're going to save a third of a pit stop, so they'll probably have a 27-second pit stop when Coanda have a 40-second pit stop at some time later in this race. That's a 13-second offset. They are 12 seconds behind the Coanda 08. That'll extend a little bit on this outlap and the next lap. Vasquez won't get up to speed immediately, but yeah, I think there's a fair chance that if nothing else happens and nothing else intervenes, that the 08 Coanda need to watch their backs.
That is the name I haven't seen in iRacing Top Split in a long time, David. Mr. Jack Keithley in a car in Top Split. It's kind of like the Titanic. It's been 86 years I've seen Keithley on a Top Split.
TC Esports number 11 are going to come back out in 37th place.
Yeah. Courtois' team now having the brightest of days for their mother country. Even though they have a lineup of young star-studded drivers and well-recognized drivers like Jack Keithley like over here. Someone with lots and lots of not gonna say a racing experience, but sim racing experience in general. I would say more than 10 years driving on top level. So you could see him back in top split action more than anything else.
The difference of warm tires and cold tires and how hard you can push. Keithley sharing his car with Baptiste Timoneth and Abel Torres.
It's kind of funny to see Manidi and TC and that TC BMW fighting, even though it is a battle for position because it is P37 and 38, but that Manidi car is a one lap down.
Gap between Coanda Esports 018 in 10th and Gianni Vecchio BMW M Team Redline 22 in 11th. Has shrunk massively over the last couple of laps. Now there's one car in between them. Trago Racing, who are a lap ahead of them, but it's underneath 1 second in this battle for 11th place. Oscar Pye still with a damaged car. Gianni Vecchio very lucky to avoid any damage. full head of steam now towards the top 10. Ooh. Coanda Esports not wanting to let Drago go by. Drago very clearly ready to make the move, but there is time loss going on for Coanda, and so Gianni Vecchio will also take a move down the inside of the bus stop chicane. Oscar Pi won't give this up easily, but